Well, hello, good morning, happy Saturday to you. Welcome to Gen Con TV. I'm Peter Atkinson, and I'm your host for today's event, which I'm so excited about. This is the second of a series of 6 events celebrating 50 years of Dungeons & Dragons. And the way we're doing it is that we are going chronologically through all the editions of Dungeons & well, at least the 6 main ones. You can, like, 3, 3.5, no, that's one. OD&D, original D&D, basic, expert, we rolled that all together. That was last week. We had John Peterson here, and it was a fabulous, fabulous event. So this is our second event. So we must be up to AD&D. That's right. Today we're going to talk about AD&D. We're going to spend a couple hours just talking about it. We've got people here who have been involved with it, who've been playing it for years, and people that are newer to it. I mean, we're just going to talk today. It's going to be a love fest about how amazing AD&D is, in spite of some of its, some of the craziness of AD&D as well, but all from a place of love and also respect for the history and the legacy of Dungeons & Dragons that step forward so prominently with Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. All right, I am your host, Peter Atkinson. I'm he, they. To my right is our Dungeon Master, Luke Gygax, who will introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Luke Gygax. I'm the founder of GaryCon, a memorial convention in honor of my dad, Gary Gygax, co-creator of Dungeons & Dragons. I'll be DMing for this motley assortment at the table that you see around us. And I think AD&D is awesome because of all of those crazy idiosyncrasies that make it so much fun to play. I go by he, him, so that's how you guys can refer to me at the table, and I will pass the baton if that's all right. Where are we passing
to? You go this way. Dungeon Masters can change things.
Oh, that's right. It has begun already.
All right, house rules.
Hi, I'm Jefferson Dunlap. I am graphic pre-press manager and archivist at Wizards of the Coast, and I've been playing AD&D since 70. I think I picked up the Monster Manual in 77. At my local toy store in Beaver Falls, PA, and in the summer we played, and it was, I could not believe how much fun it was. It just, when that first room that was described, there was nothing in it but green slime, but I was just like, wow, that's just so cool. So yeah, I've been working on, I could say probably worked on every edition of D&D in the production side of it. Wow. I would say. In some level.
Well, since 3E.
But then we reprinted 1, we reprinted 2.
Okay.
And I was doing the second edition stuff that Chris wrote right before we did 3. Mm-hmm. So
you touched the proofs.
They went by my desk.
I saw the little gem that John Peterson brought by. Yeah, but let's continue the interaction.
Yes.
All right, that's awesome. Hi guys, I'm Eric Wahlberg. I'm a veteran video game designer. I stream here on Gen Con TV on Mondays on Dress to Quest. I'm also sometimes on GaryCon. And my daughter and I have a TikTok pun-based, fantasy-based show called Dad Jokes and Dragons. So please follow us if you're interested. And I absolutely love AD&D. It's my first and favorite, like by far. I play 5e, but 1e is my favorite, and I'll be able to share many stories as to why later.
Yeah, so as you heard, I'm a daughter to Eric Wahlberg, so Erica Wahlberg. I'm an illustrator, and for our Dad Jokes and Dragons shared channel, I do all the art, and I do all the groaning at the bad puns. So it's very much like our outside of that. And I first played Advanced Dungeons & Dragons with my dad when I was 10 years old, and of course gave me a fun, messed up backstory, but that's the wonderful part of it, isn't it? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Ann Carlton. I am an actress here on Gen Con TV, and you can see me doing lots of different characters throughout the various seasons of Actoroki, if you want to check those out on the YouTube channel. I first started playing Dungeons & Dragons AD&D when I was about 8 years old, and because my brother played, so I had to catch up to the older kids. This has been my edition ever since. And you can find me at different conventions, hanging out with this guy right here, doing some Dwarven Forge games, also first edition.
Oh, hello. Well,
over to you, honey.
It's my turn. I'm Stefan Picorni, founder of Dwarven Forge. and I've been playing AD&D since the very beginning. Like in the late 70s, and I think all editions are great, but this is my favorite one. Probably just because that's the one I started playing when I was, I don't know, like 12 years old or something.
You never forget your first.
You never forget. So, looking forward to playing today. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Stephen Radney McFarland. I'm a game designer, primarily tabletop role-playing games. I've worked on such games as 3.5 Dungeons & Dragons, 4th edition Dungeons & Dragons, Pathfinder 1st and 2nd edition, Starfinder, and a bunch more. But where I cut my teeth was 1st edition AD&D. I had just moved to the San Francisco Bay Area from out east. I got shoved in some kid's birthday party. I didn't know any of the people there. They were playing this game with weird dice, and I had the best time of my life, and I've been obsessed ever since. So I'm very happy, not only to play with my friend Luke and my friend Jefferson and other friends here at the table, both new and old, but to make some excellent gaming mayhem today.
Yes. It'll be fun.
Excellent.
It's going to be a blast, yeah.
Wow. So here we are, and this is who everybody is. So let's talk about AD&D. Luke, I think we need to start with you. How old? Like, you were born in 1970?
1970, yeah.
So when D&D came out, you're too young.
Yeah, I was crawling around on the floor, probably chewing on stuff, and yeah.
So D&D was always in your memory. You don't remember a time before D&D.
No, I mean, my dad started really writing D&D, I think in 72, if I remember correctly, and then kind of completed it in 73, and obviously play testing, et cetera, and then 74, they actually cobbled together enough money to publish the brown, box set. I don't remember the exact date I played D&D. I know I was 4 years old. It was 1975, and was in the at 330 Center Street. If anyone who's been there, it's not a really big home, but there was 7 of us that lived there. But the dining room table was pressed into service as the game table after dinner. And gosh, I think my brother Ernie was there. I think maybe Rob Kuntz, maybe Jim Ward, a couple of people like that, and they were playing D&D. And I was hanging out. Right, like I said, as my dad's like, okay, yeah, they hired some man-at-arms. You can play this man-at-arms. And it was convenient because it was a playtest of the Village of Hamlet, T1, and I was working for the Druid. He's like, yeah, you're man-at-arms. He's like, really, you're a ranger who works for the Druid, and you're here to make sure these guys aren't evil, and you're going to report to. I was like, okay, great. Do I get to roll some dice? And I did. And so that was my first game of D&D, and it was obviously going to be OD&D at that point. But I think my dad started working on revision. Well, of course, any game designer, you're constantly kind of, as you play test, going, that didn't work out quite as I wanted, and you're making notes on stuff. I remember we had a dungeon game, if people remember the old board game Dungeon.
By Dave McGarry.
By Dave McGarry, right? Yeah. And it was a contemporary of Dungeons and Dragons. I didn't realize that until I talked to Dave. Yeah. And basically, Dave was part of, Dave McGarry is part of Dave Arneson's crew, and Dave Arneson couldn't run enough D&D or Blackmore to satisfy everybody. So McGarry wanted to play more, but he didn't want to he didn't want to referee, I guess was the term back then. So he made a game that you could play that was refereeless, and that was Dungeon. And but my dad had the cards, and he would get out his marker and his pen, and he'd make the armor glow with a highlighter and put +2 armor or whatever instead, and make up his own spells. He's like, I'm going to upgun this dungeon game a little bit. So just like that, he was doing it with D&D, fixing rules, what didn't work, and then he realized, okay, there's probably 2 ways this game should go. One is more of an introductory, and I think that was J. Eric Holmes, Professor Holmes, who kind of took that under his wing, and then you get your basic D&D branch. And my dad started developing Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, which I think the first book obviously was the Monster Manual.
Monster Manual.
Yeah, wow. Which as a kid was fantastic, right?
The first one I picked up.
Right? Because think about it. Up until then, if you read folklore and myth, a kobold could be 20 feet tall or whatever. It could be like an ogre, right? And they'd call it a kobold. Well, now we all know if you say kobold, I think pretty much vast majority of people are going to think, oh, little dude, maybe either dragon kin or a little kind of doggy looking guy, depending on what, it's morphed over time through additions. But it kind of codified, all these various things. And then there was things that were made up that were just brand new that were cool too. So, and then obviously he went on to do the DMG, which is just a fantastic work, fantastic reference that can take you, how do you make spell books? How do you, make a stronghold? How does initiative work? All these things. And it's kind of all over the place in a sense. So there's an index, but you have to hunt around a little bit to get there. And a lot of the word choices were, they made you break out your thesaurus or...
It's where I learned the word hewn.
Oh, yeah.
Hewn from the living rock.
Or bow relief. Bass relief. What's that? Is there some fishing involved in here? I don't know what this is going on.
There were quite a few words in that work where the dictionary, which was a sizable dictionary we had at home, just wouldn't do. So my mother was taking master's level courses, and she dumped me in the library. Luckily, the Oxford English Dictionary in there gave me all of the definitions I needed to find.
Nice.
So every week I was like, I don't know what this word is. Go to the Oxford OED.
But that vocabulary of your father's and his style of writing set a bit of a mystical tone, the medieval tone to it. I mean, it added a lot subtly to the game that helped you, imagine a different place, a fantasy place.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And in a lot of ways, right, when I teach game design courses, I tell this to my students. I'm like, you live in the wake of this tiny ripple where all of these terms are just second hat to you, but they were not to us when we first started. We were like, Gary, what are you talking about, right? And now it's all like, well, of course you have experience points and hit points and armor class and everything else.
Well, yeah, what level are you? Well, of course, depending on what class you are, of course,
Yeah,
you're a cleric. You can't use edged weapons or whatever.
Right?
No, but back then we went from like Monopoly, Risk, and then Dungeons and Dragons. This is like mind blowing. Like funny-sided
the three-page pamphlet, and then it's like, here you go.
Wow.
The story I like to tell, though, is after I played that first game, I went home and I basically grabbed all of the dice from every single board game that was in there. And then all of a sudden, Battleship, Yahtzee, it's all, those dice are gone. Yahtzee, I tore that apart, and that became my GM
Is that a
screen.
Yahtzee die? I've got those too. I stole them from my dad.
I stole
Oh, look, we have matching
Down.
We're nice twins.
You were a modder right from the beginning.
Right, yeah. I'm just a total modder.
Well, Stephen, going to talking about experience points and things we take for granted now, and also you probably know as a game designer, so many of these things, of course, move themselves to video games, right? And some of them, the more obvious ones, like the SSI games and all these other ones that came out over the years that are role-playing games, but ones that are not too, right? And I worked on a boxing game for a couple of years, and I was a lead designer. They had statistics, and they had hidden values behind them, and they leveled up, sort of. And so all these things were all taken from the D&D concepts, right? Definitely. And it's amazing how much it's influenced entertainment and stuff, in so many ways.
Yeah, I was talking to, I think it was just at a convention, and it was an after dinner gathering or whatever, and there was a gentleman who is a veteran video game designer, and he'd worked on some larger games that are well known, and he said up until probably the last 10 years, they would break out the player's handbook in DMG and look at like some of the weapon speed factors and things like that to kind of give them an idea of how to work it. Because he said, your dad was really good at this. He said, we've got computers that'll kind of run it now and give us what those odds would be through. He said, but your dad was just like maybe a percentage point or two off for the most part on stuff. He said, which is amazing. And it was just a very valuable tool. So my pop was an insurance underwriter, so he worked with actuarial tables, which is why...
Oh, and it shows.
You get a lot of tables and charts. And probably some of the most fun random generation tables.
I mean, mostly as a young person going through, the Dungeon Master Guide was a crash course in basic probability, and things that I still get upset with people don't understand today, and I'm like, go back and read your Dungeon Master's Guide.
The bell curve.
It was a crash course in so many interesting subjects that you weren't getting taught in school, but you were like, I was not a great student until D&D came into my life, and then all of a sudden I figured out I can use everything at school from the game, and then I started reading like a mad person, and my grades went. My parents, during the Satanic Panic was when I started doing this. My parents were all like, "We love D&D." He started reading. He started doing very well in school and everything else.
He wants to go to the library.
He wants to go to the library. Like this, basically.
That was before Google and stuff.
Right.
Go to the library.
Once upon a time, the DMG was your Google for interesting stuff.
Oh man.
That's right, the DMG, right? The evil Satan worshipping. Right there. Yes, that's it. And then, of course, the player's handbook having the demon idol on it that is so so iconic. But yeah, it's weird to kind of go back in time. It's pre-internet. You had to make a long distance phone call that cost money, so you only did that if you really had to. Otherwise, you'd write letters. Right.
What's long distance?
Right, exactly. Phones had rotary dials. I mean, this is like a time way long ago, children.
You gotta buy more stamps.
The galaxy far, far away.
I think that's a good segue into I want to hear the stories of how people learned to play D&D. And I imagine for a lot of us it might have been AD&D first, but or if it was like what was that on-ramp, your exposure? What was that moment where like oh, and I'll start. Why not? Right.
Yeah.
So I was a war gamer. I was 17 years old. I was born in 1961, so it was 1978. And I just learned to drive, and we were visiting some relatives in Portland, and my mother, just to keep me entertained and keep me happy, gave me $20 and let me drive to the game store, right? Now I'd never heard of Dungeons and Dragons even. I had just recently been exposed to fantasy though, through The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. And it was just like suddenly loved fantasy. This is the greatest thing ever. I was so excited about it. So I went to the game store and I had in my hands an SPI, what they call the monster game, which was just like a big game, nothing to do with monsters. It was, I think, Atlantic Wall. It was like a detailed simulation of
like World War II.
World War II, France, 1944, I think. And I had this in my hand. I went up to the counter and I saw the blue box set. With Search of the Unknown, I think was the module by Mike Carr.
Mike Carr,
Yeah, it was inside of it.
B1.
And just based on this newly found love of fantasy, I put down the war game and I picked up In Search of the Unknown and bought it on impulse. No idea what it was. So I go back to, I'm reading it and I'm just confused as hell. Reading it, I could understand a lot of the individual rules, and but I didn't grasp the idea of what role playing was really, right? And so I took it back. I was in a boarding school at the time. I took it back to boarding school, and nobody there knew anything about it. I got some people to play. I'm DMing because nobody knows the game, right? And I DM'd it as a board game.
Okay.
Up through about 5th level characters, and then I accidentally killed them all with a dragon. And nobody wanted to play after that. And it did sort of, one place where I differ from a lot of people who think fondly back to D&D is killing off characters, TPKs and stuff like that. At that point, I decided I didn't like that at all. I always liked the threat of killing characters, talking tough, but I'm a marshmallow as a DM inside. But I still felt like something was missing. So I went, when boarding school got out this next term, it was summer 1979, I go back home and I want to play D&D. And in those days, I don't know about you guys, but I found opponents you would find opponents by going to the local game store. It wasn't called a game store, though. It was called a hobby store in my case. It was a place that sold knitting supplies and model railroading supplies. And they have board games. They have Avalon Hill games there. And there was a board, and I answered, somebody's looking for people to play D&D. And I went over to this guy's house. His name was Steve Shropshire. And I rolled a character. First time I created a character, because I was always DM first. And this magical moment happened. The DM says, okay, you're all sitting in a bar, and this crazy looking old mountain man comes wandering into the bar. I'm like, what's he talking about? Right? And he climbs up on a table and he says, the orcs are ravaging the land and the nobles aren't doing anything about it. If we're gonna stop this, we have to do something about it. Will anybody join me in going and fighting these orcs? In that moment I got it. Oh, wow. You can do anything you want to in this game.
Right.
There's no boundaries. Just whatever you can conceive of doing, you can do. And I got it as a player. I got it as a game master. Even though I've been playing the game for 6 months, I finally understood it. And that's when I launched into, well, I want to create worlds. I want to create scenes like this. And that was it. Let's hear from somebody who has a segment. Erica, would you like to talk about your on-ramp into D&D or?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was when I was 10 years old. Because we just played with like dice and like I think you laid an iPad flat on the couch.
I had an iPad and I grabbed some figures because I was on a hiatus, and I could talk about it later. But I got back into D&D with Warden Forge. But I had a hiatus, and so I wanted to run a game for my daughter, and so I pulled out some miniatures that I had handy, and I just laid it on an iPad and then had some dice. The rest of it was theater of the mind, but this is your show, go talk.
Yeah, like it's one of those things where the name you choose as a kid is like, I just chose like, reminds me of a character from anime. Like, so her name was Haru. She was a half elf ranger, and I remember that I was like, okay, so you live in this little cottage with your grandparents, you're taught archery, and you have this owl companion, and then suddenly, was it vampires that attacked?
Orcs.
And then suddenly my family's all killed.
There's a plot twist, though.
But then I find out that not only was, oh no, my family, and also why are these orcs attacking us? That I find out that my grandparents are not in fact my grandparents. They are actually my father and my aunt, and that I've been actually a vampire for a very long time, but I was being given some sort of medication or potion,
yeah.
to not keep myself confused enough that I didn't realize how much time was passing. And that I was sent to go to a family friend to figure out what to do next. And I just remember sitting there, that becoming a core memory of just like, what? And then of course like find out like, oh yeah, my parents were adventurers, and oh yeah, your mom's a vampire, by the way. Mm-hmm. So it's just like the how much the world can expand of just like this very calm scene, and that I could be part of it. Yeah. So yeah, that was definitely. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, good to have a dad as your first DM for sure. Just thrown into the deep end right at the start.
Mine is short, and so I'll say it next. So they say that as something really traumatic or something really wonderful happens, there's chemicals in your brain that will kind of imprint it, so you remember details, right? And so I was over with my friend, a guy's very nerdy guy, God bless the fact that he's nerdy. Kenny, he said, hey, I want you to play this game. And so we sat on the floor in this living room where they didn't have a dining table, and he pulled out some unpainted orc miniatures, and he gave me an archer. He said, here's your elf. I said, okay, roll these dice, and this is weird dice, and rolled, and okay, roll this damage. Okay, you kill the orc, and he knocks it over. That's all it took. At that point, he's like, I just did that? Whoa! And obviously, it evolved into something much bigger, but just that one moment of like having a control of a character and being able to interact with the world, and there's all kinds of things you can fight and venture, and so the story could get longer, but that's basically how it started. And I still remember where I was sitting, where I was facing. Yeah. Like you had 3 specific orcs, right? Yeah. And this is freaking 46 years ago, right? So it was an awesome start and never stopped.
Excellent.
Well, my story kind of echoes your story a little bit, where I too was pretty young, probably 8 or 9 years old, and this is about 1980, 81, and we lived in the middle of nowhere, like deep Georgia, a mile off the paved road. There was nobody around, there was nothing to do. my older brother was about 6.5 years older, and he wanted to play Dungeons and Dragons. He had the books, and I idolized my older brother. I had read Lord of the Rings when I was 8 and understood maybe half of it. You know, he played music, and I would listen to it like I wanted to walk like him, talk like him, all the things. So he wasn't old enough to drive yet, so he practiced on me because he wanted to be a dungeon master and run games for his friends. So we ended up with a sort of D&D club of 2, and then he had friends over, and so they were playing Dungeons and Dragons, and my little sister wants to play. Is it okay? And yeah. So they bring me into the game, and I'm like a prisoner they rescue in the dungeon. And they're like, they find this thief locked in a cage, and they free her. And I'm like, oh, they're all chuffed because they're these teenage boys, and they like saved the maiden, so they're all feeling real good about themselves. But secrets. So my brother had given me an assignment where I was actually an assassin, and I was working for like the evil overlord, and my job was to steal the magical MacGuffin that the guys were on the quest to get back from them and take it back. So at a certain point when they're starting to go into combat, I stabbed the guy with the MacGuffin in the back with my poison dagger. I snatched the magical item and whoosh, get skedaddled out of there. And being a bratty little girl, I was like, and so I kind of had a lifelong love of fantasy, Dungeons and Dragons, and acting, like all piled into one core experience. But I still remember that so vividly to this day.
You told me this morning. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, backstabbing. I see. I live with her.
And you're still alive to tell that.
So far. Stefano, I've known you a long time, 25 years, but I don't think I've ever heard your D&D origin story. Like how did you get into it?
Exclusive.
Oh gosh, I was very young. And I was at summer camp, and you go to sleepaway camp for like 3 months with all these other kids in bunks, and one of the things we did was shoot archery, and we had an archery counselor named Doug, and he used to dress up with like a cloak and a funny hat and a staff. He walked around with a staff.
Carpet pants.
Doug had read Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. I learned later he was part of the Judges Guild.
Oh, cool.
And so we were nerdy kids. I was probably about 12. And that same summer, I was reading Lord of the Rings. So I was all about, oh my God, wizards, orcs, fantasies, And so he introduced us to this game, hey kids, let's play this game. And I was fascinated by these funny sided dice. I was like, whoa, this is what's blowing my mind. I think I made up a magic user, and he was real old school, 3 dice down the middle, And luckily, incredibly, I got a 17 intelligence.
That's really
so I was like,
good.
oh, I'm going to be a magic user. And I'm like, I was reading Lord of the Rings, so I'm like, I'm going to be Ganthor.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Ganthor. Not ripping anyone off.
No. Totally original.
Not dreaming.
And but we soon learned that he was kind of a killer DM. We all died that first game. I think we were, speaking of vampires, attacked by vampires randomly on the road.
It's first level character.
First level, we were just wiped out. But we giggled and loved it, We were like, oh, let's do it again tomorrow. So we roll up these characters, and day after day we would play and get killed. And he would totally using the random encounter rolls and mercilessly,
Yeah.
It's
But,
a red dragon, sorry.
Exactly.
Vampires at first level. Pretty rough.
That's like pretty rough.
You're not
And next
pulling
thing
any
I got
punches.
killed by a Balrog, It's like,
Doug is like
You're walking down the road and
he's like
there's
the
a
founder of
dog.
the one shot. I mean,
the way he described it, was fire and a flaming sword. We were just transfixed. It didn't matter if we died. We were just like, that was so cool, man. Let's do it again.
I got a couple of things I want to share from chat. DC Baxter, which might be Dave Baxter.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. He says, for me, it was my older brother who was using the white box edition, 1976. He did a Theater of the Mind scenario for me I was hooked. I got Johnny Zimmel too, so I started playing 1982 and didn't realize AD&D and Basic were different. Steve Cottard says, we all know Steve, I've fonded original deities and demigods with Cthulhu and Morcock.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Yay.
But there we go. Yeah.
Love that one.
That was, I did a lot of power gaming, high level D&D. That was our monster manual, basically. I'm not sure we got your origin story.
Oh, okay. So what's really funny is that my story is really similar to yours, Peter, because before I got into D&D, I did a lot of Avalon Hill games, a lot of Midway, Tactics 2, Blitzkrieg. And that was like, and this was in elementary school, which is, when you think about it, that's kind of weird. but yeah, no, my friends were really into it. And then the summer of '77 happened, and Star Wars happened, and comic books happened, and Conan. I was best friends with this guy I met in first grade, David Carey. His older brother Chris, who was in college, he turned us on like, you should read this. Is Conan the Barbarian, Elric of Maldimene, and we were, so that all happened in the beginning of '77. Then it did. Then in the I remember it was in the winter. I went to the local toy store we have called Bondage's Toys, where we used to get the Avalon Hill games, and I picked up this thing called the Monster Manual. I looked through it, looked cool. It was $12. I had $12. That's a thing to remember. Player's Handbook $12, Monster Manual $12, DMG $15. So
that was big money back then.
I'm pretty sure I paid less than that. I'm pretty sure mine was $9.99 for my player's handbook. But it's your story. Anyway.
In the summer of '78, David's brother Chris was home, and he said, we're going to play AD&D. And it was like, okay. And because I literally grew up with David and his brothers, we were playing make-believe for years before, like when we were little kids. I mean, we went in first grade, and we used to call it Be What You Want to Be, where we would be like race car drivers, Spider-Man, whatever. So when Chris told us what we were going to do, he set it in the Hyborian world, because he knew David and me were reading Conan, so we could get that. We made our characters. My first character was just a dwarf fighter, and we all got killed on the way to the dungeon by getting attacked by a random boar.
That sounds boring.
But like you said, like I can close my eyes and see us sitting there in their dining room. And it was summer in the yard and everything, and then we all died, and none of us was mad. I mean, David didn't die. David had a boots of climbing. He ran up a tree, and it was like, all right. So then we made characters again, and I think and now I don't remember when the Barbarian class came around. I don't think Unearthed Arcana was out yet, or was it 78?
No, it was like 84 or 5.
It was in Dragon.
There was a Dragon.
Yeah.
That's why we had it, because Chris was collecting Dragon magazine. So he said, you want to be a barbarian? And I'm like, yes. And then it started. And it's been the same way ever since. I mean, we understood the make-believe aspect of it, because it's like what Peter was saying. When I demo D&D for anybody, the first thing I try to let them understand is that you can do whatever you want. Because when they don't see a board, they don't see dice, it can be difficult for someone who doesn't know what role-playing is. No, you can do whatever you want. There's nothing, and I'm here just to, we do rules and stuff. We roll dice like a board game, but that's where it ends. The rest of it is just whatever you can come up with your friends. So, so much fun.
And you were immediately hooked.
Immediately.
Yeah, I think that's the common thread here.
Yeah.
I think all of us are just immediately hooked.
What's interesting about the DMG when I got this, that was like my bedside table book. I wouldn't read it. I read the Player's Handbook cover to cover, but the DMG was like, let's see what's on this page. Flip, 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 and just read a topic before going to bed.
Yeah. It was like a magical tome.
It really was, yes.
You would just page through it.
Also
and
carrying
find stuff.
And carrying it everywhere.
Yeah.
So when my parents and I used to go on a picnic in summer, like at this park called Brady's Run, I would bring Avalon Hill games and set them up and play them by myself. Like Panzer Blitz. And,
I played a lot of war games by myself.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And just set it all up, get all set up, and then play it. But then when I discovered D&D, I was like, wow, this is easier to take to a picnic because it's just a book.
But harder to play by yourself. I mean, you can do world building. You world. That's what I started creating. Chaldea.
How many times?
Making characters.
How many times you just, as I said, making up characters? I'm going to make up one of these. I'm roll it up and see what it looks like. I'm going to design a fortress, and see how that. Yeah.
And if we got bored with that, we would pull out deities and demigods and say, okay, I'm going to play Thor.
Thor versus who's going to win?
Whoever.
Let's go.
Versus Ra. And let's go.
Yeah. I think, did we do?
We didn't do.
Well, I mean, I sort of covered it a little bit. I grew up on the East Coast in the D.C. area, and my father got transferred to the San Francisco area. And I was expecting to move to California. There'd be, beaches and sun. Not San Francisco. And so I was a little disappointed and kind of having a hard time sort of, I started school, but things were a lot different, and ended up going to my father's co-worker's son's birthday party. And I was like, well, there's going to be cake and ice cream, but this is going to be lame. Yeah. And I remember the drive at that time because we were living in Concord, and this was all the way up in Rohnert Park. And so we had to go across the bridge, and the drive was long, and I was already not feeling great about this whole thing. And then I go in, and all these guys about my age, a little bit older maybe, they're sitting around this table playing this funky game, and they're like, give them a character. The one thing, I remember exactly what we were playing. We were playing against the Giants, the setting of the Hill Giant Chief. So they're describing this, and we're going up against squealing orcs, and there's a giantess and everything else, and they're like, give him this character, and I get this character sheet.
Were you in the kitchen?
Dining room, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I remember his father was building this house, so half of it was just like...
No, I just mean
he meant the module.
I meant the module.
Oh, the
you were in the
module?
kitchen because
with
the orcs
yeah,
are
picture.
they're the
That's right,
kitchen
it's
area.
the
Yeah,
And
wow.
And I don't know what I'm doing, and there's these weird dice, and I remember these guys kept on throwing their morning stars. I throw my morning star. I don't know what a morning star is. They don't either. They think it's a ninja star. It does more damage than an arrow, so they're like, I'm throwing my morning star.
That's awesome.
Like,
they have to go pick it back up, I guess.
maybe. And
I got 10 morning stars.
so they kept on throwing morning stars.
That's a good one.
And then I look on my character sheet, I'm like, I got a bow, and they're like, oh, bows are lame, morning stars are better. I'm like, I'm going to fire my bow, because I don't have a morning star. And I fire my morning star and kill this giant who falls to the ground, and all of a sudden everybody cheers, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, but this is great.
I don't know what I'm doing, but I did it.
But I did it, and and like I said, I ended up going home and immediately started designing my own game just based on what I experienced.
Wow.
Because I wanted to replicate this kind of fun, and I immediately was telling my parents I want this game, and they're like, we'll see. And I remember the first D&D product I ever bought, because of course I went to school and started talking about this, and everybody was like, what the heck are you talking about? Let's play Stratego. I'm like, no, Stratego's lame. We gotta play this game.
Yeah, it's interesting how quick so many other games became boring.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And somebody had an older brother, and he was like, oh, I'll sell you his D&D book for like $2. And so I gave him the $2, and it was the Duotome, Tome of Horrors, and without the illustration pack. And I went back and started running that for friends around the neighborhood, and which became a hell of a lot of fun, because they're like, okay, we died that time, let's go down this corridor. And which may say something about my jamming style down the line. Is, well, that's where I cut my teeth. Sorry if your character died.
I got a couple of fun comments in chat. Belinda Bennett says, I made a rogue, forgot to level him up. So I was the most scaredy cat rogue ever.
And you had that nice fast
Danny, who you met earlier, she's like, hear me out, morning stars on bungee cords.
Your house rule.
We're gonna have to utilize this later.
House rule. I love it.
Anyone have a morning
star. What the hell's a morning star?
Morning
So,
Star
I
is
wanna-
So many
answer.
exotic weapons.
I have a question, and I think maybe not everybody at the table will have an answer to this. But for those, if you remember if you played D&D, original D&D, if you played D&D before AD&D, what was different about AD&D? Like what came out? What did AD&D add to the game? Because we spent a lot of time last week talking about original Dungeons and Dragons, and I also didn't play much original D&D. That blue box set was OE, and that but I think the idea of all the character classes and races is part of it. In original D&D, my limited understanding, like you couldn't be an elf thief or an elf. I mean,
You were an elf.
You were an
You were an
elf.
elf.
That was your
Yeah.
class, and
Yeah.
yeah. You didn't have a character class if you were an elf. You could be a fighter, wizard, fighter, magic user, druid,
Yeah.
or an elf.
I think it was
one too.
It was
And a dwarf.
fighting man. I
Fighting
think.
man.
Fighting man.
Fighting man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Magic user,
Magic user.
thief.
Yeah.
No, a thief wasn't even in there.
No, that was
cleric, yeah, that was
cleric
yeah.
name.
Greg Hawk or something.
Cleric. Yeah, I think that's right. Cleric. And then they added Hobbit before they got sued and changed it to halfling. So yeah, that was it. And dwarf, of course.
And dwarf.
Yeah.
Dwarf, elf, and hobbit were their own race character class combined.
Yep.
Yeah.
And dwarves obviously fought, and elves probably threw spells and did a little bit of bow
Well,
work.
they had this weird multi-class thing where they could start an adventure and they had to pick which class.
That's
and then
elves.
That's elves, yeah.
They
And
could be a
so,
magic user or a fighter.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, I didn't play OD&D until later. There was the basic box set, and it's really funny is because back when I worked at Wizards and even at Paizo, I'm like, you have to realize, at least my growing up, the basic set was there for two reasons. One, Keep on the Borderlands was a pretty good adventure.
That was good.
Two, that's where you got dice, because dice were actually really hard to find back then.
Yes.
And then, there were some things about and this is the Molvoy box set was the one that I had that was like, oh, okay, that makes a little bit more sense, or some things that were in there, but they were like, elf is its own class? No.
Yeah.
Dwarf is no, right? And there was just a lot of no in there, and so yeah, you got the dice, you got this cool adventure that you could run for AD&D, but all of us were just like, yeah, AD&D is where it's at.
I ran Keeper on the Borderlands as AD&D, I think.
Yeah.
But you're right. I was like, some of this doesn't mesh up with what. But I was, 8 years old or something, so I wasn't reading that well anyway. So I just gave everybody a wand of wonder, no matter what. And then they would. So everybody has, oh yeah, you start with magic. I'm sure, yeah. Oh, wand of wonder,
Right,
and
right.
It was handed down to your family. And then they would find a deck of many things usually
You
because
didn't,
chaos.
you didn't give all of us a wand of wonder.
I should. Yeah. Don't worry, you're all going to wake up in a cage, not know how you got there, and all that's going to be there is a wand of wonder and a deck of many things. So that's how we're going to start the
All right.
adventure.
I had a similar thing where I picked up, after Chris ran, I said, well, I got to run this game now. I picked up the basic set.
Right.
And it was the same thing. I looked at it and it's like, oh, this is kind of cool. And I like the idea that it takes you to third level and you can teach someone better. But then when I saw you can be a dwarf, you can be an elf. No. So yeah, we just used Keep on the Borderlands, and it was like because we'd already played AD&D, but I understood what basic was, and it kind of helped me understand some of the things that I wasn't quite getting before I decided to be a DM. So but
A lot
yeah,
more
Keep on the
handle.
Borderlands. Oh my God, that was the first one I read.
But I guess some of the differences, weapons did different amounts of damage. 'Cause I think
Yes.
everything was a D6 in basic, if I remember correctly. I think people had different hit points as well, right, by class in AD&D versus OD&D. I don't, I'm sure I played OD&D, but I don't remember it. I was too young to really internalize that. So it was AD&D that I remember. That's from about 8-9 years old. AD&D.
And AD&D brought us modules too.
Yeah.
When OD&D, what was their?
Yes.
I don't know that I've seen the OD&D materials really in depth. I mean, I know they have the gorgeous illustrations on the front, but one of the things that I remember is reading these books and poring over them, and I can still see all the illustrations so vividly in my mind. And I think that the art, I don't think you can really overstate how important the art was to really being fascinated with this. And maybe is that a difference between the two?
I think that's totally fair to say because the art budget for the original books, I think, was $2. I'm not kidding. So my auntie Keenan was just graduated high school and was visiting. She was 17 years old. She was sketching something. My dad said, "You can draw pretty good." And so he got her to do the hippogriff drawing, right? And put it in the book, And the other, like Greg Bell, and they were high school kids. They were high school kids.
Yeah, I think it is hard to, since none of us here played a lot of original D&D before then going to AD&D, it's hard to contrast. But I think that what's really clear is that there was just so much that came. I mean, you look at this book and how much is there, and the player's handbook, and the monster manual. These three books, which all came out in a period of probably about a year and a half.
Yeah.
So much quantity, and it's small print.
It's very
with
small
thin
print.
margins. Short.
Good for young eyes.
Short some great illustrations.
I'm the one reading.
But you read through and your mind was blown. It was just like there's so much here, and there was a lot. If you looked at all the OD&D stuff and all the supplements and Dragon magazine, I mean, there was a lot that came before AD&D, but now it was all organized and all put into into 3 tomes that were different by topic. Monsters, and that structure has stood up, right?
Yeah. I'll let you finish. I'd say my journey was primarily 1E, but there's a lot of meandering in the beginning because I was 10 years old and I didn't play with that guy Kenny again. And some of my friends and I were just getting random reference cards, like, oh, there's a monster that says D&D, and we're trying to figure it out. So kind of played basic, original until we got to the book started coming out. And the biggest 2 things that come out to me is you just mentioned that sense of wonder. Like I think about one being like, oh, wow, this class, this ability, this spell, this thing, this magic item, everything was like, wow. And then there was a more comprehensive game system. Granted, extremely clunky by today's standards, but it was way more like, oh, there's a rule for that, there's a thing for that, there's an explanation for that. And so we could sit down and say, okay, now we kind of know what we're doing. And we're not just like rolling dice, So
Yeah, and I think that's an important. I think that's an important distinction. I think in the OD&D books, it would reference chainmail and stuff like that with the supposition that you had those things and you played these games before. Whereas with especially basic D&D, I think it walks you through things. And then honestly, we talked about Keep on the Borderlands. I reread that 10 years ago or whenever it was that the Goodman Games redid it, and they asked me to write a foreword for it. And as I was reading through it, I was like, oh wow! I was reading it and I was hearing my dad speak.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was essentially like you make a YouTube video to teach people how to do stuff now. He wrote that like an instructional YouTube video. And that's why you could fill in your dungeon, because he kind of showed you how it went. And then, okay, you try, you fill in your caves of chaos. And I was like, oh, I totally get that now. He was like, all right, not everybody has a DM who can explain it to them. So here's kind of your instruction manual, your kind of step by step. And so that was really neat, because I started reading it and I started hearing his voice in my head. I was like, oh, this is exactly, I get it.
You bring up something, and you're alluding to it too. One thing about playing in the late 70s, early 80s, is that it could be hard, maybe not for some of it, but I think for a lot of it, certainly for me, there weren't many people that played. You couldn't be picky about who you were going to play with, right?
If you didn't know. It wasn't always cool to be to play D&D.
It was always cool. It's just not everybody knew
They didn't know it yet.
They didn't know it yet. It was always cool.
It's like, he doesn't smell that bad. We'll bring him in.
I had to start a D&D club at my middle school just so I could play Dungeons and Dragons. After my brother got older and wandered off to college, I had to go spread the virus and make my own group of D&D people. So you just keep passing it on and passing it on.
Yep.
At the same time, I moved around a lot because of my father's job, and D&D was a great way for me to find, because you could just drop a term. So I remember I was Boy Scout, I was at Boy Scout camp, I was taking some sort of nature merit badge, and we had to go out and did you see this kind of bird? And I put nil, because I didn't see it, and then I turned that in, and the guy teaching the merit badge, who wasn't that much older than me, was like, Stephen, come here. do you play D&D? Yeah. And I thought so. You kept on putting nil.
Which was that
Gave
reference.
yourself away.
I mean, I don't know if that reference is still used, but you're talking
No,
about
it's in the Monster
original
Manual.
Monster Manual, the chance of
Yeah. Treasure type nil. That was a little bummer.
treasure type.
Does that stand for something? What does nil mean?
Nothing.
It means almost
It's
no.
short for
almost,
something else?
Almost no chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. It's
It's
not short for anything.
Any chance? No.
No, it's not an acronym. Nil just means your chance is slim. Your chances
Slim.
are slim. Or
Nil.
Almost
All right, it's
non-existent.
not short for anything. It doesn't.
Are you going to understand this?
No, it's a word.
Tell him nil.
It's a gygax.
Peter,
It's not actually a word. I mean,
It's a real word.
There's two things, I think, there were maybe three, that kept it so there wasn't as many people that played D&D back then. One is it was fairly new.
Yeah.
Two is that it was ostracized very quickly.
Yeah.
I remember riding on school buses, having my school book, and inside of it was my D&D book.
Yeah.
Right? And then I think lastly was a satanic panic kind of thing that happened a little bit later as it started to pick up. But the funny thing was, there was more people at the same time. There was like more people started playing it because we know it's out marketing accidentally. But then also there's some parents who are like would not let their kids
Right.
play it.
Yeah.
And I've been playing the game for 46 years and didn't affect me. Hail Satan.
Yeah.
Hail Satan.
Is it a demon on your chest?
Oh my god! Yeah, I was raised in a very strict conservative Christian family and went to a Christian school where D&D was outlawed, but because we'd play it at lunch at school. But I lived only 2 blocks from the school, so when they outlawed it at school, we just went over to my place and played. So
There you
it
go.
ended up not affecting us.
So in the same place in Maryland where we grew up, my high school at the time, I came in and I was all like, do you guys have like a D&D club? I just come from New York City, which is a little bit better at. This was rural Maryland. And they're like, no, but you might want to check the problem solving and logic club. And I was like, well, that sounds interesting, but I really want to play games.
They're
It's
like-
like, no, check out the problem solving.
French
and
stop,
logic
French stop.
Oh, I get
Nudge,
it.
nudge, wink, wink.
Wink, wink, and then you go, and everybody's in there playing D&D.
Oh, it's like a speakeasy.
That is so cool.
That's funny. Steve Goddard said, like, my original DM strictly forbid our playing group from reading the monster manual. He did not want the players to know what the monsters could do.
Of course.
So Dungeon Master's Guide, the most bad corporate decision ever, but the best gaming decision ever. They say if you're a player, don't buy this book.
Yeah.
Right? Back in like,
Oh,
why would you
yes.
ever release something and say don't buy it?
Well,
right?
then you look in it and you're like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm totally buying this.
It was reverse psychology. I'm buying this thing, man.
That's why they
Whatever
did
you
it.
do, don't read this book. It tells you all the answers.
All my players bought the Dungeon Master Guide?
Probably,
Yeah.
Oh my, no wonder.
The inside check.
Many things are explained.
The funny part about D&D being satanic is we grew up very religious in my household. As Jehovah's Witnesses, we'd go to church or congregation like 3 times a week and go out door to door and all that sort of stuff for the longest time. My dad would give talks about it, so that it was satanic or whatever was kind of entertaining.
I mean, the devil on that cover's the bad guy.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It's like,
You want to get the bad guys.
Didn't your dad pause several times at the very beginning? Because he's like, I have to. My family, my religion is more important to me.
Yeah, I mean, no, he embraced it because he said this clearly. Like if you have any judgment, if you have any sense, if you opened the book and looked at it, you'd realize things like there's actually the spells don't work in here, guys. If they did, I would be ruling the world. He said, and if you look, shocking grasp or lightning bolt, I can't remember which one it is. The components are a glass rod and a bit of rabbit's fur, so you can get some static electricity. Gust of wind is legumes because beans are the magical fruit, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
funny.
So it's silly tongue-in-cheek stuff, and so so I imagine that it hurt his feelings a bit to have people say, oh, you're a bad person and devil worshiper or threaten his life and stuff like that, but at the same time we try to take a good tactic on it and be like, book burning, that's right. Go out and buy all those new books, burn them, and next week go out and buy another set and burn those too. It's great for sales, because the book burnings and stuff. I don't think people say, like younger those young kids today don't know that there was really book burnings and stuff like that in America in the early 80s, right?
What years was the Satanic Panic?
Oh, it's still going on.
I mean, well, there's always someone panicking that the children might learn something.
Yeah.
82 or 83?
Yeah, it's right in there. 81 to 83
Okay, so this is when I was playing with my
the...
brother. I was trying to think if when I did my middle school club would have been like another 5 years on. So it's
And it had a long tail. In
Yeah.
a
It
sense.
did.
Like,
Yeah.
it had a hump, but it was, clear up in the 90s when, we were doing Wizards of the Coast at the beginning. We had to, it wasn't much, but we had to think about it a little bit.
We had to change Unholy Strings.
I know.
I might
I still
owe
regret that decision.
I might owe a debt of gratitude to the librarian who let us use the library for this. I mean, we were in the Deep South.
Yeah.
They had to. Maybe I never thought about it. My word. Maybe this woman made all this possible.
You flew under the radar.
I have no idea what happened. We were just kids meeting and playing a game, and the librarian was like, "Carry on."
I think high watermark was the Geraldo Rivera 3-hour special. I remember I watched that. My mom watched that. She was so pissed off after she wrote Geraldo Rivera a long letter about how he was wrong. I don't think he ever read it, but yeah.
Awesome, Mom.
Yeah, but that is cool.
Love
And
it.
and I think that's it. If you paid attention and you saw what was going on, you'd be like, oh no, this is actually fine. They're not out, my kids aren't causing trouble. They're hanging out in the basement making stories and reading and learning stuff.
That was my mom's perspective. I was with my mom by the time I was that age. My dad was in Korea, and she'd say, "Well, I think it's so. I mean, at least they know where they're at. They're down.
Right.
They're down in the basement playing games, and they're doing a lot of math and writing and stuff.
Nothing's
and it's a little
been set on
weird,
fire.
but
Dude, I grew up in the center of New York City. And I didn't know any of this was satanic. I never heard of that until much later.
No.
My parents was like, why does he stop going out and raising trouble? He's now in the dining room every day reading this book and drawing these maps. And he invites all his friends over and they're very excited in the dining room and he spends hours and hours and he doesn't get into trouble anymore. That's great. I love this game.
It's a gift from God. My prayers have been answered, my boy.
Yeah, and I used to invite all the kids in the neighborhood to come over. Girls, I didn't even know. Later on, I heard of these stories oh, girls don't play D&D. I'm like, what are you talking about? All the girls in the neighborhood play with me. What are you talking about?
same.
You know?
Yeah.
But I lived in New York City and not the Midwest.
Well, and I had moved down to Southern Maryland from Staten Island, so it was very different when I lived in the New York City area. You lived in Manhattan, probably, or Brooklyn.
Yeah, center of Manhattan.
Yep.
Yeah.
My D&D club was almost all girls, because I started it. But we only had 2 lads.
Gosh, different experiences. And we were lucky enough to have the complete strategist.
Oh, nice.
Game
That's a great
store.
game story.
Yeah. So I remember going in there. I remember when the Dungeon Master's Guide came out. That was a big moment. And I remember reading it. And this guy, with this strange name, Gary Gygax, And he's saying, you have to create all this stuff. You have to make your own world. And I'm like, oh, yes, I do. And then it made you interested in so many things that I wasn't interested in before because I was terrible in school.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh my God, wait, now I need to know about economics. I need to know about all these things, laws and structures and all these things and charts. I must look up these charts. And it got me interested in history and all these things. And my parents were amazed. Why is he interested in these things now? All these questions now about things he never cared about.
It tricked you into learning.
Yeah.
I'm actually having a good time. Look at me grab these books and read.
We could probably have an entire show about all the things that are great about D&D, right? Like that. It teaches you imagination or different subjects, or looks like you jumped into game design almost immediately, right? All these things that you get in.
Well, I had I have a younger sister, and she's younger than me by about 12, 13 years. And so when I was playing Dungeons and Dragons and as a late teenager, she was just coming up into 8, 9, along in there, and she really wanted to play D&D, be with us, because all of us guys and gals were sitting around the table playing D&D and having a lot of fun, and she wanted to. And I told her, I gave her the player's handbook. You have to read this first. You can read the player's handbook. Then when you've done reading it, you can come play D&D with us. So, I mean, it was kind of cruel to suggest that you had to read the entire player's handbook. That is a lot there. But she did. She went and she learned how to read good, well, read good, read well. I'm still working on it. Read real good. Yeah, I'm still working on that.
Can't talk good.
And she
but,
read I came back like 3 months later. Hey, Peter, I finished reading the player's handbook. Can I roll the character? Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
sure, let's do it. Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
Does she still play?
Yeah, she loves D&D. Yeah. So we got a question from chat that I think is a good one. Ken Robinson asks, great to see you sitting around smiling, telling toys. Question, what's your preference, playing or DMing, and why?
Oh, playing because it's just more fun to play and be given the mysteries and try to work it out. As a DM, it is fun to DM. It's a lot, high energy for sure. You're engaged with everybody, and honestly, it's like sometimes I feel like I've given the clue and nobody gets it, or so that part is frustrating. But I do like to play more, and I think it's just because I played a lot. Luckily, because I was a kid, so I got to play with my dad or whoever was DMing the game. Now I think I end up DMing pretty much all the time, so I don't get to play as often.
That's why I'm glad I was invited to hear I get to play because I DM all the time. When I was younger, I was a player, but then once the DM bug bit me, I just love doing it. I like when they come away afterwards and they're just like they're smiling and they can't wait till next week.
You're right. That's true. That is a good dopamine hit.
It really is, and I'm like, we're done at we're done at 9, and then I'm like up till like midnight because I'm just. It's the stress to start, and that's the other thing. I've been DMing for years. I still get nervous before every session.
100%.
So, but yes, DM.
Yeah, I love DMing. I DM'd almost exclusively for the first few decades. It was really more so like the pandemic, and I started playing online, and I started playing more because I didn't want to deal with all the like OBS and all this other background stuff. But what I love about DMing is that you get to entertain and thrill and evoke emotions for all your friends, right? Like you just kind of said that. Where if I can give them like the best thing, like the moment when Erica realized she was a vampire, she was like, oh. And then here's this guy, is your uncle's friend, your dad's friend is going to take care of you now, and this new character comes in, and like I could see her eyes getting big, and so to me it's to entertain. Which part of the reason I'm a game designer, I think, is because I like to do things that people can consume and enjoy, right? So I like DMing.
Yeah, so obviously only a player for D&D. I've only been a game master once, and it's because I took a game arts class when I was in college, and it was just like a one-page role-playing game with people who've never played D&D. It was like Honey Bear or something, where they're all bears, and that definitely like was a fun experience of like, oh, like they don't realize how much they could just kind of do anything and just kind of rolling with it. And I've watched, one of my friends wants to write fantasy, so we've been introducing all the different movies to him. Like he's never watched Dune, so we watched Dune together, or read Dune, and introduced Lord of the Rings because he never watched Lord of the Rings. And watching his reaction for the first time, it's like, oh, I would love to see how you would play, and that's the first time. So I'm like, Soon, we'll see. We'll just have to just wrangle my friends together and see how that'll go. Yeah.
I haven't properly dungeon mastered since college. I sort of assisted dungeon master with you, or just make wisecracks as players do dumb things. Oh yeah, you know it. But I love playing a lot. I like the performative aspect of it, and it's the camaraderie and the puzzle solving of playing. But there is definitely like that joy of giving the adventure to someone else. Like, and even doing my little sidebarring with people, it's like when we run these games at the conventions, and people really just have a really good time. And it is like a huge rush just to know that you're like, these people are having so much fun, and you are able to give that to them and that to have this wonderful shared experience.
Oh yeah, I mean we do it together as like co-DM and moving the miniatures around. But what I love is the world building, creating the world, and then you can spend hours and hours, weeks, years creating this thing, but it doesn't really come to life until you have players. And then it all comes to life like magic, you know? And then
In ways perhaps you didn't
they
even plan
do
for.
things. Oh, yes, they turn it upside down.
And then they do stuff you'd never expect. You're like, what the hell?
I'd love to design a dungeon, and I'm wondering in my mind as I'm building, I'm like, what are they going to do at this room? And what are they going to do when this happens? And then to see it all unfold in front of you in real time, it's all happening. Like, oh, I didn't think they were going to do that. Oh, you know, and it's so exciting and interesting to see their choices. You know?
We also bring these elaborate builds with Dwarf and Forage, obviously, and we'll build these things, and you kind of hope that the adventure goes in the direction where you actually have terrain. But sometimes they'll just do something different, and there's always theater of the mind. But it is really interesting to watch people. They look at the options before them, and they're like, "Oh no, I have an idea." And off they go.
I'm happy to do theater of the mind. I mean,
You're very
a
good
lot
at
of
it.
people don't realize. I mean, just like everyone else, we didn't have these things when we were 12 years old, and it was all theater of the mind for, you know, a good 10, 20 years, you know. And so anytime we want to revert to, you know, I leave and I go into the dark forest, we can come up with stuff. You know, it's not. It's a game of imagination, right?
Well, I mean, that's a funny thing about it. Mostly, there's a lot of stuff in the Dungeon Master's Guide, and which really kind of spurred me on. And I remember Eric Holmes, who did the first basic set, he also came out with a book called Fantasy Role Playing that I think I got through the Science Fiction Book Club. It's a great little book, and a lot of it is just the early days of role-playing games, not only Dungeons and Dragons and everything else. But he had this setup, which just fascinated me because it was a table that he took chalkboard spray painted the whole thing, and he'd draw out the dungeons and they'd move out with miniatures. So I immediately went to my parents and I'm like, can I just spray paint the kitchen? And they're like, no, Steve, no. Right. And so they came up with a compromise and they got me a blackboard, right? A good sized blackboard that I sat there and I painted dots in 1-inch squares. And that was my first play area for years and years and years. I wish I still had it because people would carve their initials on the side. I got rid of it a long time ago, and so even in the early days, I was always interested in playing with terrain and miniatures and stuff like that because it freed me up where I didn't have to describe the room. I could just draw it, and then I could describe, the dimensions of the room, and I could just go on and do that. And so, as a forever GM, nearly, not only that is moving around so much. Made it so much easier. I could always have a game because I was the one running it. But yeah, the thrill of presenting it to the players to see what they do and everything else. I think my father was a little puzzled by all of this kind of stuff, and years later, a friend told me, or I think it was him that told me, as my players were leaving one Sunday afternoon, he stopped one and he goes, "Can I ask you a question?" He's like, "Sure." And he goes, "Why do you guys keep on coming back every Sunday to play this game?" And my friend just looked at me and goes, "Because your son is a devious son of a bitch." Yes!
That's an interesting question. Did anyone here ever play with their parents?
I did.
Yes.
Well, you obviously you did.
What did your dad do?
I think apart from Luke, does anyone else play?
I certainly did with I grew up playing war game. My dad and I discovered war games in the early 70s. Him as an adult, me as a tween age person, and we went heavily into war games together. We played Avalon Hill SPI. We had a lifetime subscription to Strategy and Tactics, and et cetera. And then when Dungeons and Dragons, when I discovered Dungeons and Dragons, he had moved to Korea, and so we were, we didn't see each other or talk to each other very much. But years later, after I started Wizards of the Coast, and we were well into Magic and stuff like that, he moved back to the States, and I taught him how to play D&D, and he loved it.
Awesome.
I mean, he
What
thought
kind
it
of character
he
did
was
he
he was great. He loved playing druids. The other thing my dad and I shared was the love of the outdoors. We'd done a lot of hiking and mountaineering together, and so that sort of a ranger or a druid, that sort of outdoorsy person who's in tune with nature. That really spoke to him, and he loved that. As far as the other question of DMing versus playing, I've gone through phases. Like, I really loved playing at the very beginning when the whole universe, the D&D system and the world was so new, like so unknown, right? To play D&D in somebody else's campaign and just immerse myself in being there. And then also being a gamer, being a real geeky gamer, I was always trying to break the rules too. I loved the challenge of figuring out how to min-max characters, right? But even through all that, my deeper love was world building, like you. Like, to create a world, you've got your world of Mithras, and you've been working on since the 80s, and Chaldea for me.
Look, we have Chaldea. Here we are.
Chaldea Studios, by the way. We're at Chaldea Studios, that was, that sense of world building and DMing, creating stories was a deeper level of satisfaction than the playing. And then I think the older I got, the less and less interested I was in playing, and the more interested I was in DMing. But now I have a new challenge. I'm in my 60s now, and I can sense my mind not being as fast as it was. And being DMing is a lot of work, being mentally keeping up with your players, keeping them guessing, trying to remember what everybody's doing, and try to having something for each player at the table. It gets harder and harder to do.
You can fudge rolls.
Yeah. I could always do that.
You're also like super busy, and I think part of it, as you get older, maybe you do so much that maybe if you weren't running Gen Con and all of these other things and having all of these shows
I don't run
you're
Gen
making.
Con, let's be clear. Just in case anybody who works at Gen Con is like snickering out there. I don't run Gen Con.
All right, he's involved.
I run Gen
Before
Con
the show
TV.
started,
All right, yes,
before the
but
show started, you said I'm the man when it comes to Gen
Yeah.
Con. That's good thing.
I'm the hardest working man in the entire organization.
Never gonna bring it back down.
So much trouble.
but you're always learning so many new things, and with the TV channel,
wear many
maybe
hats.
if you had
Yeah,
none
we
of
wear
that,
many
like being the game master would still keep up. But I do remember when we did a bingo shortwit game, we were all there, and his cleric character, Papa, actually fell asleep. This was running up to Gen Con, and you were really overworked and tired,
it
but
was a long
it was pretty hilarious.
That was over Zoom, wasn't it?
Yes.
It fit though. It was fitting.
It was fitting.
Yeah.
Papa
that was
going
in
to sleep was about right.
That was role
He was
play.
really dedicated.
There is a little bit of actor in me. I love playing, like just trying to be in character, like trying to create a character that is different from every other character I've created.
So that was
Like
method
that.
acting then, is what you're
Method
saying.
acting, yeah.
That was method acting. Okay.
He had on those crazy eye glasses, so you couldn't actually see if his eyes were
Oh
open.
my God.
I remember he was resurrected from just a kidney stone, right?
Yes.
That's all it was.
Gallbladder stone, I don't even remember.
Yeah, the
His character
bugs,
was
the
eaten
pit
by
of bugs
slime.
ate him, but there was a kidney stone left.
Yeah, that's right.
So to intersect or segue about
please.
playing versus DMing, I'll save you too. No, so I think this is actually pretty iconic to AD&D, which Jefferson mentioned earlier. I did love to DM, but when it came to modules, I always wanted to play. Because playing through the entire run with the giants, right, all the way to the demon web pits and things, and then playing the slave lords and playing Hamlet and of course Ravenloft was like the one that I just never forget. That was just amazing. When AD&D came out, all these things were brand new. You're not going to screw it up, and generally they wouldn't, and it was just amazing. Generally they wouldn't. Yeah.
First one time.
I always felt, looking back at it, that I really missed part of the culture and experience of D&D because I never did play the modules. Like, I immediately eschewed them. Like, I want to create my own world. I'm going to create my own dungeons. I very rarely did I ever run dungeons. And the players and I never was interested in playing in the dungeon. It was just like, I don't want to, like what somebody else is. I want to go into another DM's world and play in something they've created that I know nobody else has ever seen. because it's just us, right? And I took some pride in that, but now I look back and go like, no, I never, I feel like I missed out on something because everybody else was talking about those modules.
I'm the same. I never did modules. I just wanted to build. But now I'm kind of feel bad that I missed out. Everyone talks with such.
The modules are still there.
Remember
You
that.
can always go back on.
The good part is that I've never been in any of them.
Maybe that would be solve my aging issue.
Yes.
Is I could just DM modules
there you
now.
go.
Module bucket list.
Yeah, we gotta play in some of these modules together.
Oh my God, I'll get a module and I'll like
Use
game
it
for you guys.
Just start at Village of Hamlet or whatever, and
Never been there.
Such
Never
a
been
cool
there.
idea.
Yeah, it could be a completely new experience.
you
Wonderful.
you'll play all like
You played in the module village of Hammett when we were at North Texas RPG. They had done a massive Dwarven Forge build, and we actually played part of that
Oh, I
module.
did?
Yes.
Oh,
You had a great time.
that was awesome. Okay. So that's what village it was.
It was at the end of the convention, and you were very tired.
I tell you what, some of those classic modules is really what they were for I think most people is. Well, I shouldn't say, but anyway, I think there's a connection here. You used to just there's a dungeon with random monsters in it, and you kick in door, and there's whatever, a basilisk or a troll or ogres. Why are they there? What's their purpose? Are they just hanging out until you come? And then they have a collection of treasure, and then you go 2 doors down, and there's some other weird monster. Right.
Makes no sense.
It's like Monster Hotel.
It's like one of my dungeons.
But no one cared because it was just fun. It was just fun, right?
Yeah.
And then you get to the giant series, and it's kind of like, okay, yep, these giants are raiding. Okay, great, kick in the door, and let's kick some butt. And then you're like, oh wait, there's more stuff downstairs, and there's some things going on, and hey, now let's pull this thread a little bit, and there was like a little storyline.
Yeah.
And then it led you to, and then the drow were introduced, like, whoa, what, underground drow, evil elves, that's crazy. And, all that stuff. So that was kind of a neat experience.
Oh, you're ruining it.
Sorry.
Spoilers.
It gets to that
I'm sorry, they came out in 1970, whatever. Sorry about that.
It's okay. He'll forget that
Guess
tomorrow.
what? The Tomb of Horrors? There's traps in there. Be careful.
You played in Tomb of Horrors with him as well. I just
Did
wanna
we
point out.
play?
On the other side of that is just about from 3.5 to 4th to Pathfinder 1st and 2nd, everything else. Every time I work on, and I even did it for Delve, the game, my own game that I'm working on now, is I go back and I run at least sections of Temple of Elemental Evil because I'm like, if I could run this in the way that I imagine it at the time, and my imagination on how all of the factions work and everything else shifts over time, then I feel like this game's got legs.
Interesting.
Campaign settings. Now this is going to bleed. Some of them I think maybe don't come out until 2nd edition, but certainly Greyhawk and Forgotten Realms must have started before 2nd edition.
Oh, yeah.
I think it did, yeah.
And maybe
The Grey Box was the
maybe a couple others.
Yeah.
Dragonlance was before second.
Yeah.
That's true.
I think.
Sure enough.
First Dragonlance
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
definitely, because the
let's-
Dragonlance Adventure Hardbound was a first edition book.
Yeah,
So
remember
anybody have any experiences, memories playing in the campaign settings back in the? Did we all just design our own worlds
Well,
and
no,
did this?
I think what happened, especially with my friend's older brother, is that since we knew Conan, he made up his own stuff because he wanted to make sure that we knew what we were talking about. Now, granted, his Conan world had elves and dwarves and goblins and had everything, but we were fine with that. And campaigns didn't happen until I think. Probably the first campaign. I remember when Oriental Adventures came out.
Oh, yeah.
And,
cool.
and I was already into Shogun and all
Yeah.
that stuff, so that was kind of my first campaign thing. And thinking like, this would be so cool to be in feudal Japan.
Well, I thought it's Frank Sawatsky in chat wrote the large fold-out map of the world of Greyhawk hung on my wall for many years.
The Darlene map.
I was crazy about Greyhawk for the longest time, which is then really interesting because when I started working at Wizards, I worked on the Living Greyhawk campaign, which was like coming back home. And then I remembered that Gary had left the company. I was an avid reader of Dragon Magazine at that time, and this Forgotten Realms thing came out, and I liked Ed's articles in the past, but I'm just like, why can't they put the support on my beloved Greyhawk? And I moved to Santa Fe, New Mexico, and met a whole bunch of people who had the only comic book store in town, and then I helped them expand that to gaming. And my friend John Mickey, he was all like, I know you like Greyhawk. And he goes, but you really should take this Forgotten Realms thing a chance. And he brought me the Grey box set and a whole bunch of comics that Jeff Grubb was writing at the time. Oh, wow. And I was like, all right, whatever, dude. And then that Grey box set for Forgotten Realms was like a revelation. Like, I still go back and read that for just inspiration. And I do the Greyhawk stuff as well. Yep. So I liked those two campaign settings a great deal.
I sloppily used Greyhawk when I would DM, but I was pretty young. But I would use locations and things. That's so cool, and try and somehow integrate some of the story of what's going on in the different regions. But it's really just an excuse for a dungeon, really. When I was playing back then, because there's a lot of dungeons back then.
It was, and I think Greyhawk is loose enough that it gives you, like, you can discuss who the leaders are, and if you want to, you can kind of dig in and maybe figure out some economics or whatever, why stuff is going on. But it's not too detailed, and there's not where they think Forgotten Realms tells larger pieces together.
I have no idea. WotC's current philosophy in the 90s when I was there, we were trying to sort out right after we acquired TSR and trying to figure out, where do we want to go with this thing, and at that point, the same sort of thing. We realized, okay, Greyhawk is more of a sketch of a world, and Forgotten Realms is more of an encyclopedia of a world.
You're going to get some hate email.
And
watch out.
I'm used to it. I got used to internet haters. Magic the Gathering in 1994. Trust me.
Watch what you say about Greyhawk, man.
I'm immune.
That's how he's doing his job.
We thought that we believed that was the value, and that like a lot of people appreciated that by Greyhawk, that it was more of a framework for you to build your own stories and your own adventures in it. And in fact,
it's a feature, not a bug.
Time Ruler says I use the maps and stuff, but use my own stories and histories. And then Forgotten Realms, we would dare to do as much detail as we wanted to. And I don't know what happened, this century, but that was
yeah, let's skip that.
That's a feature,
That'll be a later week.
That's another edition.
I always felt one of the great things about this game and the early D&D was that there was so much left out.
Yeah.
That we were all able to make it our own.
Yes.
Because everything wasn't spelled out for you.
Yeah.
And you had to figure out how to play, you had to decide am I going to use this rule or that rule? I don't think I'll use that one. I'm going to make up a rule, and then I have to make my own world. And that's a feature. The fact that the Greyhawk isn't laid out to the 10th degree means you can fill it up with what you want to fill it up.
Yeah. And even the monster manual, those old pen and ink drawings aren't the most detailed ones, and some of them are, the quality varies, right? But they're great because then you read it, you read the description, you kind of have an idea from that, and you fill in the rest. Yeah. And I think that's very powerful.
Yeah.
Sparked your imagination, seeing the sketch. There was a sketch for every monster. Like, wow, so many illustrations.
Yeah, it was so revolutionary. It was so, like, every monster had a sketch.
Every monster.
An interesting.
Some better than others. But,
And every monster is in motion. It seems like almost none of them are still.
They're all
it's like
moving.
most of them, they're all doing something.
They're all-
There's this great
Imprint in my
sense
head.
of activity.
there's
I was gonna
something
say,
happening.
talking about like the rules though, is something that I think that when I talk to the younger folks who play like 5e and stuff, they look at a book like Dungeon Master's Guide, and I've seen even YouTubers like trying to review it. They think all of it is played and you use it and you need to know it. And I probably at least 10% of it. Right? It's not possible, and they would go, oh my God, look at these like charts, and oh my gosh, this game is good, stupid.
They're intimidated.
I think that it
was you have access to stuff. If you
I
wanted.
like to say, AD&D, D&D and AD&D, it encouraged a whole generation of people to be game designers.
Yeah.
Because you really, let's be honest, you couldn't play it straight out of the book. I mean, the surprise rules were impossible.
Yep.
It was something that you had to be a game designer. You had to fiddle with the rules because there's no way you could.
And when you tried, and trust me, I know, is your players would look at you and say, what? why can't we just do it the way we did it last week? And it's all like, okay.
Yeah.
Did anyone actually use like the psionic abilities at the
Oh
back
my
of the
God.
Dungeon Master?
Very hard to use.
Could
I
never
like-
figure that out.
No, yeah.
I found they're only, when I was younger, they're only functional for me when it's psionics versus psionics. The way they had the charts and how they worked.
Yeah.
You can kind of, it's almost like a red, blue, green kind of like pick how I'm going to attack and defend myself. But just against regular people, it's really confusing for me to use.
I mean, I pretty much read that.
melts their
Yeah.
brain if they don't have
Yeah,
psionics.
It's just kind
It
of
was
like,
a
oh, I guess.
sub game that happened very quickly,
Yeah.
and if you didn't have psionics and you let psionic powers go, it's all like, well, that's the end of the encounter.
The dreaded words, I grapple the orc.
Oh no.
Oh, no grappling today. I don't even know where it's
Jesus.
somewhere in here.
Can't you just stab the orc? Don't grapple him.
Can't you just throw a Moaning Star at him?
I'll give you a bungee cord and everything.
I would just say, just roll a 20. Yes, you grapple him. I was just like,
But he bites you. Hi.
I'm making it up at that point.
But it
Here,
was-
roll this dice. It
was fun, though, because-
it worked.
Where's the sheet here? So like, I'm sure there's more, but Luke's House Rules, right there, but for a book, is that was always fun, both as a player and a DM, that you say, this is how I separate myself from all the other games that are being played. This is the way I do it. And the kind of the convention was that, okay, cool. Sometimes people would have they'd negotiate or whatever, but you just kind of get it. Oh, this DM runs it that way.
That's a great something I wanted to talk about a little bit. I have noticed that is one of my favorite things to rant about is that there is now in the current D&D culture, there's a lot of people that will really, if you want to get a lively thread going on Facebook to talk about how you changed rules of 5th edition for your home. I mean, there is like, no, you can't change the rules. It's designed so well. It's like this. It's perfectly balanced the way it is. Don't dare change the rules unless you've thoroughly studied it and no, you want to change the rules. Change the rules, and it's like what you said because back in the era where you had to change the rules just to make it, it was a lot of fun. It was really encouraged. The culture was. I remember I would play in somebody's campaign. Like I remember this one time somebody came through town. He had some connection back to TSR, and I never heard. But it was just like everybody's really excited that this guy was in town, and we played in his game. He ran a game first.
His game.
And, we played in his game, and he had changed a lot of rules. And to me, it was just really fascinating. Like, oh, this is really cool to see. But it wasn't like we were still playing D&D, but it was cool to see that. And
D&D-ish.
it became part of your creative expression of who you were as a DM and what your world was like as a DM based on rules that you changed. And you say, hey, you can only worship, these are the gods in my world. Yep. Oh, okay. Or, elves are particularly good at bows, and if you're an elf, you have an extra +2 to hit with a bow or something like that. These little gems were, and you suddenly felt like you understood the world a little bit.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Well, it's also when you're taking a flexible game system like Dungeons and Dragons and you make your own changes to it, it's like training wheels for game design. So you get a very low risk way of I'm going to start building my own kind of game design based on this existing design. It's like everybody starts somewhere. Like you learn to draw by drawing things you see, and then you move on to the world of the imagination. And so, like I think, especially for like younger people who are dungeon mastering, like what a wonderful flex to change the rules to make it different. Like I would encourage people who love game and game design, like change it, have fun, and see if it works. Maybe it won't, but that's okay. So that didn't work. Do it again.
The difference between a board game, which has rules to be able to play, and a role-playing game is the minute that role-playing game hits your table, it is your game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
And it's different from every other game in the world.
Yeah.
And that's
It also helps it's a cooperative game. And so, you've got the referee, and the whole idea is for everybody to have fun. and everybody comes out the winner at the end if the game is run well. So of course, you're going to make adjustments as you go on, or fudge dice rolls, which I actually don't like to do. But I understand.
I never.
It's funny. These things we're talking about is right here in the introduction of D&D. He talks about fudging die rolls.
Read to us from the orthodoxy.
In the book of Dungeon Masters, Chapter 1, Column 2.
Tell us, High Priest.
It's a pretty simple one. It's just one sentence. The game is a thing, and certain rules can be distorted and disregarded altogether in favor of play.
Yes.
There you go.
It's in the book.
Yes,
All right, keep conversation going. I'm going to find my favorite.
So the rules.
To keep it going was also a magazine I loved every month. Dragon Magazine. Here's a new class. Here's some optional rules. They gave you those things. They literally said, here, if you want it, use
some
it.
new stuff.
Which is much different than, and I love 5e, and I again play it all the time. Is that's pretty much like these are the rules, and the way that we do it here or back then was that here's a rule. If you want, you can change it. Here's a new thing for you. If you want it, you can use it, and it was great.
So
I
it's
see
like
the reason. I'm sorry.
So like Microsoft Office, but it's like a manual update.
Yeah.
I see the reason why you want to keep the rules all uniform is because if I'm putting out product and I want everyone to buy it, then I wanted them all to be using the same rules as opposed to having tweaked their stuff where it's less usable. Although maybe that's. Although I guess if you made the house rule, you'll probably house rule your supplements as well.
Yeah.
It'd be a common language,
Yeah.
Who has a house rule monopoly?
There were issues of Dragon Magazine, which I often found myself going, well, you're saying this one thing and then doing another. Is your father at one point in time, basically in his Sorcerer's Scroll column or something else, would go on the screed that if you're not playing exactly by the rules in this book, you're not playing D&D. And I'm looking at the rest of the magazine and I'm going,
Yeah, and you're kind of like,
what? What are you talking about, Garrett?
Yeah, he did kind of flip flop on that.
He wasn't perfect.
Just to give Luke a little bit of help, his fifth house rule is natural 20s is a critical hit for Heroes of Monk. What would your father say?
he would not like that. He would not like that at all. But I figured we were going to have some fun, so we'll do it.
You gotta use that line during the game. What'd your father say?
My monsters do critical hits.
Just my dad is a player versus a DM, two different things. So I'll give a short story. So I wrote Lost City of Gaxmore with my brother, and my dad helped playtest that, and he played a character named Tempros Granger, who was a Imperial soldier who was discovered, city was out of time, and then popped back in. And so they were fighting a hill giant, and in 3rd edition D&D, there was a supplement where you had magical tattoos. It was off-brand, I can't remember who did it, some other group. And so this ogre, or hill giant, I think that was leading some other humanoids, had a black dragon tattoo that allowed him to breathe an acid breath. Right?
That's cool.
So it was great, right? So he breathed acid breath, and so...
Taking notes.
So they took a lot of damage. But they defeated the bad guys, and then he's immediately goes to searching. Right, I'm gonna search, tries, and he's like, I tell him this, and he's like, well, how the hell does this thing breathe acid? I want to get that magic. I was like, oh, well, you do notice a black dragon tattoo on his arm, but it's kind of faded a little bit now that he's dead. He's like, that's bullshit. I can't believe you would do that. And I was like, do you remember? Plug your ears. Spoiler alert, you got to plug your ears. Do you remember the Drow and all their cool items? Okay, I was okay. All right, you're good now.
I call it the Gygaxian script. Like there are so many adventures that your father wrote that started out with, all of those toys you have? No more. Land beyond the magic lair, the whole Drow thing. It's all like, you could tell he was all like, I gave you too much treasure.
That's exactly what
Every DM goes through that.
We do that to David Baxter all the time. Your character wakes up naked and all the magical items that defeat all of his monsters are now gone.
They gave me the flying rug. The flying rug. They started flying everywhere. I'm like, oh my god, you gotta bring out the moths.
They started spraying and looking sadder and sadder. ladder.
I would love to, before we're done today, talk about magic items in first edition.
Do it.
So one of the things that I love about them was they're completely imbalanced. And not what I mean by that is that they're not tied into your levels or what's appropriate. And so you might be going through a dungeon, for example, in the Frost Giant Jarl, you fight the Remoraz, and there's a body, and if you take the glove off, there's a Ring of One Wish. You get a Ring of One Wish at maybe 8th level or something, and it's like, wow, what a cool, powerful thing. It doesn't end the game, but in some characters might have something like I got a Vorpal Blade or whatever it is, and they define the characters more so than our role playing would, but it wasn't the abilities or I'm level 7 have these things I can do. It was a lot of times the magic items, and I love the variety. There's so many of them too. That when I was writing down the ones you gave everybody, I was like, oh, I've never used the Rings of Flame. How they work? They're unique. They're imbalanced. They're cool, and they really define characters. So that's why I want to talk about it.
Balance is so important in a board game.
Yeah.
I would say
And in role-playing games, balance is way overrated.
if you unbalance the magical items and a low-level character gets this taste of this high power, then you want to keep playing. You want more of that. So the first one's free, my friend.
You're right. Balance, it is wonky because look, you start off. I'm a first level fighter. Man, I got 8 or 9 hit points probably. I can use my longsword over and over again. I'm the first level magic user. I've got 1 spell, and I rolled whatever,
Yeah.
Hopefully, hopefully you got
One
sleep
spell,
or
1 hit point.
or maybe 2 or 3 if you're lucky, or whatever. And your armor class 10 or 9. It's like, oh my god, a giant rat. I am totally screwed, right?
Survive.
You just got to but then make 5th, 6th level. Suddenly, things are looking up for you, right?
Balance is different in a role-playing game.
Yeah.
And as somebody who's worked on many organized play systems, right, balance is much easier in a table with your friends. You put the wonky magic item then and everything else. Everybody's having a great time. They're working together, right? But when you've got the person who went out and, and they've got all of the best stuff that they probably shouldn't have got, and then they're grandstanding at the table and a whole bunch of, because they're playing with a bunch of strangers,
That's
right?
convention.
So,
That's a different. That's a different situation.
that's where I think there is a semblance of balance, or at least an architecture of balance that's in there. But it should have room for quirky fun.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, then you're going to miss out on a huge part of
That
it.
is a great point, though, that those magic items can become really a negative thing when you go into these public settings. Like, I used to play a place called the Game Table in Campbell, and that people have, they kill each other and take each other's stuff, and they bring this character back next time, and they'd have all this gear. Or maybe they never actually got the gear; they just met the character and they give them stuff. So that's the negative part, is that when you're playing in a communal situation where it's like, that's not fair. Look what he has, and I only have this, right?
That's when you take the note from my dad and you give him the Gygaxian screw. They step through a portal and you're in a different dimension. Oh, that +5 Holy Avenger, it's just a +1 sword now in this place, right? And they're like, what? And they're like, huh?
It's missing. And you remember when you were in town, there was this shifty-eyed halfling named Bingo. Short.
Bingo's a very common name, and it's a very common name in halfling communities.
Claimed to be just a cook.
But you bring up another point there with when the characters killed each other.
Yes.
I mean, was it just my players, or did once they reached a certain level and serious magic items started to show up, they all end up killing each other at a certain point?
Absolutely. Wow.
And it happens over and over again. I'm like, damn, what a statement of
You have to remember, we started playing these games.
We were teenagers.
Very immature.
As opposed to now.
I will strike you down.
Now we are model citizens of the world.
Well, I start feeling the power.
No Satan worship at all.
I can identify with that because I was probably 12 when Sajkanth was being right. So I was playing Melf, and I leveled up a bunch as him. So he's like, I was probably 8th level, 10th level or something, fighter magic user. And you get to end, you kill, was it Drizelna or whatever her name is? Oops, I don't know if you played this one. Okay, yep. Earmuffs.
This is awesome.
Anyway, she's the vampire with the spider climbing slippers and a circular chamber, and it was right. So I killed 2 of them. For me to go up any more levels, I needed strength and intelligence tomes, right?
Yep.
So I was the highest level guy in the party, so I was like, I deserve the strength and intelligence tomes. And they're like, no. We came to blows over it. We came to blows over it. I was like, I I deserve the most treasure.
Yeah.
Wait,
I got a comment.
are you
comment.
saying actual blows? Or your
No, characters.
Oh, okay.
Because the guys I was playing with were like 16 or 17, they had kicked my butt. So yeah, it was
Chat Tabletop Josh says, I love the excitement of trying out a potion or unknown magic
Yes.
item, not knowing if it was
Yeah.
cursed or not.
I've kind of forgotten about that.
That made
part, yeah.
Identify in AD&D. The Identify spell was there, but it was hard to use. It would you have to use 100 gold piece
It's
gem.
expensive.
Yeah.
And you had to swallow a live
and
goldfish.
If you
Was that
didn't
right?
have it, you'd have to and didn't it take 8 hours to cast?
Yeah, it was like a ritual.
I mean, that was a really
Yeah.
good mechanic, I think. I mean,
Yeah.
in the sense that okay, if you're going to make an investment and figure out what this thing does, you're going to have to make a time investment and a
Yeah.
resource investment.
Yeah.
But that encouraged people to try things.
Yeah.
Like, well, I'm going to take the ring and put it on. What happens?
Oh,
It makes for role playing.
Yeah, it makes for some. Yeah.
And another argument for why the imbalanced magic items are so wonderful was when you would get that odd, super cool magic item that you didn't expect to get. It's almost like a present, right? In real life,
Yeah.
like, oh my
Yeah.
God. You don't, when you play, again, I love 5e, I play it all the time, but when I get a treasure, I'm kind of like, oh yeah, okay, cool. It's a +2 or it's a this thing, and that's my level, okay. But when you go, oh my God, this is amazing, like you literally get excited as if it's a real thing.
Yeah.
You know? Or not if you get like the, what is it, the
Ringworm.
girdle of femininity and masculinity, where you're like, oh, I didn't necessarily want to be that pronoun, but I am now. So, so sometimes you get surprised, right? But there's some really cool ones as well.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Or you think it's something cool and it's a ring of warmth, and you're like, really?
GMs could abuse
Could
that
be
too.
cursed.
Yeah.
Cursed.
I was playing in this guy's game when I was in high school, and he was an older guy. He was in the Air Force, I believe, and him and his wife ran this game. And I had a wizard, and over the course I got a lot of great magic items that he gave out, and one was a robe of eyes.
Yeah.
And I remember I was using this thing to fantastic effect, and then I made the mistake of painting all of the eyes on my miniature. And so I was already cheesing off this guy because I was, and then all of a sudden, I'd been playing with this guy with this robe for like 7 sessions, and he's like, "Well, actually, it's a cursed magic item, and you need to make a saving throw because it's a robe of strangulation." And blah blah blah. blah. I was pissed. What?
Man.
Cursed.
It was lulling you into a
I
false
could
sense of
see-
security.
No, he was upset because
No.
I was.
I can see repainting that miniature with tears.
So that's the balance thing actually comes up with that because
D&D has a dungeon master, and I always think to myself, if the players are kind of overpowered, that's partially on the DM. You're controlling the game.
For sure.
You can do whatever you want, and you can tell the story in a way that doesn't feel like you're nerfing them. But you can, you guys went out and partied. You wake up and you have nothing. All your stuff's gone. And usually, whenever something like that happens, the players are always like, "Oh well, we did it. Let's go back out and do stuff."
I think the I was partially kidding, talking about how balance doesn't matter. I mean, I'm being contrary and making a statement, but it is that. It is that power of DMing that's why I say don't worry about it so much, because as a DM you can adjust things, you can fix things, but that could be, I grant that could be intimidating to somebody who's just starting to DM and maybe doesn't have those skills. But it's a lot of like the funnest, a lot of the fun stories are when something crazy happens. Like somebody got some
definitely.
crazy magical item, somebody the cursed item, or whatever.
That
it
wasn't a
is.
great story. I think.
the stain is still there.
Told the story. It was a good one.
It's marred him.
If you have a reasonable table of players, they kind of get it. They're like, yeah, okay, you give if and you take if away if. We could feel it was getting unbalanced, and hopefully they can understand.
All you need is a good breath weapon or failed save for a fireball or breath weapon, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And you're rolling for everything on your character sheet. And I lost so much stuff that way. Scrolls burned up, potions toasted, my cloak of displacement.
Oh my God, I'm taking notes.
I think that's part of the joy of conventions, is because you get like I don't want to say precious, but you really care about your character and your long-term campaign. You're kind of protecting them when you play. But you can go to the convention, you do a one-shot, and you're free. You can do whatever you want, and if you die, that's okay.
Go out gloriously.
Yes, you die
I will
gloriously.
amend that though. When I play in his games, I'm protecting my characters because you will die in the first room if you don't. Everything can survive.
You only have 3 hours. So.
And that's it. I mean, AD&D is
not ready yet.
AD&D is a little bit more deadly, and so there's tension is there. Save or die.
Yeah.
You could be 20th level, and if a giant spider gets lucky and hits you, and you roll up, you blow your save, you're done.
Yeah.
I was playing a high-level character. I was adventuring by myself, which is dumb, but I was playing this high-level character, 20th, 30th level character, in a dungeon, walked into a room, and the dungeon master says, there's 26 harpies in here, make 26 saving throws.
Oh, for the love of all, that's holy.
I only needed a 2. I only needed a 2 because I was so high level.
Yeah, but 26
26 die rolls.
Oh no! 1 to 20.
One fail.
5% chance.
I made them all. I made them all. But I was so mad. I was bogus.
They were like singing Bohemian
The
Rhapsody.
DM had enough.
He's like,
I think you're powerful,
it should be dangerous going in by yourself. I don't know who you are, Alcor.
I would love to know some of the people here. Beloved character that had sudden deaths. So I have one real quick one. This character is semi-beloved, but it's kind of more worth entertaining. So my buddy and I, we had barbarians, and we basically just mauled everybody. It was just two players, DM, killing everything. Our DM's like kind of tired of us. And so he got this miniature module, and you go into a cave, and there's this skeleton, and he describes some kind of mossy thing on it, right? But doesn't really describe it very well. We hit it, it's yellow mold. Explodes in both our faces. We both miss our saving throws. We both die in that cave. We're both like level 5. It was just over. Here's why I want to share it. I'm going to say that I was 15, but I was probably more like 18. And I made up a little poem that I still remember to this day that I read to him. So the DM's name was Chris. And I said, we were brave, we were bold, until we met yellow mold. We couldn't dodge or duck, so to Chris's adventure, suck, suck, suck. I still remember.
Sudden death.
Here's one I've told many times. The first character I played, Otis the Ranger, the guy who so I was probably 9 years old, and
He was your character?
Yeah,
Otis.
Otis was my character, and that was the first time I ever played D&D, and I ran him through the giants. So he's a Ranger Lord, 10th level. I'm begging my dad, let's play some D&D, let's play some D&D, and he said, sure, we'll play some D&D. It was after school or whatever it was, and it was after supper by that time. And so my sister Heidi rolled up a character, and I took Otis. When we went, he's like, yes, you've heard of this ancient tomb that was, a crypt of a wizard, and he's evil, but there's great treasure in there. I'm like, great, yes, awesome. So we went to the Tomb of Horrors.
Oh, God.
Strike one.
The rest is
And so, I mean, I went through one of the misty portals, and I was ended up a naked 10th level ranger, right? And back at the beginning, I wasn't going to give up, so I went back in, and then I ended up crawling around and found a little room with 10 by 10 room with a bunch of levers, and pushed all of them up. 100 feet drop. Of course, I had a ring of feather falling, but that was now back with Sarek.
Right.
And so 111 hit points, I hit the ground, still alive though. It was like probably had like 9 hit points or something left after all that damage, right?
My.
No way to get out. There you go. That was the end of my first character.
I was wondering what happened.
That's the pitch.
still down there.
When you run the module, can you find his skeleton?
Yeah,
at the
you can
bottom
find a
of
little
that pit?
skeleton with a lot of marks on the wall for how many days and I was like 9 or 10. That was pretty rough.
But
That was
also,
pretty rough.
damn it, Dad.
You guys must have some sudden deaths of beloved characters.
Okay, I got one.
Yeah.
So this was back when I told you the story when I first started playing D&D, and there was hardly anybody I knew that played. So I was going down to the store and finding notices of people, and there was this guy that was named Ed Quiroga, and he was looking for players. And you call him up, and you think about it, this is weird. We're teenagers calling up strangers saying, "Can I come over to your house?" It's a little sketchy.
Now I think about it.
So I went over to this guy's house, and I was the only player, and he's like, "Yeah, okay, you can roll up a character." So I rolled with this character. And first character I roll up is 3d6 in order, and I got a really low Constitution score, and then for hit points I rolled a 1, and so you were stillborn. Roll another character.
That's actually kind of.
It was like Traveler. I died. This character died in character creation. So then I roll up another character, and I'm like,
Stillborn.
so I roll up another character, and I go, hey, and he's like, what do you do? Go to the bar. Okay, what do you? And I'm like, well, I'm going to try and find somebody who knows where you go for adventuring, And so he says, okay, yeah, there's this sketchy looking guy, and he says, yeah, I know where there's a dungeon, right? So I go up with this guy, and we go up in the mountains for this dungeon, right? And we go to the very first entrance door, and he's like, I'm a little nervous. You better go ahead. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm out in front, and he's behind, and then he turns into a werewolf. I'm the first level character, and you're having me fight a werewolf? Wow. And he's like, yeah. And he kind of had like this sort of. Okay. And then years later, I realized the guy just didn't want to play with me. I was like I was a kid. Wow. I think he just was going to kill me no matter how long I stayed there.
Nice. Wow. Oh my God.
Well, that's not a great experience.
That's creepy.
Yeah, that's.
I'm telling the story, so it's a good story if you're repeating it, right? You disagree, but yeah.
Some stories you repeat them to tell lessons.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Go to your friendly local gaming shop and meet people there.
It wasn't fun at the time.
In public places.
I had one player that she told me once that she kept on playing in my campaigns because she was hoping to make it through an entire campaign without her character dying once. And I don't think she ever got to that point.
So you kept killing her. Just like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm a very let the dice go sort of GM. At the same time, I realize that the story must go on, and so there's always some way you can get your character back unless you want to create a new one, right? But there are consequences for that too. It's all carrots and sticks. Yeah. It's all carrots and sticks.
I'm wondering. I got a conference chat. I don't know if it's for Stefan or for Stephen. Steph, tell them about the bulletin board at the Complete Strategist.
That's probably him.
That would be me, I think. Yeah,
Does
sorry.
that, does
Did I
that,
tell
If it was the
story?
Fantastic Store, it would be me. But it's
does that trigger a memory?
Oh yes, I was one of those guys who would just answer ads on the bulletin board and call people's daughters and show up at their house.
That's what we do.
That might be Jim.
These are back in the reckless days of our youth,
Paul Radney.
And so
Paul Radney.
I answered some ad in the Complete Strategist, and I ended up. Well, actually, who's asking that? Because
Radney.
Okay, that's another guy.
Richard.
There were several of these.
Several of these stories. Okay.
Yeah, that's how I met Richard. And he. So I got accepted into his game. There was a tryout or an interview. And then I started playing in their game, and they used to play in these boardrooms. And then these guys, they were really good. They used to go to Gen Con, and they had that
I
tournament.
recommend it, by the way.
They had the tournament, and they would win the tournament year after year. They kept coming back with the trophy, the RPGA tournament.
Sure.
And I was like, these guys are high level, man. These guys are really good, And so that was my Richard Radney story.
Okay.
But actually, the other guy,
Yeah, R. Radney. That's probably
Radney. But the one that's even more significant is I answered this ad for this other guy, and he turned out to be Jim Kelleher of Stat Trackers.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Uh-huh.
And I started playing in his game out in Long Island, and he was into miniatures. So I started getting back into miniatures, and then because of doing the miniatures, I said, we have these miniatures. I need to put something else. I need to make something to match the beauty of these miniatures. And so that's how I created the first pieces of the Dwarven Forge.
Wow.
Also, Richard Radney is the reason we met because he brought you to the line parties. Even though we didn't meet through D&D,
That's right.
we met because of D&D.
We met
There you
because
go.
of Richard.
Yeah.
That's one letter off from my name. He has an A where I have an E.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh, all these weird coincidences.
That's not a common name. So, it's all like, oh, well, that's close.
Well, I just got the word that lunch has arrived.
Lunch. What a happy bird.
This has
Our standard
been
ration.
a delightful
That went so
conversation.
fast.
Yeah, didn't it?
This is
Yes. Oh my God.
So much fun.
I guess it's time for a short rest. Is that what you're telling
Yeah,
me?
we're talking about
Oh wait, that's a different edition.
We're eating our standard rations.
AD&D. We're gonna eat our standard rations.
Standard rating.
Yeah, so we are going to take a lunch break because we've been sitting around here BSing for almost 2 hours, and it's been delightful. But to really, drive in the AD&D experience, we're going to play AD&D, but we need to get some food first. So we're going to take a break. We're going to leave the stream on, and don't go away, or we're going to be back, but it's going to be a long break because we got to eat. And if you joined us since the intro, I'm here with Luke Gygax, the son of Gary Gygax, and he's going to run our AD&D game this afternoon, and I'm delighted to also be here with Jefferson Dunlap, Eric and Erica Wahlberg, and Carlton, Stefan Picorni, and Stephen Radney McFarland. So we will be back in probably about a half hour to finish up and play a game.
Sounds good.
All right. Yeah. Woohoo.
Needs to buy a Morning Star.
We're back. We did it. We made it. We successfully ate lunch.
We win D&D.
So for this afternoon, in case you're just joining us, we spent the morning talking about AD&D and being very excited about it and sharing memories, talking about what we loved about AD&D, and that's what we did. And now we're gonna play AD&D. I've got Luke Gygax here. Yes, that Luke Gygax. He is gonna run AD&D for him. I'm gonna sit back here in the shadows a little bit and stay in chat, and so hi everybody in chat, and I'll interrupt when something comes along. We do here on Gen Con TV, we do have some safety protocols for when we play role-playing games. First of all, as is consistent with Twitch and YouTube guidelines, there will not be any sexual assault. There will not be any violence towards children. If somebody doesn't like you, it's not going to be because of your ethnicity or your gender or your sexual identity. So, it might just be that they hate you, period. I mean, that they hate everybody, that sort of thing. And if anything comes up for any players that makes you feel uncomfortable about the content of the game, they're not talking about death, that's normal. The content of the game, cross your arms like this, X card, we'll take a break and figure out how we can best accommodate your comfort. And that's it. Okay, I'm turning over to Luke Gygax. Luke, is your table.
All right, outstanding. Welcome, everybody. As he said, I'm Luke Gygax. I'll be your dungeon master for the next 15 or 20 minutes till I kill these guys up. Oh, wait, no, that's not going to happen. We're going to have an exciting adventure through a little scenario that I made up for us here today. Hopefully it'll be balanced. Because that's important, but maybe not too balanced. So I'll have a little bit, and I'm sure it'll be fun with the group of players that we have around the table. And speaking of that, in case you're just joining us, who are these people around the table? Last time I went to my right, so I'm going to switch it up, and I'm going to start over here.
Hi, I'm Stephen Radney McFarland, game designer, general geek, and I am playing today the Necromancer.
That's like
With
your
the
name.
flourish every time he says it.
It'd be like Young
I
Frankenstein.
don't think, my friend Dwarf, you could pronounce my name, so you can call me the Necromancer.
Right next.
I have to say it like that.
You say it just like that.
I've earned this title. It's not necky, beardy.
And I can sense that there is some inter-party hostility between our elven magic user and our dwarven fighter. There's some good-natured banter going on betwixt the two
No,
already.
it's not good natured.
Elven Necromancer.
All right, and next to Stephen, we have...
No, I am Mr. Whizzle of Fizzle Me Gizzle. And I am a gnome.
And what character are you playing, Mr. Wizard?
That would be Stefano.
Oh dear.
No, in my make-believe world, I am Stefan Picorni of Dwarven Forge, founder of Dwarven Forge. At your service.
Hi, I'm Anne Carlton, and I'll be playing Helga, a lawful good cleric of the god Forseti from the Norse pantheon. I am very serious, and I think both of these people are very silly.
That's true. You can't slip. You must have a high wisdom. You can't slip one by you at all. All right. And across the table.
Alrighty, I'm Erica Wahlberg. I'll be playing Hira, a high elf fighter. She just doesn't care any which way as long as the job is done. If they're silly, as long as we get the gold, that's what matters. But human Erica. I'm an illustrator, and I often collaborate with my dad, who will talk about it now.
So you're in Seattle playing a high elf fighter?
Don't let her dad
Mike
know.
says something.
And speaking of dads, I'm her dad, Eric Wahlberg. I'm a video game designer, and I'm a regular streamer here on Gen Con TV on Dress to Quest. Sometimes on GaryCon. I also have a channel on TikTok with my daughter, Dad Jokes and Dragons, that in no way, shape, or form is puns or fantasy based. And I'll be playing Griswold. I'll be playing Griswold. He's a monk, and he doesn't have any specific grudges because he hates everybody.
All right. And you are a human monk.
Yes.
Because in AD&D, I think.
Only humans.
I say only humans.
Only
But as I
humans.
said, I think there was a restriction on that.
Yes.
All right.
Restriction.
And next to Eric, we have.
Hi, I am Jefferson Dunlap, graphic pre-press manager and archivist at Wizards of the Coast for 29 years. And I am playing Bernick the Beard, dwarf fighter. I like to think of him kind of like a Guy Ritchie character. He's just kind of like, you see all of his movies, but he's just here to get some gold and to make fun of the necromancer. I think it's
All right. So that's my illustrious group of players. We're going to be playing AD&D with a couple house rules, which I don't have written down, but somebody was kind enough to print them, so I could probably just read those quickly to orient you rules lawyers out there. All right. So I'm going to use individual initiative, and we're going to roll a D10. Low is better, so everybody will get a chance to go. So that's also what Stefan uses. So that's a good one. There is if you encounter something in the dungeon or not expected, there is a surprise check. So I will use a D6 for surprise unless it's some sort of creature that has a greater chance to or lesser chance to surprise. No one is playing a ranger, so I don't think or barbarians. There's no adjust.
I'm a monk.
Oh, so you got the little surprise adjustment.
I do,
huh?
yes.
Okay.
Monkey wrench.
All right, that's all right. That's all right. I never played monks because they were kind of like they were cool in Oriental
David
adventures.
Carradine would be mad at you right now.
Yeah, he would. Kung
Strong
Fu.
Morning Star.
That's Throw the Morning Star. Okay, so typically on a 1 in 6 you'd be surprised, and a 2 in 6 you'd be totally surprised. 3, 4, 5, and 6 is fine, but my monk is what, a 1 in 8, 1 in 10? What are you?
That's a percentage. Make it even worse. It is 16%.
Oh, geez, it's not easily convertible. So, all right, 16% chance. I'll have
Just don't try to grapple anyone.
That's right, no grappling. There'll be no psionics and no grappling.
That's going to be the first thing he's going to do now.
Yeah.
All right, and
I throw my Morning Star and grapple them.
and this is an important one. Declaration of actions prior to rolling for initiative. So if you're going to throw a spell, you got to just say, I'm going to throw a spell. Like before, because you could lose the initiative, and if you get hit, guess what? Wizards and magic users, spellcasters, you lose that spell.
Do I have to say
Talking
what
about
spell?
Yes, you should tell me what spell you're going to.
Before you roll initiative,
That's the way,
We gotta think about this. We gotta pre-plan.
You got to pre-plan. That's the way it was, man. That's the way it was,
What's the
baby.
dungeon master using on the cleric changing prayer mid-round
Okay, well,
to save someone's life?
It's especially for like our arcane spellcasters, so our illusionists and our magic users. In the Vancian magic system, they've trapped those spells in their brain, and they're going to kind of open the floodgates, and they're going to start coming out. whether they complete them or not, the spell, the energy is gone.
There's no illusionist here. There's no illusionist.
We call it the NGS around here. So, all right. In ranges in AD&D, if you were outdoors, it has little tick marks for range of a spell or weapons. It was meant to be yards or feet indoors. I'm just going to keep it consistent with that's how many feet it is, not yards. And departing from old school pretty significantly, a natural 20 will be a critical hit that will do double damage. Double damage of the weapon. Not like a strength bonus or a magic bonus or stuff like that. So it's double damage of the weapon. So, yeah.
Take it away.
That's right. So, but if it's a +2 sword, of course, that counts and gets doubled, right?
Okay.
But the strength bonus is just the one time. So, all right. So there you go. Thank you for loaning me those rules. All right. Without further ado, you all are mighty heroes who have made names for yourselves. You're all 10th level, I believe, which is indeed name level, right? Over years of adventuring in the kingdom of Eldoria and over the entire continent of Mythica. Some of you have been contemplating settling down, building your keep, tower, or temple to enjoy your success, and perhaps impart your hard-won knowledge and skills and abilities to an apprentice to share that with the next generation of heroes that will be coming. Because it is you, mighty heroes, that will indeed shape the future. You have to give back to your community, as they say. You've started to put down roots in the northeastern reaches of Eldoria in the city of Zelchishire, where the folk were more than happy to welcome you and the gold that you adventuring types always bring with you. Things were going pretty well, and you were enjoying some much needed rest and relaxation after many years of hard adventuring and embracing danger and hardships. When you started to hear some disturbing news coming from the north. Bards and merchants who were traveling into town told of tales of destruction in the lands of Bronmere to the north, an ancient kingdom that disintegrated centuries ago. First, there were tales of orcs and brigands raiding the outlying settlements, certainly well beneath your consideration as dusty warriors. But last week, you heard a bard sing of a fire drake ravaging the land, burning crops, eating livestock, and laying low the brave warriors who dared to stand against it. As a result, you're not terribly surprised when you receive an urgent summons from the local Baron Aiden, asking you to come to his manor this very morning. His messenger says it's urgent and requests you to attend as quickly as you can.
Let's go.
Would you like to go? Or? Yeah, okay.
The call.
Of course.
All right. Are you coming loaded for bear, or are you coming in your court finery, or?
What was the tone? What was the tone of the message?
Was it a messenger or was it on like a nice creamy paper with calligraphy?
It was a messenger who ran up sort of out of breath and said, "The Baron requests you to come to the keep, his manor house, as quickly as you can."
Are we like in the
Doesn't sound
tavern
like
or
we have time.
something? Are we
Yes,
all together?
you're all together. You've kind of gathered here. You have your regular brunches at this time. little mimosas,
Yes.
things of that nature. The dwarf loves mimosas, apparently. Yes, dwarven mimosas are it's known. So yes, okay. So you're going to put on your adventuring gear. All right. So
Oh, drat. Put my pint down.
I told you all it was a bad idea to live under human tyranny.
That's what the dwarf does, he laughs. It's so funny. It's just funny.
all right. So you guys have actually met Baron Aiden before. He welcomed you because you're notable personages coming into this area. Yes, absolutely. You are the necromancer after all. So, and his home is about an hour's walk away. Are you going to walk, or I guess you could ride? I don't know. You guys could have horses if you would like, or you can walk.
I would presume we'd have some sort of conveyance somewhere, or someone has a wagon. Did the Baron not send anyone to bring us?
Actually, he didn't. So yeah, you
I
can.
feel slightly insulted. A little disrespectful to my god.
I have an old Henri horse which matches my personality.
Okay. So you're going to mount up.
Can we rent a wagon?
I'm sure that you can rent a wagon or get
Can I
someone to
ride a
even
horse?
or get someone to carry you there. I mean, in their wagon, a hire coachman.
Just hop into the saddlebag.
That's great, sure. I'm only 2.5 feet tall.
You can ride with me,
Hence
Mr.
the
Wiz.
saddlebag.
Carpooling.
Sidecar, if you would.
All right, so I'm sure you guys have adventured together for a long time.
Yeah.
Does Mr. Whizzle ride like in a little saddlebag on the side, like a sidecar?
Like a sidecar.
Or is there like a little cart that someone drags behind or something with Mr.
We
Whizzle?
have like a little elongated leather satchel, and we just tuck Mr. Whizzle into it.
Take my hand.
Yeah, like a wicker basket.
Please,
I can see that. Like an open wicker basket.
Okay, so it's kind of like
help me up.
it's kind of like a baby Bjorn. It's a no-me Bjorn. Okay.
That's better.
So
Bring the sizzle, McFizzle.
So he's strapped on the front. Who's going to be carrying Mr. Whizzle? Who's he strapped on the front to? Or there?
He can
Oh, okay. He's at the front. Okay. All right. So you're able to make it there in probably 20 minutes of traveling on horseback. It's a little bit faster. It's a beautiful late spring day. The hustle and bustle of the city, that kind of clears out of the way as you go out the gates, and the manor house is nearby. Of course, you can. Did you want to stop and buy any supplies or any of that sort of stuff, or do you just want to immediately get to the?
We can shop after.
Let's get this
Yeah,
over
okay.
with.
Yeah.
All right, you arrive at the manor
Star.
house, and it's probably maybe 11 o'clock now. You guys are having a little brunch, something like that. So, beautiful morning, blue skies. It's nice. The seneschal ushers you in to see Baron Aden, who, as I've mentioned, you've met a couple times, and so you're familiar with him. And the impression you've gotten of the Baron is that he's a good-natured sort. He seems to actually care for his people and wants to encourage all of you guys to settle down here because it will provide some protection here closer to what's the wild lands to the north. And so you generally have a good impression of him. I'm not sure about the dwarf, but the cleric, certainly being lawful good type, feels that he's a good leader.
He's a just man.
Yes. So he's standing in his private audience chamber with a venerable older gentleman. You're guessing he must be in his 80s, which is, for a human, is quite old. He has shoulder-length white hair that's thinning a bit. It's a little wispy. His delicate red robes hang loosely on his slender frame, and he clutches a walking stick that he uses to prop up his right side. It appears as if maybe he's got some sort of, he's lame or has some sort of injury. And a respectful distance away, behind this gentleman, there are two large, imposing humans dressed in like red scale armor with impressive dragon head like shoulder pieces on there. And you kind of look at them, they appear almost as if they look almost exactly alike, supposing that they're twins, is the case. And the only thing that really differentiates them, they're wearing almost exactly the same clothes. One has a battle axe on his back, and the other has a large bastard sword on his hip.
Doppelganger.
Yeah. You take in the scene, and the Baron waves to you, says, welcome. Thank you for answering my call. May I get you any refreshments? Yes, Mr. Whizzle.
I have beer.
Absolutely. He motions to a servant, and in short order, they're coming with a pitcher of ale and pour you a nice mug of ale.
Baron, this won't take too long, will it? I have some hunting, whittling, and monk things to do.
I understand. Yes, let's get to the heart of the matter. This gentleman here is Lord Arnfist. He is a servant of Duke Skiach, a nobleman from Bronmere. And he has some pressing information for you and a request. And he kind of clatters forward on his cane and says, Thank you for coming. I came to speak to Baron Aiden because we're hard pressed in the north. The people of Bronmere, we need your help. Our warriors are protecting our villages as best as they can, but there's a dire beast that's plaguing us. A vengeful dragon. Some say it's a punishment from centuries ago. It's told that long ago, one of our heroes, Luach, fought a great dragon and wounded him with a powerful magical item called Frostfang. But our Duke has searched high and low for information on Frostfang, and we think that it may be on the borderlands between Bronmere and here. But as I said, our warriors have either been slain or are busy defending the folk from this dastardly cult of dragon worshippers, for it is not only the beast, but there are raiding parties that are marching against us. What we've been able to find out is that this item, the spear that this hero used, it was hidden by a cult of dragon worshippers so that it could not be used again. I believe they have husbanded their time and are striking now. And without this tool, none can stand before their horde. We know the sages and diviners were able to ascertain the location of this dragon cult. It is not far, but we must act swiftly. I do not have time to go back and get any aid. It is about a 12 hours march, faster on horseback. Well, I'm sure the Baron could get you horses as needed. But you are truly our only hope. Otherwise, it would just be me, and as you can see, my venturing days are behind me, and the two guards that the Duke sent me with. So, I humbly beseech you, will you help me find Frostfang?
So we just go there and give them what for?
Well, I should say, if you're willing to do this boon, the Duke has agreed that he will grant you lands in Bronmere. And the Baron says, and yes, and I will knight you as well, and grant you an estate near the city if you're able to help out this. We can't have drakes ravaging the land.
May we have land for a temple to Forseti, the god of justice?
I think that we can figure out some sort of shrine or temple that could be constructed here. Now, the treasury is only so big.
It can double as a courthouse. That works very well for his worship.
Okay, that's usually, he's like, take a note of that. He's like, I like to, all right, yes. Interesting. Yes, I think we could, in fact, we should talk about that. But anyway, Lord Arnfest kind of gives him a strange look and says, yes. So, yes, many lives hang in the balance. Do I have will you help?
So you don't want us to fight the dragon, you just want us to find this magical item.
Yes, if the Duke has this Frostfang in hand, no drake can stand before him. This is a spear of a mighty hero that will lay low a dragon.
Give us a second. Can we speak in private about this matter?
Why, yes, certainly.
I know I sound like a broken record, but every time we settle in these human lands, they seem incapable of defending themselves, and they've always got something to find and land to give, but then we're more entrenched here. And then next week, it's going to be something different. And look at those twins. Why are they wearing dragon stuff?
See, that's what I was thinking about. It's like he's talking about a dragon cult. and then these two guys have dragon.
Geezers.
These two geezers have dragon armor. I actually want to ask about that. Seriously, I was like, so what's your stance on dragons, really?
So do you think the dragon cult wants us to find the spear to give to them to protect them?
Flippity flu. Sounds like they're trying to trick us.
What if we got the spear and killed the dragon ourselves?
That's what I was thinking, because I want to keep the head. If we killed it, I thought we were going to have to kill the dragon, because I want the head.
And if we don't want to stay on the lands that we're given, we can always Airbnb them.
What are you going to do with the head?
I got hang it up.
The last one smelled to high heaven.
I know a guy who
that was
could
a
do
little
it.
one.
I could do a treatment. They've got this new treatment. They're going to be able to take the stink out of it. So I just want to hang it up. It'll look nice.
That's fascinating.
All right, ask your question.
Vernick, I think you should scale back on your dragon obsession.
So you talk about dragon cults. What's with the two mates that are in dragon armor? What's their stance on dragons?
Those are the Duke's dragon guard. They wear the hide of a dragon is a sign of their prowess.
Just the
Are they coming with us?
Well,
Kind of a love-hate relationship with dragons, then.
I could loan one of them to you to guide you to the Citadel.
Axe or sword. Twin.
By the way, chat is suggesting that geezer dragons are the next age category after ancient dragons.
Well done.
And after that, grognards.
I like that. The geezer dragon.
We have
One of them can guide you. One of them can guide you.
But when he gets there, he's out. That's good. It's all.
Yes.
It's all right. He'll just get in the way.
I must.
Does he get a cut of the treasure?
The only reward that obviously you're doing a great boon for us, for Bronmere and for the people. Whatever treasure you find is yours, other than Frostfang, which we must use to defeat this dragon.
Is there some idea of where Frostfang is, or do we just go to the borderlands and beat about in the bushes?
Oh yes, no. Seeing as
Here's spear.
Like snake hunting.
I wasn't going to tell you the whole gist until I got to, a commitment, until I got your buy-in. He said,
I'm in.
well, you seek a golden torque shaped like a serpent. This is an item that will, like two serpents facing each other.
Sounds cool.
Tail?
There's no tail. It's very curious. Beware the tree of woe.
It's the riddle of steel.
Everybody wants a lair B&B.
I'm waiting that.
It's a symbol of their cult, and their leader is bound to have it. But it is with this torque that you may then go to the portal stone, and it will open a portal into the lands where Frostfang is secreted.
I need a flowchart.
Speed is essential, for the stars will only be aligned until tomorrow midnight, and then it will be 7 more years before we can access the land, and by then I'm afraid that Bronmere and its people will be slain and the land razed.
So we're going to a place, we're finding a thing to get into a thing to get another thing.
Correct.
Although we don't know how we're getting back.
Oh yeah. What?
Details.
Coming back, right?
Where are we bringing the spear to?
If you bring it back here would be a good place to bring it. I can stay here. You're
So
familiar
you want
with
us to
this.
bring the spear as far away from the place where it's needed as possible.
Okay. You're being very difficult now. Actually, I will do you one better. He's like, I can see that this may be something that would be a better aid to you. And he reaches under in his robe. He pulls forth a chain a red, like water drop. It's like water drop shape, teardrop shape, but it's red and it kind of sparkles a little bit in the center.
Oh, that's
And he goes, "It's the dragon's tear."
Don't give it to him.
It kind of twinkles like fire is dancing inside of it. He said, "It will grant immunity from dragon's breath to the wearer,
Oh, no, that's a
And we're
lovely
gonna fight
idea.
over that.
and resistance to fire as well. I've had this on my person for some time, and with it, whoever is wearing it, I will be able to scry and find you. And if you need aid, you can yell out, and I will do what I can. I have some small abilities,
I actually think the little guy should get it.
but again, I'm sorely wounded. I move slowly. I'm very old.
How were you wounded?
It was a terrible battle. I was jammed through with a spear, a warrior, and for some reason, even with magical healing, I've not been able to heal this wound, and the arthritis over time has gotten worse.
Human condition.
Here is the dragon's tear. And you are.
I drop it.
You are. It doesn't break.
Go back into Bjorn.
I think it should probably be worn by whoever's going first in the marching order.
Well, I think the little guy's going to need the most protection. That's what I think. That was,
That's what the saddlebag is for.
I'm so small.
He's also the smallest target. Do you think the
frail.
dragon will flame him first?
oh, it could be kind of a moving thing, like if one of us says, "I'm going to charge the dragon. Give me the thing."
Oh, yes. I would give it up immediately.
Yeah. Give it to the little boy.
Okay.
The 10th level
And I want to look at your wound. Is there,
Okay.
is there anything I can do for you?
He's. Don't fret. But I appreciate it. But I've had the best clerics and healers of all sorts. I'm afraid it is not important now. It is not important now. My time is short, but the people of Bronmere, their lives hang in the balance. This is not about me. I'm just a humble servant of the Duke and the people. So, Jeldurk can guide you to the Citadel, where this dragon cult is. Although you are powerful, no doubt, the Baron has told me of some of your feats. I would suggest stealth in this case. If for some reason the cult knew you were coming and figured out the purpose that you were coming there, if they ran with the torque or destroyed it, then there would be no way to recover Frostfang, and the people of Bromner would perish. So perhaps stealth is a better. And then to the portal stone, which it's near the Thorpe of Midhill.
So is there a good point to ride to, and then we can be stealthy, or should we start stealthing now?
Oh, yes. I think that I think that once you get to the Citadel is in the hills. The mid-hills is what they're called, as a matter of fact. That's why it's the dwarf. And then once you have secured it, you must simply head to Henbrin Glen. He said, Jeldurk. And Jeldurk pulls out a map for you guys and kind of gives you a very, it's not to scale or anything, but it gives you an idea of where to head. It's basically north, and there's some low hills, and it kind of marked Citadel. And then to the west, almost west and a little bit northwest, there's a trail that leads off, and then you'll note it becomes forested, and it's a little area, and then in the middle it says, there's a little stone drawn there, a little X.
No.
Stealth. A monk, a fighter, a cleric, illusionist, and a wizard. Stealth.
Well,
We don't
There's
look at
no
all.
illusionist
right.
here.
I was going to say, yes.
We've done it before.
Exactly. And, I'm sure you guys are You're pretty crafty.
Perhaps
I
we
fake.
could have a nice illusion where we look like, say, a herd of sheep or something, like making our way. or whatever the locals herd.
They don't last very long.
Yes, herd.
I just love the idea of a group of adventurers as a herd of sheep.
No shepherd. Or one could be the shepherd. One person would stay a human.
Yeah, McFizzle could be out there.
Mr. Whizzle will be out there as your shepherd.
We're all sheep.
I think that's a bad idea.
No sheep costumes.
Smart guy wanted the first
fun
Talk about shepherd, you wouldn't be able to see because he's so short.
Before we go, I have one thing to say. And so he has a battered straw hat, tattered, kind of like a karate gi, really short on the shins, bare feet, calloused. Pulls out a really nice light crossbow. Years ago, when my temple was assaulted, we fought back against hordes of enemies. They kept coming. I ran out of shots. No more bolts. So I had sticks, and I pulled out my toenails, and I stuck them on, and we finished them off. We drove them back.
Wow, hardcore.
That's all I wanted to say. And I put it back.
Thanks,
Okay. he looks a little quizzically and kind of looks over at the cleric, like maybe the voice of reason for the group.
Don't mind him.
He's just really with some things.
He's with us.
That's not really the way
A
I
little
remember.
PTSD. We have a therapy circle going.
Yeah,
It'll
it's
be
okay.
better.
He's got a group. He's got a circle.
I must have missed the toenails.
All right.
They grew back.
Is that, I was gonna say, does that require like just a cure light wounds? Are you serious? Is that a heal? What level does the toenails regenerate?
Ken Robinson in
Physical
chat
heals, but
wants to
not
know
the
what the damage is for a toenail.
I want to tell the group that as a powerful sorcerer, I have all kinds of spells and I can turn us into various things, but that doesn't last very long.
And they're not real.
No, they're all real. I'm a powerful sorcerer. Powerful, I say. Of course they're real.
You have to believe.
I have this ring of invisibility I usually use to avoid my ex-girlfriend.
Most useful item. I assure you,
I can do that too.
You can also avoid his ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, it's actually one of
She must be
Luke's
someone else.
house rules, the saving throw, avoid ex-girlfriend.
yes. Ring of invisibility gives you a +4. That's
God's got invisibility, so yeah, we can sneak in.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna make a development to that saving throw just so we get the genders in. Ex-partner.
Could I suggest?
I like that. Thank you.
Export.
You know, if we have a ring of invisibility and we're trying to be stealthy, perhaps those of us who are more visibly armored should be given the ring of invisibility, while those of us who look a little more subtle, perhaps, can carry along. We'll be a smaller group and we'll be less outfitted for war. Could be easier to slip through without arousing suspicion.
I whip my robes
I
around.
can
Very
vanish,
subtle.
and I'm completely gone.
Subtlety is my middle
I say the
name.
word and I turn invisible, so I'm good. I say
And I
I
also
just show. I'm
so
good.
I'll be quiet.
Say the
at
word
least.
and I say back
I
there.
too can vanish completely, and then I'm not there at all.
Okay, will you jump in the saddlebag or? No. So you all have invisibility? Is it?
I mean, I have one, you have one.
But she doesn't.
No,
I
I'm
find
just
if I start
quiet.
talking about my
got
god
a
enough that people just suddenly stop noticing me.
That's what you gotta do.
Forever.
Have you heard the good word? People are ignoring you.
Yes, as long as I will.
Say that at my improv show.
It's like, the invisibility's like that. I went about 10 foot. I think 10 foot's also until it's dispelled,
I think it might be.
which would be dope.
Yeah, I think invisibility is until you blow it,
Yeah.
like until you
Even
attack
10
or whatever.
foot
Yeah.
radius, I
I think
think.
that's funny though, is I'm wearing plates. So I'm gonna be invisible, but I'm gonna sound like a bag of cans. Feel like,
Then we'll bring a bag of cans with us.
what is that?
Just have one of us carry a bag of cans with us when we're visible.
Okay, here's what we'll do. You'll be invisible and we'll
like
have
Bad
sheep
Boy.
with bells on them, making sounds like a.
No, the most time it's
That's
just
my voice.
weird.
Bring out your recycling.
Take a recycling
More
out.
cowbell.
My background is Tinker.
I I guess we said yes, so we should probably head
Well,
out.
some of
Okay.
it said yes.
All right. Yes, it is probably noon. The Baron says, "Here, let me give you a meal before you head out." He
More
has
mimosas.
nice mutton prepared for you guys, and you have nice
Oh, there-
mutton and
There
beer.
goes the sheep
Yeah, it's
idea.
So there's our answer, though. So he checked. Yeah. So invisibility, 10-foot radius is for as long as you concentrates.
And we can
Oh,
see
so we can make soul
long enough.
invisible.
Yeah.
So we'll just sound like a bag of cans.
Yeah, just be the bag of cans.
No reason whatsoever. I love it.
How do we stop from stepping on each other?
We can see each other. You've done this before.
We can see each other?
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
How much beer did you have?
This much.
All right, so we've decided we're now in search for the torque. Is that
You are in search for the
first-
torque. Yep,
The
it's-
first step is the torque.
Torque to Portal Stone, to land beyond the Portal Stone.
As we leave, I say, I'm just spitballing here. I think going after the torque is important. Maybe the spear. But if we can't get it for another 7 years, that means these lands that we like so much are going to be cleared out. And only 7 years later, if we do what we want with them, they're promising us lands, we can have the whole thing.
What is your alignment?
Me?
Yes.
It won't do it all. You can't have a land with no people. My God is of justice.
No,
And
there's
without
plenty
people,
of lands with no people.
without people to have laws, there can be no justice.
There's no
I
taxes.
don't think he's of good alignment.
Letting them all die wouldn't be the right thing to do, even though they are annoying and always walking on my lawn.
What's a law?
Right, wrong. I'm the guy who casts the spell.
Look, really, all we need to know is we get to go kill some cultists.
And that's good. And we got there's also a lot of treasure. A lot of treasure.
All right, well, when this thing gets too complicated, you're going to look back at my plan and say, they had a point.
I already have like a 7-point plan here just to get this one MacGuffin, and so yeah, it's already complicated.
Follow the flow chart.
That's good. That's good. You got it. There's steps. It's a process. It's a
I
process.
Glyn
Work the
Dirk to
process.
Hinbrin Glyn. That's step number one.
That's right. All right.
Yeah, the thing to the thing to the thing.
All right. So Jeldrick is kind of sitting there with his arms crossed. He's the one with the battle axe or whatever while you guys eat.
So if Jeldrick has the axe, does Jel Axe have the sword?
Which one's going with this?
Jeldrick.
Jeldrick.
Battle axe boy.
Yep.
So what are your thoughts on dragons, Jeldrick? You seem to like them.
They're powerful.
What about that dragon skin you're wearing? Where did that come from?
It was a gift from my liege.
So you didn't kill it.
No.
Can I touch
In
it?
trouble.
Can I?
I rub it. Does it feel real?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does he seem to have an issue with us at all? Or is...
No. He's kind of quiet and
Kurt.
yeah.
He'll spend more time with us.
Get to know him.
Read any good scrolls lately, Jeldrick?
And you're
No.
and he's just leading us to where we think the torque is, right?
Or where they think the torque is?
Where they think it is.
Lord Arnfest says it is there.
Okay, cool.
And how does he?
He is very smart. He knows things.
Oh, by the gods.
That's good enough for me.
Nowhere else to go.
He talks to the Duke.
Oh. Yeah.
They know many things.
Of wisdom. Talking to dukes.
All right. Well, once you get there, you could just leave, get out the way, and we'll take care of the business. And if you could also help us to know where to get to how to get to the portal after we get the torque.
Yes.
That would be kind of keen.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about these cultists? As we're making our way, we're asking these
Okay.
questions.
We want to ride now? Yes, this
we're
is
on the
good.
road.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it.
Lead on, McDirk.
Help me, please.
So would you tell us more about these cultists? Like, what will we be facing?
The cult of Abshilag? Yes. They're evil. They have caused much turmoil in the world and stood in the ways of progress. They must be destroyed.
Yeah. Turmoil and standing in the way. That's deserving of a good whooping.
Yes. But there is much road to cover. Let us focus. And he spurs his horse a little bit faster.
Yeah.
All right, so you ride along, and it's a pretty good distance. It's, in fact, just after nightfall. Right. The sun is just about gone. There's a little bit of light, and he pulls to a stop, and he points in the distance, and you can see there's some low hills. You can kind of see the top of what's maybe a small fort, fort or a keep. It's not castle would be a stretch of a word.
Is it stone or wood?
Look, you got elven eyesight. We'll give it to you. It's stone. You're like, yeah, it's a stone building. From this distance, it's a little hard to get a lot of details, but it's not super tall. Looks like it's probably 2 stories. There's no real tower sticking up. There's maybe some little battlements. That's it. And sure enough, you're like, oh, yep. You see, like, there's some smoke rising, maybe some fires. Like, there's some huts, like maybe a small village nearby.
You should press on and go there.
If they're an evil cult, do you think they're more active at night or during the day?
Cultists got to sleep.
They come out at night.
Mostly.
These are things beyond my ken. Usually, it is good to attack at night, because that is when most humans sleep, and I believe the cultists are mostly human.
Mostly.
Yeah, we got this.
Well, let's go scout it out, shall we?
All right, so sure enough, it's located on the low hilltop. You kind of creep up there. There's some activity in the... Do you guys want to ride into the village? Do you want to be discreet? How do you want to scout out the place?
Discreet, right?
This is where we're supposed to be stealthy, right?
I think we should reconnoiter the place, at least.
Okay. How would you like to reconnoiter it? It's a collection of low hills. There's, you're far enough, like you spotted that there's probably a dozen or so thatched huts, a low hill that's been flattened with this probably 2-story stone fort on it.
We can either be secret the whole way, or we can be just like we're passing through the village and just become invisible when we feel we need to be.
Well, Jeldrick, are those villagers with the cultist, or are they being oppressed by this cultist?
Probably safe to assume they at least know of the cult and are friendly
All right.
to the cult. So they should probably,
So we don't
we're
want
not here to kill any of them, but I wouldn't trust them.
That's fair. So why don't shall we leave the horses with this fella and sneak over to that Citadel, see what up?
Chat really wants you to go back to playing sheep herd.
Yeah, but the Duke killed the sheep. He ate them.
You guys could all be the sheep. You could just do the illusion of the sheep. And you could, well, never mind. I can't, I'm the dungeon master. But you could have sheep with cowbells.
Start my next game.
Yeah, we were thinking about that earlier.
Yeah.
I can disguise myself. Would that help?
Just one sheep.
I don't know why I really just feel a strong urge to dress up as a sheep right now.
Oh man!
It's now a need.
So we're gonna forgo the village and go right to the Citadel. Is that the plan?
You feel like you are you thinking something different? What do you think?
No, I think that's a good plan.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Like just go right to the Citadel. Let's.
So we don't want to go through the village and collect any sheep on the way.
When we get near the Citadel, you cast invisibility. We're invisible the whole way going in.
Well, at least let's see what kind of guards are at the
Yeah.
Citadel.
Yeah. It could get kind of woolly if you go into the town for some sheep.
Yeah, we're not going to the town.
You get kind of woolly, can it?
That was a terrible joke.
Oh, that was bad.
Charge you for that
I
one.
mean, one's enough, right?
All right. Okay. You want to approach from the front, back, side. It's, a little low hill, but it's not like a cliff face. I mean, you guys could make your way up there. Are you going to take any precautions from being
the
seen?
horses.
Actually, what's the cover around it? Are there places we can hide?
The hilltop is cleared, but there are shrubs and scrub brush and even some runty trees that are growing on the hill. So there is some cover that you could use to.
My invisibility ring is up.
Okay.
I'm invisible. I'm
So-
walking up invisible.
The beard is invisible.
Yes.
I'm being as stealthy as I can moving up, but I've also got a displacer cloak, so that kind of helps a little bit. So look, I'm over there.
All right, so we've got our elven magic user going up, just trying to be stealthy. Mr. Wizzle.
Am I out of the saddlebag?
Yeah, we left the horses with our dragon friend.
Okay, I'm out of the saddlebag, and there's only one of us invisible. The rest of us,
Well, he can
I have a
try.
ring.
you're invisible?
Not yet.
Yeah, we're gonna go up, take a look. If I need to cast the bigger invisibility to go in, will. But who knows? This place could be
So
not very well
I'm
guarded.
going to stand next to you when you walk up.
No, come under my cloak.
All right, so Mr. Wizzle's huddled up next to the necromancer. All right.
I'm within a 10-foot radius.
Even though
of
you're
you.
invisible, you're still clunkety quite a bit. You're clunking and visible as far as I can tell, right? Okay.
And Hira's got the boots of elvenkind, so she's visible but quiet.
But quiet, yes, sir. Pretty stealthy. And I think you can stealth a little bit, yeah?
You know, when I was a kid, no, never mind. Here's the ring. And I will just use my move silently, hide in shadows.
Okay.
So I got the ring now?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
All right, what's your percentage
You're like a
chance?
daughter to me. What?
What's your percentage chance of for those activities?
Hide in shadows is 68,
Okay.
and move silently is 83.
Okay. All right, so you guys are moving up there, cautiously climbing up, looking up. You do notice, as if you see shadows on the battlements.
Okay.
Like there's some sort of
Is it,
patrolling going on
is
at
it
the
a
top.
big place? Like it could hold hundreds of people? Or is it
It's
like
about, you're thinking it's probably 200 by 200, so it's not huge.
okay?
And it's got a front gate, I imagine.
It does. Mm-hmm. It points towards the village.
And it's closed.
Yes.
All right.
Is there like a service center?
There's, arrow slits, there's things of that nature
Right.
as well.
These are not our enemies, right? We're not trying to attack, are we?
Oh yeah, no, we're totally attacking.
They're evil cultists.
Are they going to shoot at us? Because
Oh, yeah,
maybe
they're gonna shoot at us.
we shouldn't just walk up like this.
No, they're going to shoot at us. And,
What?
and-
Where
and
have you
they
been?
want us to kill them.
Oh, whoa. No, I do not move up with him.
So Mr. Wizzle puts on the brakes. Okay, brakes.
And I start walking backwards.
You're going to wander off by yourself in the night?
Well, these are the bad guys.
Well, then they'll shoot at us if we approach.
yeah.
We should sneak in.
We're going to try to sneak in. We're going to
What
try
are we
to
gonna
sneak in. As I clank over here. We're definitely trying to sneak in.
Well, let's make ourselves invisible now. Then.
All right, so invisible 10-foot radius.
There you go.
All right, who wants to be invisible in his 10-foot radius?
I'll be invisible in 10-foot
Okay.
radius.
Yeah.
All right, and you're invisible.
I
with
got the ring, but
Okay,
yeah.
Double
the ring,
invisible.
you're okay.
Okay.
All right, so we got you three guys under the aegis of a 10-foot invisibility. These folks are sneaking.
Yep.
It's still kind of loud though.
You guys all know this because we've been on adventures before, but my shield has a bless effect for a 5-foot radius around me. So anyone fighting within or making a saving throw within that 5-foot radius will have that benefit.
So we're all like this next to you walking.
Oh, yeah, we may.
Not a melee yet.
Does anyone have an incantation to make us quiet?
Does anyone have an incantation to make you quiet? I don't know.
No.
I could just lead
You
them.
can cast Audible Glamour with your Staff of Illusion.
I can cast silence 15-foot radius.
As per this.
So I can do this.
Better.
Thank you.
Forgive me, Forseti, for I forgot what I can do.
So now we're going to be invisible and silent.
Right, so I cast that on myself, so I'm the
Okay.
center of.
Okay.
Before you cast that,
It's going to come up in your
Hold
next
on,
performance.
before I cast that.
before you cast that,
I was wondering
keep
when
in
you guys
mind,
were going to
we
solve
won't-
this riddle.
we won't be able to talk to each other.
Oh, I'd like to counter that. I'd say that because we've been together for years, and because we've probably done this tactic before.
I would think so.
So I bet
think
we've
so.
at least developed some sort of hand signals because we can't
But
see
you're all
each other.
invisible.
But no, we can see each other if we're all invisible.
They can see each other, but
We
they
know
can't
your
see you
hand
guys.
signals. They're not helpful.
What if we just have a plan?
It's always that one thing.
I could like,
Just whisper in his ear. Oh, wait.
or could like fart in Morse. I could fart in Morse code. That could be-
Is this the part where we have? Okay, here's what we do. What we know. We can tie ourselves together with rope. And we have a tapping signal, so we
I was wondering how long that rope could
we can tap the Morse code. to
Your
each
Morse
other.
coding.
I don't speak Morse code.
I'm glad this is not being taped.
Oh, but it is.
They were not streaming live.
No.
Wait, let's throw these spells. Oh shit, we don't know how to talk to each other.
Are we chewing gum while we're walking? That's the
The
next
necromancer
question.
is now I just go like this, and we're walking straight towards the door.
And we're walking, and we're
All right,
walking.
you're walking. Where are you walking towards? The front, the side, the back?
front door.
Front door. Okay, you get up to the front door. It's like a 10-foot tall gateway. It's oak, nice solid oak. Iron brackets.
Yep.
It's this place. The dwarf. This place is pretty old. It's probably been here centuries. So, it's not dwarven manufacture. Probably use a little maintenance. So
I turn around to the group.
they can't see you, but these guys can see you.
I'm nodding. You can't see this.
And I point to you.
We can see. 2 syllables.
Beautiful.
The other thing about D&D is nobody
So
makes
I
things
start
more
walking down the hill, and then motion to the cleric.
All right, so I follow you.
So I'm about 20 feet away from the door. Put my hands on her shoulder. Go back up to the door. Cast knock.
I knew that was going to So the door
Go back in.
Like into the cone of silence.
kind of cracks open, opens up. What would you guys like to do? Oh, you see like a 20 by 20 essentially trapezoidal shaped kind of entry area, but with another door in there, so it looked like a standard kind of entryway. But that door is actually ajar a little bit.
Okay.
So I'm like,
I go forward.
Okay, you go forward.
we should trot through before they wonder why the door doesn't seriously open.
Yeah. And actually, there's the door swinging open because there's like a guard there. He's kind of scratching his head. Oh, damn it.
Suddenly
And
you can't hear anything.
Let's all
Take my
rush in.
cape and just like make a gust of wind for the draft.
Oh, wait a minute.
Does the dwarf fart
Actually,
to add
I
to the
can
wind?
do with my ring of air command, air elemental. I mean, I would have to run over to your circle, undo my invisibility ring because this ring can only do one thing at a time, and I can do gust of wind.
I mean, you got the invisibility from.
That's what I mean. I have
Yeah.
But we didn't tell them that at the beginning of the round.
That's true. Okay. But that's okay. I won't follow with it right now.
it. Team. One team.
Whose side are you on?
We weren't in rounds yet.
Unlawful good. Lawful.
We
There
weren't.
are rules.
Can I step out of the silence?
We weren't in rounds yet.
Yeah, you can step outside of the silence.
Hold person.
Okay.
And then I turn around to the group.
All right.
Oh yeah. So we go in.
All right. You go in. You enter into a huge chamber, pillars along each side. There's doors to the left and right. The room's probably 60 by 80 or something like that. And there's a grand staircase leading upward. 4 doors to the left and right.
We close the front door
You close the front door.
and
We're
we
polite.
move the still guy.
Okay.
How long is he going to be like this? Okay. Just lean him up against the wall. No, wait. I want him facing the wall. There we go.
Just like Blair Witch, just.
I pull up his left leg and I put him on his and I just pose him.
This is very uncomfortable. He's going to have some serious cramps. Okay. All right, so you guys have a little fun. A minute or 2 passes. Doors to the left and right, two on each side, or you can go up these beautiful stairs.
The torque won't. Yeah, I think the torque will be up.
Okay, You go up the stairs, hit the landing, turn to the north.
Hit the landing.
And boom, and you come up into a beautifully appointed library. Lovely carpets on the ground, a couple tables for reading, bookcases on the walls, and there's 2 exits, doors, both to the east. And you kind of came up facing west, so it's behind you.
Did they describe what the torque looks like? How big is it?
It's a golden torque that looks like a snake.
That is what it is. Are you kidding me? I thought we were just joking. That's what it is.
Well, a torque is just a metal collar kind of, it's made of gold, shaped like a dragon.
Bigger than a bread box.
Bigger than a bread box.
Yes,
Okay, cool.
it's a fancy necklace.
It's a fancy necklace,
It
yeah.
has an opening so you can bend it around your neck. It doesn't clasp.
I'll step out of this silence 50-foot radius, and I say, I never was one much for book learning, and I step back in the silence.
All right, so would you like to? All right, so the only apparent exits are the 2 doors to the east, one that's a little bit more north and one that's on the south side. So which one would you guys like to go to?
Can we that are in the silent zone hear him when he says that?
No.
No.
He just got to say it to himself.
Somebody feels he's being watched on Twitch.
And then he make eye contact in the corner of the room. Like there's a camera there, but there's nothing.
You want to go straight? Straight?
So you can go, it's to the east either. So which one do we go? The northern door to the east or the southern door to the east?
North.
Okay.
Sure. It comes from the north.
You know what? This is like a kind of more manor housey than icky dungeon castle. So the door actually opens without you having to like boot it hard or any of that sort of stuff. So it's like oiled hinges and that sort of thing. So it opens up, and it's a long 20-foot hallway north and south. Looks like there's about 15 feet away. There's a door to the north, 10 foot wide. Way down, you can see it's lit up, so probably 80, maybe 100 feet away. There's double doors that end it to the south. And then to your right front, so I'm continuing to the east, there's like a little alcove with double doors in it.
Okay, give me
And
one.
that's about 30 feet away.
Can I cast a spell when I'm within the silence?
It depends on if it has
Let me-
a verbal component. So you-
It does have a verbal component. All right, I put down my shield where I centered my spell of silence, and then I back away from it, and then I cast locate object,
Oh, okay.
holding the torque in my mind.
Okay, so you're looking for
Enough of this pussyfooting about.
I think if you locate object, you have to know what it is.
But I do know what it is. It's
You
a
know what
golden
it's a-
torque that looks like a snake.
Okay, and you read it, and it kind of says, hey, as long as you can get a general description of it.
Yeah, it says as long as I know what the object is and have an idea of what the appearance is, I should be able to do it.
Okay, then I'm willing. I think that's specific enough. That's not like this is that common of an item.
Yeah.
You kind of, I feel like a pull in your senses towards the door, the double door in the alcove.
Okay.
Oh, in the alcove. All right.
So I pop back into the shield and where all the I can see the invisible people again, and I'm like, or no, I say
us.
if they're in the silence, they can't hear me. But then I come back in and I'm like,
Yeah. All right. All right,
so
you
off
start
we go,
moving
off
that
we
way?
go.
Okay.
I confidently take the lead. My God
Okay.
has shown me the way.
And
We're all attached by rope? Is that what's happening?
I think that we're just spitballing. I don't know if we were really.
It's very
How
silent.
do you know where we're going?
We're invisible to other people, but we can see each other.
We can see each other in the
Yes.
10-foot zone, but they're not in
No,
the
we're close enough to feel them.
We see the doors open. We
we're like
kind of
this.
assume.
We're like
We're
this.
holding hands.
We're all holding hands?
We're
is that
holding
it?
hands. Yes.
Okay, we're gonna go.
I am not holding. I can see you.
I'm just following him. Wherever he goes, I follow.
Don't worry about it.
I turn to the gnome.
The door to the north opens, and 2 guys walk through, and they're chatting. They're in armor.
Press up against the wall.
Kind of, they open the door to the library, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I can't believe that. That's pretty funny."
We
Shut
can't
the
hear
door.
what they're saying, right?
That's right. Yeah, you guys can hear. And luckily, you're tucked away, and they actually go through the same door you came in, so they don't get within 15 feet of you guys, and they can go around because it's not that late in the day, so
Yeah.
there's still people awake in here.
Okay, let's
Right,
go.
so
We go.
Okay.
I mean, we as long as we stick together, we can run because nobody can hear us.
All right.
Booking it,
So
booking it.
you open up the door and give me a 6-sided die roll.
Everybody or just
Just one of you for the group.
Oh,
That's fair.
Who's in front? I open the door, so I'm in front. So do you want me to roll 6-sided dice, you say?
I actually got that one in front of me.
One.
Oh, crap.
Sorry. Does someone else want to roll?
There's secret doors. Secret doors is a 1. Right?
Surprise.
Yeah, that wasn't secret doors.
You guys open up the doors,
Surprise.
and sitting at a desk, not, pretty, about 10 feet away, there's a guy in, wearing chainmail, looks like a middle-aged guy or whatever, and he's writing, something, is startled, and he grabs a spear and says, "What's going on here?" Oh wait, he can't even see you guys.
He can't see us, and there's
All
no
right, so his eyes just go wide.
The door just-
Sorry, you're
the door just
invisible. His eyes go wide, and he's like, "What the hell? Who's out there?" And he starts walking over towards you guys. So he gets in the middle of your silence there, and he starts going.
Oh,
Where?
yes.
Okay, do I know
All right,
where?
now roll initiative.
Yeah.
Roll initiative.
Attack.
All right.
Okay, so everybody here,
He's got a 4.
Look, you have initiative. Some of you guys have a minus, and so you subtract. Some of you could have like a +0, which will just roll the dice.
All right.
I have a -2.
So
It's
that's
on the
good.
first page, right beneath your attributes.
You see, I have
Okay,
a
minus
2.
3.
I got a 7.
Ooh, -2.
All right, so he goes on a 4.
Okay.
So
2.
who has anyone below 0?
That -3. I have a -2.
Okay.
3. 6 minus 3, 3.
I will
What would you like to do?
move up to him and give him a couple palm strikes.
Okay.
But I'll define them more of just kind of like walking up, just kind of slapping them. That's all right.
So this invisible person just
Okay,
starts slapping
so open hand, my THAC0 is 14. So 19.
Okay, that's a hit.
Okay, so if I roll 5 more than I need, I can stun him instantly for D6 rounds.
Okay, so let's see. What armor class did you hit? Do you know?
19 is going to be a negative like 5.
Okay, and that's, you just need 3 more, you said?
5 more.
5, no, that's not a stunning strike.
Okay, and then I do this +1.
Actually, he's not wearing a shield. It is a
Ooh.
stunning strike.
That's a 6, right?
He doesn't have a shield. It's a stunning strike. I apologize.
Yep.
Awesome.
You've stunned him.
I did stun him?
You did stun him.
Excellent. Okay, so he takes 12.
Ouch.
And he's stunned for 3 rounds. And then also, first edition rules, you guys. If you stun them, you have a chance to instantly kill them.
Oh, wow. Okay.
As long as he's like a humanoid, which he is.
He is.
And so it's going to be his armor class and +3 because of my level. What's his armor class?
Negative 0, actually.
0. So I have a 3% chance of killing him instantly. All right. Everyone's going to watch me try and roll a 3% chance.
This guy.
I've seen it happen.
This is
Right,
crazy.
which
There we
one's-
go.
Yeah.
That looks like a cock die to me. Let's re-roll that one.
Still, either way.
Okay.
It was going to be 4.
Stun 3 rounds.
Oh, that would have been so close.
Second attack, I get +2 because he's stunned, or +4? +2? +2, I think.
Okay,
I think it's +2.
We'll
We
call it
don't
plus
know
2.
if he has a
Okay.
dexterity bonus,
All
which
right,
would be
so-
canceled.
Yeah,
Okay, so that'll hit armor class 0.
yeah, that's going to hit any
And then
regardless.
another 12.
All right.
Because it's
All right, that's
3 and
terrible.
14.
He's still up, but
right.
that's horrible.
But he is.
And you get a chance to kill him again on that strike or not? Or is it just
Oh, no, only when you stun.
only when you stun? Oh, the first stun. Got
Only
it.
when you stun.
Okay,
Otherwise,
fantastic.
you're doing all day.
I was going to say, wow, because that would accumulate. That'd be really rough.
Yes.
I was going to say, I don't remember that from the monks, but
That's
I
okay.
never played monks. Those were not rolled
They're
very
the best.
popular. Okay, so this guy is stunned. I'm going to take you guys out of initiative order since you basically can. Well, actually, I won't. Simply because you guys can't really communicate. So I
Right.
guess I'll just like to
I
know
mean, he's
who's doing
stunned in
what.
pretty much every
So
way
we're-
possible at this point, I would say.
So anyone
take
with
turns pushing him.
anyone have a 0, 1, 2, 2.
Oh, I go running up with my staff and bop him.
Okay, pop him.
I'm not very good at this.
+2 to hit,
Like
sir.
little bunny foo-foo.
5.
Oh, that's yeah.
you're really not very
Unfortunately,
good at it.
you're gonna hit his shoulder, but it's armored, so it skids off. No, 3? I think you were.
Yeah, it's 3. Yeah.
I'm also sure.
Okay.
As a reminder to all of us, it's invisibility spell, so each one of us that attacks is making the invisibility go away.
That's true.
Is that true for everyone, or is it
Everybody.
just true for the caster?
I did it for myself just now, yeah.
But we're not invisible. He has an invisibility radius.
It's a radius.
So if you read the rules,
Yeah.
everybody
You break
gets the
it.
invisibility spell on them. It's not like
Yeah.
it's not like he turns
Yeah.
everything invisible around him.
He's not a big cloud of invisibility.
Right, right.
He just made us invisible.
Like those of you who were
At the casting
imbued with
point.
invisibility
So
within
does
that
that
radius.
mean everyone else that was under
Oh my
that
God.
cloud is lost it?
He's
No,
visible now.
it's a person by person basis.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
So maybe you can maybe
I
ask.
suddenly turned visible.
Yes.
I wasn't counting on that.
Okay.
It's like,
the necromancer's like shaking his head.
And if you turn visible,
He's
you
making
can't see us.
sighing motions so that he can't hear it.
My plan was I was going to just tie his stunned ass up.
You can grab the rope.
But you're visible
When
too.
it gets to my turn.
Invisibility.
So we have to wait for word
And
initiative.
while you're invisible.
Were you going to do
you're still
anything
invisible.
Yeah,
here?
but does it kill it when I shoot?
Yeah, so what happens is for Ring of Invisibility, you get to become invisible at will whenever it's your turn. So basically, if you attack, you become visible, but then beginning of next turn, you can automatically be visible again.
All right.
Invisible again.
All right, so
it's pretty
she's shooting.
powerful. Okay.
You have +4.
You're invisible too?
Well,
I was.
they have rings of invisibility.
I don't. I give
Or you
her.
don't.
Wait,
You
I
gave it to her. Okay.
He was going to start a
I'm
speech
visible
and
now.
he just put it on my
I'm
finger
visible.
so I could just
You're
go ahead and
invisible.
I hit
start.
him twice.
I'm the only one visible.
Alright.
We're both visible.
We're visible. I look at you.
Yeah.
And that's a roll to 5, I don't think.
That's
And
probably
then-
not going to hit, yeah.
And that had another 5. Okay,
So
yeah.
it looks like it bounces. He's got very nice armor on it. Bounces off. All right, and we have the necromancer.
Oh, wow.
So you see people kind of appearing all around
I'm
you.
already shaking my head and saying things, but no one can hear it.
Which may be a blessing.
Well, we have a language code on Twitch, so it's important.
I'm looking for a torque. I'm not
Okay,
paying
you're-
attention to this guy.
Okay, so you're scanning around. You don't see anything. Nothing jumps out at you right away. 4, 5, 6, 7.
7.
Right.
I grab the rope off of you. I'm uninvisible now. I tie the guy up.
Okay.
I don't,
And then
does tying up
then-
count as an attack?
You're still invisible. Oh,
It's a hostile
you're
action.
DM.
I would say it's a hostile action. So
Okay.
yes.
You're DM, okay.
So he is visible. Okay, but he's stunned. The visible folk, you drag him in and are able to. All right, so you've got him in the entryway to what appears to be his apartments. There's a bed, a desk, a wardrobe,
I also find
small
something
table.
to gag him.
Okay.
I mean, I still might find object. Do I locate object?
Yes,
Is it-
absolutely. It
is it
looks like
holding?
it's pointing towards the wall, kind of behind a table. Like a
I-
small table, like 2 chairs, like maybe.
I go tapping everyone invisible as I go by because they can't see me anymore, and I head towards where I think the thing is.
Okay, you get over and it just looks like a bookcase.
Can
Okay.
I take a look at that with my special
I
funds?
put my.
Oh yeah.
Is this a new round?
We're out of initiative order because you took them out. You don't see anything unusual there. Just a bookcase.
I'd like to cast a spell.
Okay.
I'd like
You
to
should do
cast
kung
a
fu
spell.
movies.
So, these people have uniforms? Are they dressed like?
They have like a livery. Yeah.
They have there's a look,
Yep.
right? So I change self. I cast change self to look like one of them.
Okay. Do you want to look like the guy you just beat up, or one of the guys that walked by?
Which one looked more important?
The guy we just.
The guy you just beat up.
I changed myself to look like him.
Okay. There you go. His eyes get wide, and he's like struggling. He's definitely unhappy about this.
I lean and look at him and say, I think I recognize him from a group called the Monkeys. That's Peter Tork.
Fortunately, there's a 15-foot silence radius, so none of us got to suffer through that joke.
Furrow my brows and point a
Is the
little
room
bit.
big enough that I can put my shield down and walk away from it far enough to be heard?
Yes, actually, it's quite large. It's probably
Okay.
40 feet by 25
I
feet.
put the shield down and I walk over to the
Okay.
bookcase and I.
Yeah, you're over by the open door that's into
Yeah,
the
and I
hallway.
say, hey guys, I think it's
Close the
behind
door.
this.
Close the door.
I closed the door.
Thank you. I think, who door? I think it's behind this bookcase. So do we think the bookcase can move, or do we have to find another room on the other
step out.
I'll
side?
walk up and I'll start attacking it.
Search it.
Well, it's silent, so
Silence.
you.
Yeah, we're silent still.
No, I stepped out of the silence to say
talk,
the
but
thing. Okay.
He's close.
I'm silent,
so,
right?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing my-
I,
All
give me- I get the shield
You know,
close
it
down.
is like wooden shelves, and you've practiced this several times. So you're like, and it's like, and it's like pretty cool, and like the books go, and you like strike a pose and stuff, and
He's ready
Yeah.
a board, but
Yeah.
instead it's just a book.
And it looks like this
yeah,
after each time.
give a little Bruce Lee kind of thing, right? Looks great.
I stand
All right.
guard at the entranceway in case
Okay.
anyone comes,
Okay.
and I like everything's normal.
Nothing to see.
Decorating, nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Except for those visible people.
All right.
Little
All right.
housekeeping going on.
All right. So you're able to smash through the caser, and it's actually a wooden. It looks like it's a bookcase door. So it was like
Break on
a secret
through.
kind of door, concealed door.
Find secret doors, but that's a certain way to find a secret door.
That's another way.
So
I like he
you
has
kind
thief
of
abilities.
smash it or punching it, and it
Sometimes he
swings.
forgets.
It swings inward. And inward and to the right, and it reveals what you think is probably a 20-foot deep room by 30, and it goes 30 foot to the north, and it's not lit, but there's enough light, some braziers and things like that going. It looks like there is, as you peer in, like a pedestal with golden torque on it, and there's a couple statues, in the back, and there's like some murals painted on the wall of
Did he bring
like
a small sandbag?
a hero, like a heroic-looking guy with blonde hair and holding a spear and that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me look at
Does
this.
anybody have a mage hand?
No, that mage hand in 20. Damn. Don't exist.
Okay, I put my shield down and I get out of the cone of silence and I cast find traps.
Okay. How is that a duration or is that an area of effect?
It's a duration and an area.
And it's an area. It's a duration of
Like
3
10 by
turns.
40?
An area of effect. It's like a path.
A
straight
traveling
ahead.
path. All right, that's far too many. That's far too long for it to work. Okay, so you go back over, and sure enough, there is the back wall is kind of glowing, and also a whole row of like stone tiles that go across about 2 feet in front of the pedestal.
Guys, there's some traps here. The back wall is involving a trap, and then there's a row of stones. And I describe where it is because I'm invisible.
But they can't see you.
That's why I described where the area is
To us.
to everyone.
But they can't see you.
And there's a trap.
Now I can hear her.
I'm talking.
oh,
I am talking.
They can hear you.
Oh yeah.
They can hear you.
They're like,
His voice out of nowhere tells you.
Yes.
Yeah.
oh, that's right.
Okay, so I assume she gives a good description, so I have a good idea where everything is.
Yeah, well enough.
I can reach.
No, stop, right there, right in front of you.
I can rejigger that doohickey,
Okay.
and I'll take out my thieves' tools.
I could also fly. My ring lets me fly. I could float above the stone things and grab it.
I'm standing guard, by the way.
Okay.
But if something goes off when I grab it, that's the other problem.
Yeah,
I know.
well.
You said that there's stones that are in the front.
Yeah, so if we're going to snatch and grab, can I suggest everyone not involved in the snatching and grabbing exit to the other room in case things go very, very, very wrong?
Unless you want to put the ring on and fly over and use your thieves' tools on the pedestal. The pedestal wasn't glowing, right?
It was not.
Okay, so the
So,
pedestal.
well, maybe he can know more about the traps if he examines the area.
Yeah.
You're a dwarf. Can you see anything with the stones?
Ooh. Yeah, I will. What should as a dwarf, what would I roll if I was looking at?
Well, you're probably going to look for mechanical, like traps and things of that nature. I think it's the player's handbook. You go up there and you take a look, and you know what? You're not able to see any. You don't think that there's any pressure plates or mechanical traps here at all.
It could be arcane in nature, and that concerns me.
I put on my thieves' tools.
All right, I have my ring on. I'm gonna go to fly mode.
Okay.
Float up.
Okay.
I'll gather them.
Gonna slowly float.
gonna be Dory.
And once
Okay.
I want to get.
Are you there?
I get out of the room, I just
Oh, you
said
get out of the
yeah.
I'm
room,
in the
okay.
doorway. I'm not
Okay,
in there.
sure.
I'm in front of the room at the opening of the room.
Yeah, you're in the other room.
Everybody's out of the 30 by 20.
I back out of the room too because I have to heal whoever gets butchered.
So I float. I'm watching the painting. I'm watching the pedestal. And
Okay.
I float over the stones. I don't touch them. I just float over them.
Right.
See
So
if I'm breaking a field.
you take from the rear wall several darts of ice.
Oh, cool.
Fly out. Like they're from this appear out of nowhere. You don't even notice that, but the rest of you can see that. And they fly at him. Some of them smash into the wall, but 3 of them smash into you, doing 9 points of damage.
All right. I can do that. I can do that.
And you should roll for initiative.
Oh, uh-oh.
Any of
Just,
you who
all of
can
us in
see
the
me?
next room as
the
well, or
peeps?
just him?
Just him for now.
Okay.
I've got 3.
Okay. You will win because these statues that come to life are very slow. So the statues behind thing pop in and start moving forward with raising their fists.
How fast
but
can you
if you-
fly?
But
What
I'm
would you like to
flying.
do? You are flying.
I'm going to grab the thing and fly out.
Okay. You grab the thing and you fly out, and as you fly back over the thing, you take 15 points of damage as 5 of these ice darts hit you.
Fantastic.
As it pulses from the room. All right. You guys see a couple of you in the doorway, right?
Yeah.
These statues start moving, coming to life, pressing forward.
Oh,
and
you broke the.
yeah, the bookcase door is shattered.
I told you I don't like books.
The guy on the ground is kind of kicking and whatever, making noise, but it's quiet. So this is all happening in quietness. Yeah, but he's like trying to break out of his ropes or whatever. In fact, he probably is trying to break out of his ropes. That's true. Futilely trying to break out of his ropes.
I'm right at the entrance of the door. He's flying. The statues are coming.
Yep.
I hear this.
You guys, absolutely. They move pretty slowly, so you guys are gonna. You guys have a chance to react here. Do you want to engage, or what do you want to do?
to do something.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So I reach into my belt pouch
Okay.
and I take out my bag of marbles.
Okay.
I unleash the marbles right
Okay.
in front of the path of
Okay.
the statues.
Okay.
Nice.
Awesome.
They crush them because they're so heavy and they turn them into powder. Anyway. So
You lost your marbles. I'm sorry.
Does the library have a window?
the library did not have a window, but you guys know where the front door is.
Oh, the room we're in, does the room we're in have a window?
No,
Okay.
it does not have a window.
Just going to keep flying.
Yeah.
Later.
All right.
Let's get the fuck.
All right, so you guys, you're in the main bedroom area. There's still a silence field around you. Is it the silence is still last?
The
Or is it
silence.
probably been
maybe getting towards
3-4 minutes, so it should be. That's been longer than that. It's probably been 10 minutes. It's
I mean,
probably.
I temp
It's probably.
level.
It'll be by turns, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
Is it turns or rounds? If it's turns, you're in good shape.
Yeah. I think it's
Level was
turns.
my it's second level. That's why I'm not finding the third level spells. It's 2 rounds per level, so
Oh, you still
20
got some
rounds.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
You figure you're a little over halfway, probably.
20 rounds.
Yeah, so, okay, where would you like to go? There's the big double doors, the only way that you
Back
see
from
out.
whence we came,
Okay,
I'd say.
boom, you run into the hallway. There's nobody in the hallway. You can go left or right. You guys came from the library, which is kind of straight ahead.
Let's go straight.
Cast a web spell on the double doors as we run away.
Okay. It is done, and you're into you trot into the library.
That's very Spider-Man of you.
I go to invisible again.
Okay, you go into invisible mode. There's nobody in the library at this time.
Going.
Great.
Keep going.
All right, you run down the stairs. There are actually, looks like there's 4 guardsmen kind of over investigating what's going on with some guy stuck against the wall. And it looks like they're just about, you guys are running down the stairs as they look and call in alarm, intruders!
And I say, do they see me as I'm coming down?
Yeah, they definitely.
And I say, absolutely, that way, back that way, hurry, hurry.
All right, let's go ahead and give me another initiative roll. We just have these guards. They have a 6.
2.
Ooh, 7.
All right. All right, so we'll start again. Anyone below a 0?
You have a negative.
I believe I'm below zero.
You have -2.
Negative 2, okay. Anyone lower than a -2 or similar? No? All right, go ahead. What do you
right.
want to do, Hira? 4 guards, they're carrying spears, they're wearing.
And
Probably like
before initiative,
scale mail
he yelled,
armor.
the bad guys are up there.
Yeah, yeah.
And did they react at all when they saw him?
Just they look like they're grasping their spears in a threatening manner and getting ready to.
I mean, he looks like
I
their
look
boss.
like the dude, the important dude.
Oh my God, you look like the important dude. Thank you for that reminder. I keep seeing this guy with this red cap, which would be.
I look like
okay,
the guy.
Yeah.
great. Intruders up in the laird's chambers.
Hurry, hurry.
Yeah, they go hauling ass up the stairs.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah, it's a good thing you mentioned that, so I would just start shooting them.
So yeah,
Keep on running.
okay. So you guys want to keep running out
I'll
the front
get
door?
more help.
No need to explain the group of strangers
All
that
right.
are
So
saving you.
what do you guys want to do? Tell me.
We're going to leave.
You're gonna run
Half
for
of
it.
us are here,
Okay.
so.
I'm
You run
invisible
out.
again, I'm running.
You run out as more people are running in from the side doors and that sort of stuff, but you guys run out fast enough. People are calling upstairs that they need help up there.
I think he's the only one visible in him,
Yeah.
so it's just
Yeah.
one stranger in
Okay.
below.
I wish it were wood.
So that's less easy.
We're running together.
So you guys are looking. It's
holding
like
hands?
a trail, a narrow cart trail down to the thorp, or you can go left or right and kind of get into the bushes.
Well, let's
Okay, so you guys
get the bushes and
kind
then
of go
head back
skidding
to the
down the hill a
horses.
little
Yeah.
bit. Okay, all right, and there, sure enough, watching the horses, Jeldrick is there, and he goes. He sees the. Well, I don't know if he sees anything at this point.
I'm not invisible anymore.
Okay, yeah.
And I've got ice on my back, I guess. So in my
Silence is probably worn off, but
That's right. Yeah, you can.
are you going to dispel invisibility
all
at this
real
point?
Dispel
Okay.
invisibility at this
All right.
point.
He's hurt.
Yeah, how many hit points of damage should you take?
20, I took 24.
But he's at dwarf. That's just seasoning.
Let me heal him quickly, and then we can get the heck out of dodge, just in case there's more trouble along the way.
Nice.
Just in case. Let me do
Jelder
cure
kinda nods and
critical
goes,
wounds, which is
You work fast.
We are very good.
cure critical wounds. Wounds.
And I mean skill, by the way.
critical wounds. 3 die 8 plus 3.
You see a small grin kind of tweak his face a little bit when you say it.
7, 12, 17 plus 3, 20 points of healing for you.
Sweet.
Nice.
Praise for Seti. Say it.
This is how you convert people.
Thank you.
So, Jeldrick goes, well done. There is a trail on the other side of the thorp. If you follow the trail, it is 30 miles. And you'll get to Henbryn Glen. There in the center is the portal stone. It is blue.
Blue.
How do we activate the portal stone?
Lauren Ardfest, he did not tell you take the torque and go to the stone and it should work?
Yeah, we just,
So it's okay. So there's no activation word or anything that gets the.
just walk
There's no
up there.
password. It's not
No,
password
it's not.
protected.
It's above his pay grade. I can see it in his
The
eyes.
torque is a key card.
Yeah. You must touch the torque to the stone at the right place.
We'll just push buttons until it works.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
If it doesn't work, power off and then restart. Make sure it is plugged in.
All right, off we go then.
All right.
30 miles. That's like at least another day's journey.
Help me up,
If it
please.
doesn't work,
Of course.
you've been fired from this adventure. It's your last.
Get into the saddlebag.
Maybe we make some distance and then camp for the night.
Yeah, that sounds like.
Sounds good.
He says, I'm returning to Lord Arnfest now.
Right.
Well done. All right.
Right.
And he gets his horse and spurs it back from the way he came.
It's a pleasure knowing you.
Not really. Not so much.
You just watch the horses.
Well, Jelden.
I look at him, I say, some people have no personality.
He didn't seem like he was the life of the party, that's
Maybe
for
the
sure.
brother was the life of the party.
At least he didn't pun.
Small blessings, right? Things to be thankful for. That's hunting the good stuff. So,
Right.
okay, absolutely. All right. So it's about 30 miles. It is probably about 9 o'clock by the time you get out of there because the sun went down about 8. So you guys did it rather rapidly. So it's about 9 p.m. You guys had a long ride, full day. You're going to make a little distance, is what I kind of heard you guys say. To
Yeah, and then
okay.
find a place to sleep.
Okay.
Tired.
All right. So how many
You can
hours?
sleep
How
on
many
the
hours do you
saddlebag.
want to ride? You're probably going about 5 miles an hour at night on a track with a horse.
2.5, 3.
Okay. So you get about 10 miles, and it's probably midnight.
All right.
And you guys.
As long as we have enough time to regain our spells. That's when we stop and rest.
Okay.
Well, that's what we're gonna
Can
find
I
out.
regain spells?
Can you regain spells? Well, do you have? I'm sure you have a traveling spell book. So.
Of course I
Yeah,
do.
of course. You're 10th level. 10th level. Of course you can.
So I'm sitting in the saddlebag reading.
Oh, no, not while you're riding. You have to get your sleep. You have to get your sleep. So the rules are you have to get a full night's rest. A full night's rest. And then you read
In the morning.
15 minutes per level of spell to memorize it. I think that's in the book, right?
Yeah, look at
I
that.
already started to sleep.
I don't know why I knew that, but
Yeah, I forgot that myself.
Sleep on the ride.
I doze
many
off
long
on the
rests.
saddlebag.
yeah.
We probably put some nice swaddling in there.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, it's a nice little cotton.
I whittle him a pacifier and pop in his mouth.
And then he does a little gnome snore. It's like,
I pulled out my hat.
All right. Two dwarves. All right. So you break. Are you gonna just camp on the roadway, or
I mean, is it?
there's no settlements around?
Okay, then, well, maybe not on the roadway. It seems kind of hard and unyielding. But it's any place around look nice? Like, is there water? Do we pass anything like that?
Do you have anybody who's even nature-like at all?
We have an elf.
No.
Elves are naturally nature.
I can speak to plants.
Okay.
I can speak
I
to
walk up and
barred
say,
animals.
"Hey, plant, where's a good place for us to sleep?"
Not on me, bub.
A mile away.
Last time I asked a cactus. So I will.
Water. There's way too much of that
I
stuff
can speak
around.
to animals and plants.
Oh, okay.
And so I will kind of give me a moment. I go in and I'll try and find animals, plants. And
Sure.
start to-
There's a
Oh, nice
raccoon
little
that's
area.
climbing around.
There you go. Okay.
Hey, bud.
Raccoon.
That's a good place to.
It's Ricky.
If you were a human,
Ricky.
and needed to recover spells and sleep and restore hit points, where would you sleep?
He's like, are you asking me to engage speculative cognition?
It must be called Ricky.
I'm a raccoon.
I forgot.
What do I know?
Where good lands sleep.
And he communicates, this branch is excellent.
Why don't we just sleep over by that down tree?
That sounds good.
That sounds great.
That sounds great.
If you can't climb, that's a good place to sleep.
Okay, that's good.
There's water just, he said, it takes about 10 minutes of waddling and you can get to the water.
Okay.
So
I come
much
back and
walking.
I say we have to waddle this way, and I start waddling.
Not waddle.
I'm
you're able
happy to get to the water.
There's a small brook, it's narrow and shallow, but the water seems fresh enough. And you're able to-
I say, "Hey, Brooke."
yeah.
we can water the horses. That's a fun thing.
I'm still sleeping.
All right, so you are able to refresh. Anyone pulling guard duty or just everybody going to sleep?
Definitely guard duty.
I'm just asking. I mean,
We
I'm
don't
not
call it
suggesting.
guard duty, we call it dwarf duty.
I think guard duty is important because what if those things are tuning in on this torque and they keep coming?
So
We don't know.
We,
That's a good point.
we too don't have to recover hit points or spells, so we can take. I don't know how much.
Well, you guys are going to sleep until 8, apparently.
Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Full night's rest.
All right, so you guys got 4 hours of sleep and 4 hours of guard duty if you want. Who's taking the first watch?
I'll do the first.
All right. All right. Passes uneventfully. All right. The evening passes uneventfully. Sunrise is up. You guys still kind of roll over and pull your blankets over your heads or whatever and try to get extra couple hours of sleep for you spellcaster types.
I start studying my book.
You wake up and start studying your books. How many spells do you need to recover?
You just cast one, I think.
One.
2 second level, 2 third level.
All right, so that's an hour and hour and a half. So 2.5 hours of study time.
And I have to pay to regain my spells.
And you get 1 hit point back.
Yay.
That's right.
Gonna need them all.
Not quite the same as a long rest.
No, that's true. That's right. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, in Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, if you sleep on the ground, you get 1 hit point for an uninterrupted 8 hours of rest. 1 hit point. That's why your clerics and druids and paladins who can heal are very, very important. But the good news is, if you sleep in an inn, like in a bed, in a rest for 8 hours, 2 hit points. Double hit point recovery
That's
time.
OP.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of crazy, but it's true. Yeah.
I can't heal my severed leg in like a 2-hour nap.
No. Yeah.
Just let it off, as in the leg will fall off.
Yeah, so all right. So the time passes. It's probably 10:30 or 11 o'clock by the time you guys are fully restored and prepared with your spells and ready to go. You figure you're about 20 miles away from the Glen and Henburn Glen.
So a day's ride.
Yeah, about a day's ride.
Let's do it.
All right.
Off we go. Do we see anything on the back trail? Is there any way to like just check the back trail behind us? Like
Other than
a rise, climbing a tree?
sure, yeah. There's
I
the
can fly.
yeah. Well, there you go.
You can fly.
Fly.
I
Do you
believe I
mind
can
checking
fly.
to see? Do you mind checking to see if the scary statues are following us? I'm worried about
If I see those statues on us, that would be hilarious.
Well,
I
but
want
no,
my
if they're-
$2.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if they were guarding the
Very
room or if they're guarding the torque. They
No,
might
that's-
pursue the torque.
No,
That's a good point.
That's
I
a good
mean-
point.
Those webs aren't going to hold them forever.
No, probably not even more than a
I'm
minute or
like-
two.
That's right. We'll be asleep in an ambulance.
So I fly up and I'm seeing if we're being followed by 2 big statues.
You're not being followed by 2 big
You're not
statues.
being followed by 2 big.
I feel
Now
bad.
it's
Thank you.
They're multiplying.
Now it's 20.
Have you ever seen zombie movies? It's kind of like that.
Yeah, right, exactly.
All right, so off you go.
Off we go.
Ride. All right, and then once again, it looks like you're getting there as the sun has gone down, and it's kind of dark, and you reach the edge of Henburn Glen. This kind of track
Hi, Glen.
turns and heads off. Again, no ranger, no druid types, no barbarians.
I mean, is it a nice glen? Is it like,
It's a it looks pretty big.
would we want to bring sheep here?
Trying to bring back the shit.
I don't know about the sheep.
Is someone guarding the portal? Were we told that someone was?
No one asked that question.
And no one gave us any information.
Who guards portals?
Yeah.
Especially if it's a portal that you'd have to have a very particular key to open.
Yeah. What are the chances that it would be guarded? Come on.
If you need the key to get in the portal, why do you even need a guard?
I mean, if a Gygax was running this adventure, we might be in trouble.
You guys are totally fine. There's no issue. You guys have done great. You guys have walked through that part
Is a
with
portal an object?
a portal. He said it's a portal, and if you,
No, is it considered an object?
that's an excellent point. I think it could be because it's a rock,
Yeah,
right?
they said
a
it was
blue
like
rock.
this blue, the portal stone, and it's blue.
Yeah.
Perhaps you could locate the object.
I mean, perhaps we could get a good night's sleep and look forward in the morning with our eyes.
Oh, you guys still need.
If you sleep through today, though, you kind of remember
Oh, we're on a-
midnight. Midnight is
Oh, it's
was-
That's right, I forgot.
You gotta go. I forgot about
We just
that.
sleep through it like, I wonder why.
I wasn't going to say anything
This is like-
because I like my kid.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not like
Accident,
you're
whoops.
planning everything. Let's just
Yeah. 7 years. What is that?
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
no,
That's true.
All right, Tim, is there obviously like a cairn or something where there's a pile of stones or anything?
I mean, there's trees.
Okay.
So and there's like. Your elves are kind of hunt around for the way you think that there's like maybe a little game trail that's kind of headed towards the center of this thing.
He said follow the trail, it'll take you to the thing.
So we're following the trail.
Okay, so the road goes off away from this glen. There's no trees over that
Oh,
way.
so we've gone about
Yeah.
as far as we can go as far as
Yeah.
that goes. Yeah, I can cast find object, although I was hoping to save it to find the,
okay, well, let me go
MacGuffin
look then.
we're going to get.
Okay.
Let him
Let
use
me
his
go try.
eyes.
Because
Okay.
I can move 24 and fly. I mean, sorry, climb below, you can fly. So maybe better to have you, maybe just do both. I can climb around and look around and.
I can fly above and see if I can see
Okay,
it.
we'll do that.
Okay.
I will
So you
also
guys,
hide, I'll move silently if I can too.
Do we? Is it dark yet, or is it?
it
still
is
daylight?
dark, especially in the woods. It's dark.
May I offer you this? And I take a necklace and I unwrap this black cloth, and it's a stone in a setting that I can wear on my neck where I cast continuous light on it.
Okay.
So I can just keep it wrapped up, and then it's as bright as the sun just about, and I hand it to them. This should allow you enough visibility.
You?
All right, yeah, I'm human, so yeah.
Welcome to being a UFO.
So I guess I won't hide because I'll open it up and I'll use it as like a flashlight.
Okay. And you're moving rapidly through.
Yeah.
you guys kind of going on the game trail kind of opens up into a small path, and it heads consistently to the northwest. How far do you want to take it?
Let's just keep going.
Yeah, if you're flying overhead, I guess we can
Yeah.
go.
Flying overhead.
And you guys are just waiting by the edge of the woods, or
You guys are
going?
waiting?
Yeah, we'll just hang out.
Okay, we'll come back
Let the
quick.
horses
Okay.
He wants to
graze for a minute.
follow. You're following us.
Okay.
He wants to follow.
All right, so you're
You
splitting
guys
the
get
party.
into way too much trouble.
All right, so splitting the party. We've got 3 and 3.
If you're gonna follow, then we'll go with you.
No, suddenly they all.
Suddenly
wanna follow.
they're all going along. Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. As,
I'd say we're probably a little bit ahead.
I mean, he's fine. I imagine he's going a lot faster than you are.
okay. So it's about an hour's walk, maybe an hour and a half, as it's late. It's hard to see, and you're not being the most quiet through there, and with the light and all that, it's difficult. You kind of make your way through, and this trail does in fact lead you into a clearing. It's a pretty broad clearing, 300 foot, you'd think, across, something like that, and there's a huge ring of stones that are standing in the center of this clearing. Just single stones, 11 of them that are spaced all around. And sure enough, in the center, there's a slightly shorter, squatter, deep blue, translucent stone.
11 standing stones. What an odd number.
It's the keypad. Yeah. I did the last one while I walked up. I'm not carrying the talky thing.
So they see it. Do you guys come back and tell us?
Yes.
Oh, so how far back?
Well,
were
they
you?
were-
We're following you, but they're flying.
Yeah.
So.
I'm not. I'm,
I was
I'm
waiting
just-
like a
I'm just-
scream.
Oh, you're just going along. We're not going that fast. I mean,
How far behind him are you?
I that's how.
You tell me.
I don't know his rate of movement, so I
He can
have-
move twice as fast as you. But he wasn't necessarily moving that fast.
So I guess it's how far ahead of us did they? How fast?
You tell me.
We weren't that far ahead.
Okay, so then we catch up to them
Yeah, I'll
after
go
a
back.
minute.
Yeah, I'll go back. So
I'm still.
Do you want to enter into the clearing?
we found it.
All right, you guys enter into the clearing, and as soon as you enter into the clearing, a voice booms out. It is as expected. You dare to come here and desecrate this place.
Yes.
And from across the opening, you can kind of see, in the illumination that comes down, standing right next to a tree. It kind of blended in a little bit. There's a tall figure, tall, human-ish, tall, 6 feet tall, but there's great big antlers up here. But the head there's a cloak on and that sort of thing, so you can't really tell. It's again 300, probably 150, 200 feet away.
I move into the light with my 18 charisma, and I say, no disrespect was intended. We have no intention of desecrating anything. We are simply here.
You hear him chanting and see his hands raising up.
That's really annoying.
And,
No, that's bad news.
No, watch
Usually-
this. I can do that.
Yeah. and about that time, from all around in this area, arrows start shooting out from the trees.
We could run and get to the portal and do the key card and just view out, right?
I mean, I got a shield.
Say, watch out, those trees have bows.
So the idea is, we use the torch, and we're going to be sent somewhere else. Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just run up and do that.
Sure. Or we take with the horses.
All right, so there's 2 bow shots that were probably good enough to hit people, and we've got 6. So 1, 2, 3,
Well,
4.
I'm standing and talking. Did they aim at me?
Well, Hira's going to take a bolt, and you're going to take a. Oh, you have -2?
I have -2 AC.
Shit, I'm going to have to double check that.
I'm shiny.
Sparkle, sparkle.
Yes, actually, you do get hit. Just barely, but you
Those
guys,
little buggers.
you got hit for 6 points, and Hira got hit for 4 points from longbow arrows, and then
Keep in mind, she's within the radius of my blessed spell effect.
does it give you 1 to your
You get a plus. Isn't it a -1 for them to hit her? A +1 to her AC, I should say.
+1 to her AC? So if there's a +1 to your AC, it misses. Yours is still.
Mine is -1.
I was assuming that my spell effect was.
-2.
Then it should be factored into my AC. I would love to give myself the bonus.
Oh, okay. I hit -2.
Yeah,
I
so
got
it-
2 18s. So
I
I'm
mean,
good.
technically, so again, first edition stuff, guys.
Yeah.
The armor class doesn't change, but they have a -1 to hit. So if they already needed a 20, it'd still be a 20.
We got it. So miss,
Yeah.
hit.
Okay.
So you take 4 points of damage.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
in the center of the group, and we're going to say we're going to hit 2 people with this just because it's theater of the mind. Our poor gnome and our cleric are in this zone when an arrow hits, and as the arrow comes into the area, it extends into an ice bolt.
Oh no.
And
I'm in the horse's saddlebag.
that's why I hit you, because you're in his saddlebag. And you guys take, you need to save versus spell. Or you're going to take 12 points or 6. So
Is
save
this
for half.
a will-based save?
It's a. Oh no!
A 1.
All right, you take 12 points.
A 5. I've also
Okay,
failed.
12 points. You guys take 12 points as one of these arrows looks like it turned into a kind of an ice bolt as it entered into the area. Okay, so that was what's going on. You guys now, it's initiative time. Declaration of action, since we're kind of in a more of a combat area. Does anyone want to cast a spell?
Cast a spell.
You're going to be casting a spell. Anybody else?
Casting, only for casting spells, all you can.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, are you attacking or running? It
Okay,
really
so the
doesn't
guy
matter.
was like,
Casting spell.
Casting spells.
did you cast a spell that the ice
you-
bolt came from? Is that where that?
No, that was an
Nope,
arrow.
you don't think so.
Okay.
There's an arrow.
It looked like an arrow, like you've seen a javelin of lightning before. It looked like it was some sort of
you
strange
like that,
arrow.
okay.
I'm
that
going to
turned
go
an ice
with
bolt.
that I kept the torque.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, and this fella is the only one that we can see attacking.
Yeah. Well, he didn't attack you. All he's doing is talking his arms. These arrows came from the ring are all around you guys.
What did you do?
Yeah.
Oh, do you want to know the spell I'm casting?
So we're in the middle.
Oh yeah, what spell are you guys casting?
Mirror image.
Mirror image.
So we're in the middle of this area.
You started entering in from the side.
We're
Yeah.
like in the middle of the ring.
You're not in the middle of the
They're
stones
attacking
yet.
us.
You're not from the middle of the stones yet. You just entered into the
And
clearing.
we're entering.
So
and
you can
then
see the
they'll
stone
attack.
ring in
So
front of
you
you.
can see
You're in the clearing,
full 12-inch
and you can see the stone ring in front of you. Probably
portal or pour the
75, 80 feet away is where the edge of the stone ring is.
Okay, so I'm on horseback. Can I kick my horse into a run and cast
No.
Cure Light Wounds on him?
No,
Crap.
not on
Right.
horseback.
You're on the horse.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
on the horse. All right, so I spur the horse and just charge
Okay.
straight at that blue stone.
Well, the bad guy's got a 4. So
Okay.
for initiative, we're going to go. I know you're casting a mirror image, and Mr. Whizzle, what were you going to cast?
Well, now that I realize that we're on a
there's a
horse
wizard
and
and
we're galloping
people in
towards
the
the thing,
forest.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
But we're not galloping yet. We only gallop on my initiative,
Yep.
which is 6. What is your
Yeah,
initiative?
well, I'm not casting.
Okay, so you're not casting. No,
Okay.
no worries. Okay, anyone at a 0 or lower,
-1.
what would you like to do?
I'm going to. Theater of mind, wherever we are. I'm going. I almost said ride my horse towards the portal.
Galloping towards the center stone. Okay.
Yeah. And then looking towards the direction of the ice bolt that
Okay.
hit them.
Yep.
She's aiming there.
Okay. Fair enough. It's kind of dark in those trees.
Yeah.
You're guessing that there's some elves up there probably hiding in the branches or something of a tree, shooting their bows at you guys. All right. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So the bad guys go. All right. So you guys are.
I'm at 3.
You went on 3, sweet.
Oh, 3. Go ahead. What would you like to do?
3. Oh, I'm going to leap out of the saddlebag, and I'm going to say, "Eagle!" And the cloak that I'm wearing turns into a pair of wings,
Nice.
and I go flying up
Okay.
into the sky.
Okay. So you're gonna fly. I think you have a 15-inch movement rate with the wings,
Nice.
right?
So I'm going to
So
fly
do
up.
you want to go up or do you want to go forward, or
I'm going to head towards the trees.
you're gonna head back away from the
Yeah.
ring of stones?
Where
So you're
the
gonna get away
trees
from the
are.
ring of stones.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You saw her charging towards the ring of stones. You're
She's
going the opposite way.
to the stones, and
Well,
I'm
I
flying.
won't go until my initiative, so I'm just,
Okay.
I'm just sitting there. For
And
the
I'm,
moment.
I'm leaping back to the ring of the trees where there's a ring of
All right. We got a
Those
natural
stones
20 on somebody.
getting away.
Ooh.
It doesn't matter who.
Yeah. Well, I'll determine who that is in a second.
Fun.
All right. So we got armor class 1 against number 1.
Miss.
Okay. Oops. And armor class 1 against Eric.
I have armor class 2, so that hits. But
Okay.
on a petrification saving throw, I need a 9 or more.
All right.
Come on.
Oh, just like, oh, yeah. You're like, oh, toothpick. All right.
you within
All
5
right,
feet?
that was pretty cool.
Oh, I still made it.
Snatches
That would have
the
been plus 1
arrow.
then,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
All right, then I got armor class 0 against number 5.
No.
4 points of damage. And then the 20, which will be double damage, goes against number 1.
Oh,
So that's going to be, 20 will be armor class -4.
well, that will hit.
Okay.
The one actually hit too, but I got a displacer cloak. So the
Oh,
first
right
one
down.
actually
Yeah,
hits.
yeah. Ooh, 10 points of damage as you get drilled. All right, and as this creature with the antlers is chanting, he raises up his arms, and you hear like the splintering of trees and rupturing of ground.
Oh, boy.
As from the edge, pretty close where he's at, this huge mass of earth and boulders rises from the
Summon
ground.
Earth Elemental.
It's huge. It's like 15 feet tall and like 8 feet wide. And it lets out
Dude, it's a druid.
like boulders grinding against each other as it starts moving forward towards you guys. All right, initiative 5.
That's fine. I have 5. Okay, how far away am I from that elemental?
It is across the clearing from you, so it's probably 120 feet.
Okay, and we're moving 12 inches, right? We're not moving 120 feet and around.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you sprinted, you could make it to the standing stones,
Okay.
and it's on the other side of those.
Yes. Okay.
The whole time I'm yelling, go to the stone, go to the stone, go to the stone.
Okay. I run to the I sprint to the stone with my 24 movement,
Okay.
and I look at the elemental and I say, "Fire elementals are fearless, but earth elementals are bolder."
It takes a point of psychic damage.
I have a contract with the devil that makes me have to do these drugs every 10 minutes. I told you about Satan, right?
Don't blame the devil.
Man.
Don't blame the devil for those bad jokes. Okay, that was 5, I believe. So 6, 7.
Oh, 6 is me.
6. Go ahead.
Spur the horse, and then as I
right.
gallop off, I'm like, Mr. Whizzle.
For shizzle, Mr. Whizzle, where are you at?
Shizzle, Mr. Whizzle.
All right, so you spur your way. And guess what? On horseback, you move super fast. You're in the standing stones, no problem. Number 7. Initiative number 7.
Me. So I was casting a spell, but I got hit.
Oh, rat. So your poor mirror image spell is fizzled. But you can get half a movement in.
I will take the half
Okay,
movement.
so you're about halfway across the clearing, heading towards the blue stone.
Is he not also on horseback? He was riding
Oh,
with
were you on
us.
horseback?
I am.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You make it to the area. My apologies. 7, 8,
9.
9.
I'm galloping towards, and I
Okay.
have the thing, and I'm like, and I kept
On-
saying, to the stone, to the stone.
On ponyback.
Yes.
Okay. He spurs his brave war pony. What is your war pony's name?
Rocky.
Rocky the war pony.
Rocky.
Okay.
Rocky. Most definitely.
All right. So I think everybody except Mr. Whizzle is headed towards the stone. Yes. All right. So you're all around the stone. We're at the end of the round. Mr. Whizzle, you're like the other way.
Talk about splitting the
I
party.
know.
We're about to teleport to another region.
Everybody went forward. You're like, I'm out of here.
What are you doing?
Everybody went for the portal.
Is it the portal stone? The
I
portal
knew
stone
I
portals
missed
us.
something there. I was trying to get behind the enemy to attack them.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like there's elves hidden in the 360 around, and then there was whatever that creature
That's what I
is.
thought. I was
doing
going to go
stuff, yeah.
behind them.
We're in a
Yeah.
kill box. That's
Yes.
what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were.
We're hitbox.
You were expected, as you said. We expected you. So,
Oh,
yeah.
gosh. Well, I'm going to turn around next round.
It is as we expected. You dare to come here and desecrate this hint. So, yeah.
We're plugging and playing, son.
Okay.
Wait,
All
does
right.
he still have the teardrop?
He does, but that's not gonna.
I know, but like we can't leave him behind.
That's right. You can't ditch Mr. Whizzle. He's got the dragon. He's got the dragon
Can't
tear.
leave them behind.
That's right. Okay. So.
Could.
So this is a very important question. What do you guys want to do? It's a declaration of
fly
action
pretty
time for our
fast.
second round here.
I want to examine the portal to see how
Okay.
this reacts with
Okay.
it. Because I have the torch.
Okay.
I'm going to yell at Mr. Wizzle to get his self over to the damn stone.
Okay, you're communicating the urgency that Mr. Wizzle should rejoin the group.
Actually, I would like to change my action
Okay.
and cast Silence 15-foot radius on the guy chanting and controlling the elemental.
Okay, what's the range on that thing?
It doesn't really give a range. It just says area of effect is a 30-foot diameter sphere.
Sure.
He gets a saving throw, and if he makes a saving throw, then the area is fixed behind him. Oh, the range is
Quite sure there's a range there.
12 inches.
120 feet. You can get. Yeah, he's within 120 feet.
So.
Okay, so you'll be casting.
If he saves, it fixes behind him,
Sure.
but he'll have to move out of that. If he doesn't save, it sticks to him and it'll move with him.
Right on. Okay, so I got a spell card. Any other spell cards? What you're moving?
I'm gonna turn around and go
Okay,
back,
got it. All right, here we go.
Did you go yet?
No,
I think you did. You,
Did I skip you?
well, it's just.
you go last round.
Well, I didn't shoot. I just ran.
She just ran. Yeah, she ran. She ran and got. Hira was in there. So I rolled a 10.
Oh, right.
I got a
You do
3.
do all kinds of stuff.
7. Look, I got a 7.
All right, so I think you guys all get to go before me. So
And
I'm
my
not,
spell takes 5 segments. So
oh, okay.
it'll
So
go
that's
up on
it's
8.
gonna go off on 8.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll start. We'll still go in order just to see what's going on. 0 or below. 1, 2, 3.
2? Are you on 2?
I'm on 4.
You're on 4? Okay. I'm on
3.
3. So
3.
3, I start casting,
casting.
my silence spell.
4.
I turn around and fly back to where everybody is going.
All right. So you basically sprint with the wings
I go
and
50
go
feet that way, and I
streaming down
turn and go
there.
50 feet back down.
You look like a miniature Hawkman from
distracted
Flash
them.
Gordon.
Distracting them.
Just a little bird.
All right.
With my red hat.
All right. 5.
5.
All right. You want to do anything special?
Just gonna shoot in the direction
Okay.
of like where I was identifying last time.
All right. You can go ahead.
But that's just
give me a
two,
shot.
two shots.
Taking a shot in the dark.
That is nothing. That's a 6. And that's a 3.
All right. It's suppressive fire is what we call
Yeah.
it.
It's
Keep
a
the heads
distract.
down.
Yeah, it's part of the
Keep the heads
plan.
down.
It's
So
part of the
that's
plan,
good.
actually.
All right.
Look out!
7. I think
7.
it was 6. Okay. Yep.
Yep. I'm going to move. So how far is he from us now? He's like halfway now?
Yeah, he's about 40, 50 feet, something like that. Yeah, not too far.
I'm going to run towards him, and I'm going to turn. I'll turn towards the side that's closest to me of in the forest, and I'll drop my trousers and moon him. So hopefully I'll draw more fire.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. All right. 8.
8. I'm going to. I've got the torch out.
Begins glowing and becomes clear, and you can see through it into a wintry scene.
Ooh.
Oh. It's like Narnia.
It is. It's a lot like Narnia. Yeah.
And I
All right. You
go through,
Okay.
but I keep it open.
I jump
hopefully.
through.
Okay. Jump through. Anyone else
I'm
nearby?
casting my spell.
You're casting your
Can I
spell. You're
jump-
flying back.
Can I jump through after it goes off?
Sure. We'll give you
Okay.
that.
I am a horseback.
I mean, if it's the same round, then
Yeah.
but
Well, you shot, but you can.
all right.
Take a
I'll
little
just take
something.
a step
All right.
to the left.
And I'm flying.
All right, you're flying. You're gonna head for where everyone's going through.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I don't want to miss the party.
All right. So 9. Yours goes off on 8, right?
Goes off on
Oh,
8.
sorry, 8. So
He's
got to make a saving throw. He makes a saving throw.
Okay. Well, he's still in
Yeah,
the
but it's
sphere
like
of silence.
still
though.
like. All right.
Earth elemental
You have exposed your buttocks. That's probably like a quarter of your movement or something. So, okay.
Now I'm mostly just trying to get.
You're
so they shoot
okay.
me instead of him.
Okay, you got it. So let's see.
Are you going to dive through the portal before they unleash the arrows? All the rest of
Well,
us are through.
he was not going to make it through.
Oh, he's not going to make it back
That's
home.
not this round.
That's true. I'm sorry, I didn't do it. I didn't do Mr. Wizard.
I abandoned myself.
You kind of did.
I agree.
I say no child left behind.
No child. No child.
I forgot about the plan.
I've got 4 potential hits.
Okay, I will cost 2.
Yeah, 4 potential hits. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is you.
Cool.
Oops, cock die. 6. 1, 4, and 2. So, all right. So it looks like we get 3 headed. Oh, ouch! 15 points of damage to the monk. That's terrible.
Oh my god.
Oh yes, three different hits. Oh no, you take 6 points. All right.
Oh, am I next to you still?
I dive through the
No,
portal.
she's gone now.
Wait, the same round? Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you
got
ran
this
out of the
stuff.
thing. Yeah,
so I
so-
take
all right.
15. I take 15 from one shot.
Oh, yeah. No. That was 3 shots. So
okay,
you took
okay.
6 points.
So one hits me, the other one I bat
Okay,
aside.
so 6 points, you knock off the 5
The
points.
first one hit me in the butt, by the way.
And you-
separates me the other cheek.
Dang it, you take 10 points. You take 10 points, not
Okay.
15. And then Mr. Whizzle takes 5 points of damage. From both. All right. And
You're injured and you run away from the healer. I don't even know what to
all right.
say.
Down to 12 hit points.
how does our Earth Elemental react? He still comes rushing towards, he's still moving towards the, he came rushing towards the portal area, and we're going to need to get initiative if anyone who is on this side is going to be facing an Earth Elemental pretty shortly. All right, so the Earth Elemental got a 10 again. You guys are lucky.
AC 0.
All right, so you guys go before. What do you?
Initiative 0.
Oh, initiative 0?
Yeah.
But you get a -2, right? For your dex?
Negative? No, it was 2.
No. He rolled a 2.
Oh, you're
You
zero.
rolled
Oh,
a
zero, like a good 0. I rolled
yeah.
I rolled a 10.
Zero.
Okay, so you're through the portal if you'd like to be. Yep.
The portal.
All right, you guys dive through the portal. All right, and you land in snowbanks. You had to leave your horses behind because they wouldn't fit through the portal, sadly.
Fine.
You all dive through. Yeah.
Oh man.
All right, and sure enough, you kind of, in Time Bandits fashion, kind of drop in from above in a portal and land into snow, ice, and cold, biting wind whistle across. You guys went from like a summery, nice, warm environment. It is very cold. In fact, like unpleasant. Like this would probably get unpleasant fast when you're out here. So the wind is whistling by, blowing snow into your eyes. It's kind of hard to see, but in the distance, you don't know, a mile or more away, it looks like there's a steep hill, almost like, cliff face type of hill, and there's a stone structure on top of it, but larger. This is like a much larger structure than what you were looking at before, on top of this plateau. Otherwise, it's pretty desolate and covered in white around here. There's nothing else really of note. Any other direction than towards this plateau is just snow drifts and blowing snow.
Well, let's go that way.
Let's go there.
All right. You can go the other direction if you want. Or you can go towards this thing.
Nope, this time.
Okay.
So I pick up some ice, just gonna slime it into my wounds.
Let me quickly cure people.
Okay.
I got
Down to
people
12
dripping everywhere.
points.
All right, yeah, you need help, so you're down. All
Lots of hell.
right, so for you, I'll do a cure serious wounds.
Do we want to do a bio break?
If you like to.
Yeah, I think now would be a good time for a bio break because we hit kind of a natural spot. You can do your healing and we can come back in, 5 or 10? What do we want to do?
In-game bio break or?
Both.
We'll take a whiz.
Yeah. You guys, it was pretty scary. You all feel like you need to relieve yourselves.
You got 10 hit points back. And then how many hit points are you down?
Thank you.
14.
14.
All right,
I'll
let's,
do a cure
take a bio break,
wounds,
Joe.
And you get 5 hit points.
Hey, welcome back. Back to you, Luke.
All right. So,
I think I was about to cast one more healing spell.
yes, before we took a break, our brave heroes had found the golden torque that they needed to find, moved to the portal zone, dodged the arrow fire and evil, nasty earth elemental that was chasing them, jumped through the portal into a winter wonderland, and our Helga, the cleric, was going to heal them up and get them ready to move across this icy and treacherous terrain to the plateau, where they see some sort of structure high above the cliffs that make up this plateau. So go ahead.
So I healed our gnome, I healed the monk, and he did a little healing for himself, and now it's time for our necromancer.
The necromancer.
The necromancer.
It might stick.
6 points of healing.
6. All right, so 4 down.
Yes.
I'm 4 down, but I don't know if anyone else needs.
That's
Yeah.
everything except cure critical wounds. So
Yeah.
until somebody is about to be missing a leg, I'm gonna hold for a little bit.
All right.
All right. So supposedly,
Y'all good.
this dragon-slaying spear called Frostfang is somewhere, hidden somewhere here. The only thing of note being the structure. So,
I'm guessing the structure.
the wind is whistling, it's cold, it feels pretty bad. Those of you wearing metal armor are getting cold pretty fast because you're not properly equipped for this sort of stuff. The rest of you without the armor, it's still cold. Don't get me wrong. It's just a little bit worse for those folks wearing metal armor.
I had memorized resist fire, but not resist cold. Can I reverse resist? I can't remember. I guess that's why there's 2 different spells.
Nice try.
Sorry.
I mean, she just cast it backwards.
That's right. If you can say it backwards, the entire incantation will make it. Yeah. So no, this is not a.
DC, sir.
Number 9.
There you go.
Remember, no addition words.
That's okay. All right. Who said that? Gosh darn it. Okay.
What have I got? Can I have my light necklace
Doesn't
back,
apply to you,
please?
Luke.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to start trashing the. No, I wouldn't do
Got my
that.
visibility
I actually
back.
think. So my take on Edition Wars is this: if you and your group are having fun playing the game, then you're winning. You're playing it right. That
You're
works.
doing it wrong.
That's right. Make them suffer.
What matters is the rules.
That's right. Luke, what is best in life? To crush your players, to see them driven before you, to hear the lamentations of their women.
You got to work harder on this one, though.
I know. This is just, this is unicorns and rainbows, man. This is good stuff.
Right.
Okay, so speaking of which,
I really wish we brought those sheep, guys. It's really cold.
From where we are, can we see any way to get up to the structure from where?
with all this blowing snow and stuff, no, you're a little bit too far away. You figure you better start heading that way to get a better look at it if
Well,
that's trying to
he's
figure out.
still flying. Can he just fly up there?
Yeah, you
I
probably
can
could.
fly too. I can fly up there.
Probably colder higher up.
So there's that too.
Yeah. So you guys want to fly along with her? Your movement rate, I think, is 15 inches
15, you
with
said.
the. Yeah, I believe that the wings of flying.
Can you
that's the
carry
correct.
anyone? Any of us?
Oh, I'm
No, he's a
2.5 feet.
he's a
I also
gnome.
got the
Like a
leaping.
little gnome.
I didn't know if you had like
Striding and
magical
leaping,
powers
striding
that
and
you could
springing,
carry
or
a
whatever it
lot or
is.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like Mr. Mobility.
Yeah. So I'm going to try to get there and see if there's any way to
Okay.
get up there.
All right, so you're going to start hot-footing it in advance of the party. All right.
How far is it?
Well, you can fly
This
with the
says
fly
here-
spell. I think at least 12
It
inches. I
says his
think.
wings
Yeah.
of flying will support up to 500 pounds of weight.
Oh my God, it does.
Yes, but he has to be able to carry that much. And as a gnome, what's your strength, Mr. Gnome, Mr. Wizzle?
10.
A 10. So he would probably struggle to carry.
I could carry one person at least.
Yeah.
I have a strength of 18.
If the wings can support it, can we like tie a rope around him and around ourselves? It says 500 pounds. I'm just saying.
That's not being stream live.
We'll wait for you.
I think that you could do it.
Is it good? Yeah.
You could give it a try. It would be very unwieldy, is what you said.
Has it been 10 minutes yet?
Since you came through the portal?
Yeah.
No, it was. We took a little bit longer in real life break. She cast 3 spells. 3 spells.
Yeah, don't the healing spells. Like,
Probably been about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, 5 minutes later, I stopped flying.
Oh, okay.
oh, it doesn't last very long.
It doesn't last very long.
Oh,
Okay.
So am I like halfway now? So
Do you
that I-
land first, or do you just...
It is snow.
Just
I suddenly stopped flying.
Okay, so yeah, you figure you're about halfway. You're about halfway, and you are maybe a mile away from the rest of the group.
In front of
You-
him.
Oh, you just start. You didn't
was
start flying off
with
without them,
him.
right?
He was going
okay.
towards it. I was
Okay.
flying
So
with
you
him.
guys flew off
But then
while they were doing
after
healing.
5 minutes, I stopped flying with him and I landed.
Okay.
Because if I fly longer, then
Yeah.
it's not good for me.
It is not good for you. Okay.
So you wanted to let us know you could carry someone, but then you didn't.
All right. So they are a ways away in front of you guys. You've got the healing, and you guys are going to start walking
I'm
towards
just
that
a little
direction.
bit in
Okay.
front of this.
I'm going to go ahead and, because I'm
You can move
kind of
fast.
concerned about these guys. I have the ring back, by the way.
Okay.
I've put on the ring of invisibility, 24 movement. I'm going to try and kind of do my best to kind of
Okay.
keep them up and near me.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. All right. Go ahead and roll a 6-sided die for me, just for fun.
Okay. For fun.
Just for fun.
1.
Oh, God.
Okay.
No reason.
I think I surprised somebody.
Nope, you're fine. Nothing happens.
That's ominous. That's very ominous.
So the flying guys are probably a ways ahead of you. You're trudging through snow, so you're probably moving at half speed, trudging through snow, which is still pretty fast for you, but slower for the rest. All right, so trudge. You guys have been out here for a turn. So after a turn of being out here,
They probably
everybody
catch
go
up to
ahead
you.
and make, just roll a d20, and you want to score underneath your constitution. Right, and if you're wearing metal armor,
Legit.
subtract 8, or add 8 to your die roll. Sorry.
Oh,
Ouch. Okay.
Oh, only 8?
Yeah.
What if I have a Snuggie on?
All right, you're golden. In fact, you must like this kind of weather.
tell you I'm from the north.
It's a little invigorating, yeah.
Do I add 8 because I'm wearing chain? Or no?
No?
Yeah, whatever you said, 8.
Okay, so
Add what?
nope.
Add 8.
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna need to land.
Okay, good.
That's not metal.
Very good.
Yeah, it's just really freaking cold. That's what
yeah.
you're thinking.
We're good.
So it's cold and it's kind of sapping your strength. You take 7 points of damage for it being so cold. Did anyone else fail their?
My armor is magical. Does that change
Probably go
its
face
It's
one.
really cold magical armor. Yeah.
No, I was going to make my save, but with the
All
plus
right,
8, I do
9
not.
points of damage. Oh, it's like leeching your strength because it's so cold.
This is after a turn.
Yeah, after a turn. Did you also fail your?
Yeah.
I'll roll separately for you. Oh, you also took 9 though, so it worked out okay. Anyone else fail?
We both made it.
You both made it. Excellent. Okay.
Have
You
they
guys
caught-
think
have
it's
they
just
caught up to me yet?
trudge.
Because I'm probably slower, right?
Not necessarily. You have 12 movement
But
range.
I was in front of everyone.
Yeah,
but
you
now
were in
they're
front.
catching up.
So you see them coming up behind you. It's hard,
So
You're
I'm trying hard to
Yeah.
stay ahead.
okay.
You're
all right.
also very short, and you're trudging through snow.
Yeah, but you know what? There's a little bit of a crust on this, and you're light enough that maybe you can run on top of the crust of snow without breaking through. So, roll a 6-sider for me.
Whoa.
Getting your Legolas on.
3.
Okay. All right, great. So you guys are probably 2/3 of the way to the edge of the southern face of this plateau. We got our monk and our dwarf and our gnome are still out probably a couple hundred yards.
Since we're up high, can I see the structure better now?
It's about 1,000 feet up.
Wow.
Freaking wall.
Yeah.
Is there any paths or roads?
You can notice from up here, you can see it looks like there's like a narrow switchback trail on the southern face that kind of leads up.
So it's around it if it's the southern, are we coming in?
You're coming from the south to the north, sorry.
So it's right in
the
front of us.
southern face, yeah. Yep.
All right. I am going to, I don't know if I want to head back yet or not.
Okay.
To let them know.
It's a pretty big plateau. I mean, you could see if there's another easier way up or something like that. I mean, it's pretty big.
All right.
You're guessing it's, 1,200, 1,500 feet wide.
Chances are, once we get there, I can fly us up each, one at a time or two
Like
at
an
a time.
elevator.
Yeah, I can be like an elevator. Yeah. Once y'all
I was
get
thinking more like a dumbwaiter, but
more like a dumbwaiter. Yeah, exactly.
okay.
We trudge.
So trudge, give me another d6 roll there.
2.
Okay. All right, you make it all to the edge of this thing, and it looks like a windy trail that is probably about 3/4 of a mile or something, or a mile of hiking is what you figure, back and forth, or you can try to fly up it.
I'm going to take the lightest one and try to fly up with them.
All right, that would be Mr. Whizzle.
Let's go. So I pick them up and I fly up.
Okay, so you fly up and you.
And I have like this just in case somebody shoots me.
So you're going up.
No, I have you. You're on my shoulders. You're on my shoulders.
This is easy.
Yeah, he's on my shoulders.
It's probably like.
I could probably take another person if he's like, you know what I mean. I could take 2, strength of 18, 32.
Yeah, but how much is your flying able to tote?
Oh, true that.
See,
Double true.
So you can maybe fly like half speed. Take somebody else. You want to fly at half speed?
Doesn't matter.
No, I'll just take him.
Okay. So you just take him, and you fly up, and kind of at an angle, and probably traverse something like 1,800, 1,900 feet of elevation and distance. And sure enough, there's basically a big stone building that's about 100 feet wide and about 300 feet long. Stairs leading up to it, and Yeah, you can.
And I drop you off at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. Go ahead and roll 6-sided die for me.
Me or him?
Yeah, you can roll. You're the flying one.
I got a 1.
Okay, you are shocked to see.
Electric shock.
Can't believe this establishment.
No,
Shocked, I say.
it looks like there's 4 human sort of looking things, big beards, wearing fur cloaks, and carrying huge halberds, like vast halberds, like which they have kind of set in the ground or whatever next to them, but they also have spears kind of stuck in the ground around them. And they see you fly over. Apparently, they watch you fly over land, and once you stop, they throw spears at you.
Oh, okay. That's cool. That's cool.
And one 20 and 19.
okay.
This is not friendly.
No, they are not friendly.
Okay.
So yeah, they look like they're pretty
They're
close.
friendly. They just have rough
When I see the spears, I put since he's on
Well,
my
you're
back.
surprised, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm surprised.
So yeah,
Got it.
So yeah.
Now,
so-
if you brought them alcohol instead of a gnome,
I have a
perhaps-
shield of that's protection from normal. Yeah.
I am not a gift.
That's true. So yeah, these,
Here, I think
although
you're
they're
a
wielded by big dudes, they would still be considered normal. So 19, 20, 13. Let's see. Oh yeah. Yikes! They're going to hit. All of those are going to hit you guys up to -3. They hit.
Guys?
Well, there's 2 of you.
You're
So
behind me.
yeah.
Exactly. I'm
He's
behind
on his
him.
shoulders behind him.
Yeah, but you set them down. So yeah.
Just
so
move them.
1, 2, 3 will be the gnome. 4, 5, 6 will be the dwarf.
Stop roll, man.
4, 5, 6, 4, 5. Oh my gosh! It's all dwarf.
Okay.
All dwarf all the time.
That's good bad.
So my shield is not going to work.
Now, because it's slung when you're flying, I bring them up, unfortunately, and letting them down. So you are going to take.
Let me get out my couch.
74 points.
It's bad. It's not good. So that's going to be 17 from the first hit, 13 from the second hit,
Oh my god.
15 from the third hit,
That rod of resurrection.
17, 13, and 15, and 15.
Dwarf skewers.
Okay.
These are not normal humans.
Yeah, that hurt a lot.
No, they're about 12 feet tall.
Fine.
Oh, they're giant.
Oh, wait. If they're giants, it's -4 to hit him. Did that get
Yes.
factored in?
Actually, good point. One of them might have missed. So your AC is
-2.
-2. Yes. So one of them missed. So we'll take away 15 points of damage from that.
Thank the maker.
There you go.
Lawyers.
All
Good
right.
job, Bruce Loya.
Now
Loya.
it is time to roll initiative
Good job.
for you guys. So you might want to hope that I roll low. Or I guess just ask, are you going to throw spell first? I should
I'm
ask
getting
that
out of
question.
here.
I'm
I'm going to
gonna
grab
throw
him and
spell.
get out.
You're going to throw a spell. Okay. Here
Well,
we
he
go.
can do that while you get him
They
out
got a
Yeah.
7.
Just grab
I got
my
a
boy.
2.
Okay. How
Come
about
on,
you?
baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Yes.
5.
Okay.
3, actually.
All right. So swoop down. He grabs you up. What spell were you going to throw?
Wall of fog.
Okay. So go ahead and roll
Fire
underneath
giant troll for house, but they already
your.
attacked too.
Would it be Constitution for
Sure, fire
that? I'm
giant.
going to say it's Dexterity to
giant.
be because it has a probably has a
matter.
semantic
I can
component
watch out with you anyway.
to it.
Well, if he doesn't start
what do you
casting
fire
until
giants?
3 and he got snatched
Yeah.
on 2.
Okay, what do I got to do?
Just roll under your dex.
Okay, that should be easy
There's a
enough.
very good dexterity.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, no problem. So you caught him on the waist, or so he's able to move his arms and do that sort of thing
So-
just fine. So,
Right in front of them.
okay.
I
How many
think
segments is your spell?
It takes 1 segment.
One sec. Okay, poof. Probably saving your lives. You
Yes.
cast this wall of fog.
So now they can't see us.
Now they can't see you,
So we're
so
gone. We go.
So-
We leave.
in fact, I won't even roll to see if they can hit you because they can't even acquire a target. So I'm going to
Nice.
say that you guys are able to get out of there. All right, with a cackling, high-pitched cackling laughter. All right. And you buzz down to the bottom.
Yeah, I buzzed down to the bottom.
He looks like someone has battered the heck out of this poor.
How much do we know? Can we have heard and seen?
Probably not a lot with all this whistling and stuff, and it was 1,000 feet up. You're like, what the hell happened?
So were those giants?
Come back down.
Yeah, they're a type of giant you haven't seen before. They're about 12 feet tall. They didn't look deformed or anything, but they didn't also look like frost giants. They weren't blue skinned. They just looked like humans, but big and strong.
There were some big, they not quite giants, but maybe Goliaths.
Well, it's a good thing I saved that cure critical wound spell. Here we go. 8. It's a good first roll. 4.
Come on.
4 and plus 3. So 19.
Sweet.
That takes care of like one
Thank you.
a quarter of the wounds.
Yeah.
Better than nothing.
A lot better than nothing.
All right. So it looks like there's some danger potentially up there.
Yeah.
So,
It's also get cold. You guys are feeling like you might be making another save before too long.
Are there any animals around?
Boy, you know what? Well, give me let's see, your wisdom. Give me under half your wisdom and you can find some animal.
Okay, 7 or less, or 8 or less if you're rounding up. 2.
A 2, okay. Yeah, there is an Arctic mouse. Is there.
Okay. Hey, mouse, nice whiskers.
Thanks.
Where can you find a cave?
You got anything to eat? It's really cold.
I'll give you some food when we get in the cave.
There's a big human cave. And he kind of points his whiskers up the trail.
Closer cave if you want a snack.
He kind of runs around in a circle kind of for a second, bouncing around. Dude, he's like, snack, food, then cave.
You know, I give him the Larry David kind of. I'll give him half, but not
Okay.
half and I pull back.
All right, so
That's
you
just the
just-
cave. Yeah, but we'll let him have half back. Jealous.
All right, he starts bounding off through the snow.
And I start bounding too.
He heads off.
I also bound.
All right.
We all bound.
So
So where the neck went.
he heads off.
Following mice now.
you got a better idea.
Yeah, because we just heard all
Following mice now.
Around the western edge, and it's like
It's cheesy, I know. Sorry. Even by my standards, that was.
Did mice die? They want to get point for that.
That's your 10-minute warning for the next dad joke.
they reset their dad joke timer.
That's really
So you guys head to the west. You go about 800 feet or so, and it's pretty cold, and probably time for another saving throw just to see how we're doing
It's not
here.
so fun.
Guys.
Sounds so fun.
Okay.
Yep, missed that one too.
So I'll be next to you, so I get 16 or more. You said 16 or less. Right, because that doesn't really help with. That's not is it a saving throw? Not really.
Sorry.
Would I get a +1 if I was?
It's not really a saving throw. It's just
Oh.
a mechanism.
I would have made it too. 16.
I rolled
All
a
right.
19.
I just missed.
I'm sorry. I just said roll. I apologize. It's a made-up mechanic that I just made up for this. So it's roll. Yeah, I know. I just made it up.
What would your father say?
Well done, son.
No, the father would say, "Well done."
Yeah. So roll underneath your Constitution. If you're wearing metal armor, add 8.
If you're wearing metal
So
armor,
I've
but
got
you're not.
a 16 and my constitution is
No.
7.
Are you wearing
Okay,
metal
so,
armor?
so you're
You're
good. You're
illusionist.
fine.
What is your armor you're
I rolled a
wearing?
20.
Oh no!
You don't have metal armor.
Oh,
you're
but
an
you crit.
illusionist.
It's in the house rules.
Yeah. So you take double damage.
You do have a ring of protection. You don't have. You
You
don't
take
have that
5
armor.
points of damage from the cold.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
so I did miss mine. I rolled a 16.
All right, 5 points of
Unless I
damage.
get +1 for a bless.
Wait, where are we going?
No, bless doesn't affect saving throws.
5 points. 5
Prayer
points of
does,
damage.
but not bless.
Got a 15 points.
Okay.
Luke is
And-
making this crap up.
Yeah. Totally. This is all carefully planned and I'm ad-libbing nothing as we go through this. Absolutely, it's all exactly as is written and stated. So,
I failed as well. Sad to say.
5 points.
I mean, yeah, I
5 points.
I could
5
pretend
points,
I
5
did, but
points.
you know.
All right, it's very cool. You guys are super excited when this mouse bounds up and you notice that there is the kind of wall goes, the cliff wall goes in a little bit, and sure enough, there's a cave entrance about 10 feet high, something like that, and maybe 8 feet wide.
Is there anything in the cave?
Is Mouse is leading us in?
Well,
He stops?
he stops and
Okay.
goes, food.
I'll peek inside and make sure we can fit.
Yeah,
Okay.
it opens up and it looks like it gets
I
quite.
was afraid it was going to be a mouse cave.
I throw it to him and say, hit the road.
No, I did say human size. It's
I
like
speak to the
Yeah.
mouse.
food before Yeti comes.
I'll tell you, you can speak to him too.
Yeah, burn.
I also speak to the mouse. They say,
Okay.
hey, wait,
Do you
there's
speak-
danger in there.
Do you speak with animals?
Yeah.
Yes, I can speak with
He's-
small
he's-
barbarian
he's-
animals.
he's a gnome.
Because you're a gnome. Of course you can.
One of the best abilities ever.
So he actually, when you're talking to him, he actually kind of bounds around and dances around your feet a little bit and goes, more food?
He's got family to take care of,
I
man.
have, I have some berries. Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Here's one berry. Yeah, danger inside.
Big danger.
Oh, another berry. How big?
Super really big?
Okay, thank you.
Very warm though.
Is that Imperial
Warm,
super
Like
big?
fire?
Danger.
So
Fire, danger, fire.
Oh, it's not the dragon.
Okay.
more berries?
Yeah. Oh, here.
No, it's not giving you any more information. Berries for him.
By the way, Armando the Bard says that he would send you some bardic inspiration, but they didn't have it in first edition.
Through that.
Okay, so, thank goodness you're out of this terrible wind, and although it's cold, it's not bitterly cold in the cave under here. So that is a welcome relief. So, and it looks like it's probably about a 10-foot wide-ish. It's rough hewn. So you can go 2, possibly 3 across into here, but we should have a marching order since we're going to go delving in a subterranean environment.
Delving.
Building.
I'll definitely go.
Isn't that
That is a pretty good word.
trademark, Dan?
I'll go first.
You knew something about
70? Oh,
it. You know
okay.
Skull the best.
So we got
I have a
Burnick.
Yeah.
Burnick is first. Is anyone else going next to
I'll go
Burnick, or is he
second.
the lead person?
I can be third since I have putting me sort of middle of the party with my
Okay, so we're
glass
gonna go
shield.
single file is kind of how we're
I
gonna go?
go behind
Yeah,
you.
single file is
Okay,
good.
single file.
So
So
I'll be-
Helga's third, who's
so
second?
We'll be close enough together to get the bonus.
Sure.
Do you want to be fourth or second?
He's second.
Second?
I'm second.
With her
I'll
bow,
be
she should be
fourth.
close enough to get the bonus too. So
Okay.
she can get her
So maybe
plus one
fourth,
to
then
hit.
Yeah, I was
you'd be
gonna
behind.
say,
So
yeah.
the 3 of us would be closest.
So Hera's going to be fourth? Is that what I'm hearing?
Does that mean you're putting the wizards in the back?
Do you want to?
Well, I didn't want to. I
I'm
don't
so
know.
small and fragile.
That's true. You're
You
putting
said
I'm
we
neither small
we don't
nor
have, we
fragile,
don't have to
but
go
I don't-
single file,
can-
right?
You do not have to be
Puts the
single file.
necromancer in the back.
I can. You want to swap with me?
Necromancer in the corner.
You can swap with me if you want because I can move fast, so I could always run up to the front.
We're
for you.
not single file.
You
We
can
don't have to
go.
go
You can
single
do
file.
too wide. It's 10 feet. 10
Yeah.
feet
You want
across.
to be beside me?
You did not bathe today, but okay.
So you're going to be in the
His
front
character
rank.
did though.
I'm going to be behind him in
Behind
second.
it. Okay.
How
So
about if we double
is-
up in the second rank and then these two in the third rank?
Perfect. There you
Yeah.
go.
So,
All right, so I got
the
Burnick
squishies
up front.
Squishies all have
and anyone
marching
next to
partner.
Burnick, or is Burnick all alone?
Okay.
I'm gonna drink the potion. I have extra healing potion.
Okay.
Burnick is the wedge of the spear.
Two quaffs.
All right.
One.
Cloth armor.
Yeah, quaff harder.
Oh my god! I spilled it.
That needs to be a quote. Quaff harder.
3. Okay.
Like,
Is there any?
Thank God
I
you
had to
had
drink the
that.
whole thing.
2.
Oh wow.
2 of 6.
Give the boy a
I
double
drank the
cut.
whole thing, so I get an extra little few more.
Sure, we'll give you.
I thought you'd be better at drinking.
We'll give you a +3 for the entertainment factor of that die roll.
Yes.
That's simply not.
He's buying you dinner tonight. And just say,
Yeah, okay. All right, right, so we got Burnick, who's up front. Is anyone next to Burnick?
Up to 22.
That's good. That's good.
No, he's the point of the spear.
All right, so tip of the spear is Burnick. Second rank, we're going to have what? Griswold and who? Or Griswold.
Griswold
And the next.
next to you, I think.
You want me to be there?
And Helga? Okay.
Or you, I guess you can be next to me if you want.
Sure.
And it should be behind us so that way we can get the 5.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
So we got Griswold and Tien, the Necromancer. Helga solo in the 4th rank, or next year?
I should just be a little central so that people get the
okay.
bonuses.
So we
from the
got
shield.
Helga, and that leaves us with Hira and the gnome.
Hold it in front of me.
Yeah.
Hira and Mr. Wizzle. All right. Hira.
You can put Mr. Wizzle next to me so he's a
Okay.
little more.
So he's in the okay.
Where's the necromancer?
He is in the front row. Sorry, no. The Necromancer is Burnick, Griswold, the Necromancer, 3rd row Helga, and Mr. Wizzle. Last rank
So
Hira.
serious.
There's a lot of Z's in the party.
Got it.
Oh, fizzle McGizzle.
So that's what I've heard.
All right. So have you guys figured out your marching order? I've got an idea of what you're doing. The
Yes.
passage leads in to the east.
Okay. I'm invisible, by the way.
You're invisible? Okay, so we got Griswold is invisible. Griswold.
I think our ex-girlfriend.
I am not going to be invisible.
Okay.
So that people can see me in the front.
Frank Sawatsky suggests putting the gnome in front so that it doesn't block any ranged weapons.
Are we
Well,
putting
the
the
dwarf
hat,
is in
though?
front.
Okay.
That still puts me in front.
All right. So this is rough hewn, so the passages are a little bit curvy, but it generally goes 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet east. Turns to the southeast, 10 feet. It looks as if there's an opening to the south with a large opening, and in fact, you can't really see unless somebody has light at this point.
I have my light necklace.
Okay, so you put on your continual light stone. So there's a large room or cavern to the south that's at least 60 feet to the south and opens up about 40 or 50 feet east and west. Or the passage continues generally east, but it kind of curves a little bit so you can't see more than about 20 feet.
Wow, did you get that?
So
I
east
thought
or
you were
south.
mapping. You have the graph paper. You have
My God.
All right. Well, you can trail map it. So you came in from the western wall, heading east. You went about 30 feet.
30 feet, okay.
Yeah, and it opens up to the south, or you can continue east.
30 feet. 30 feet. And then you can go.
You can go south into a cavern
North,
that's
south,
about 60 or 70 feet long.
Because I saw where the structure was, does my
South,
dwarven
south, 60 to 70 feet.
sensibilities kind of
Six,
figure
seven,
where
eight.
we're at?
You know what? That's a give me a percentile die roll. You want low.
All right.
Came in from the west. All right, we got it.
And I got 51.
You're not 100% sure, but
He's 51% sure.
yeah. you think you got to go in a couple hundred feet, and maybe it's online with about this, or maybe it's to the north a little ways. You're not sure exactly.
So we kind of think we're going in the right direction. Sort of.
I wasn't listening. You were mapping.
We came in from
the west.
We went
30
30 feet.
Yeah.
There's a room to the south, a cavern to the south, or you can continue east.
There's a room to the south, or we can continue east.
How far head east can we see?
East, you're not sure because it kind of winds and stuff, so
Okay.
you
But
can't really
south
see.
goes into a cavern.
Yeah.
After 30 feet, it goes into the cavern. right?
He said there's something hot and big. To worry
How
about.
hot is
So we may want to
It's a
go
hot
into
tub.
we may not want to go into the big cavern yet.
Yeah.
We want to keep going.
That's where like
east.
something big and hot would might be would be in a big cavern. I'd say we go straight.
Yeah.
Or east.
As the DM
Guys wanna go
fills
east?
out the monster manual.
I'm just
I'm just
reviewing.
Why
Yeah.
are you looking behind
Just
you?
get light reading.
I'm looking for inspiration. I'm just looking for inspiration. Could
I
just
just saw the book leave.
Inspiration's a
Psionic
5e
abilities?
thing. You can't have inspiration.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm not
AD&D.
finding inspiration anywhere in this book. I'm very distressed. Okay. So you're south or east, guys?
I think we're going to
east.
head east a little bit.
Okay. You go about 10 feet, 20 feet. It's kind of curving a little bit north and south. 30 feet, 40 feet. It looks like it's going to open up into a bigger area to the east, like a cavern to the east. It also looks like there's a passage that kind of branches off south from this spot. But you see a large creature there. In fact, you should probably roll a 6-sided to see if you're surprised.
Like, who's gonna do it? Everybody's
we running
one
for the
person
party?
does it. One person.
Just one person.
Yeah, person up front.
So what do I
I
do for
guess
my-
that-
Yeah,
person up front should roll.
Burnick should roll it. He's up front.
4.
All right, you are not surprised, nor have you surprised what appears to be like it's like 10 feet tall and stretches back 20, 30 feet, something like that, and it's blue in color. It has an ugly, like, insectoid face and some big horns, and it's kind of rising up and beating its little wings down the side of its side of its head.
Yeah.
And it's like hissing. And it says, you should roll for initiative.
The calm voice.
It speaks to
As a
you.
Luke Gygax's head.
All right, yes. So
Still lightning bolt.
it's got an 8.
6 good. Yeah, so good. So we don't
You got a 5?
Yeah.
Yay.
Okay. Unfortunately, my dice rolling has continued to be epic. They are going on an 8, so not very good. It is the bad guys are going on an 8. Bad guy, foe. So we'll start. Anyone below a 0? Oh, I'm sorry. I heard someone say a spell. They were throwing a spell. Anyone else throwing a spell? We got a lightning bolt coming on from our
I'm gonna
elven
throw a
magic
spell.
user.
Are we spelling, cleric?
What are you spelling?
But do I have a clear shot?
You
from
do.
Where I am?
Yeah, it's about 35 feet in front of you.
Okay. 35 feet in front of me. That's too far. It's too far away. I'm not
Too far
gonna
away?
cast-
You could always close. You could always run up to it, if you want. But,
no.
do you want to throw a spell? Or no, you're not throwing a spell. Cleric, are you going to throw a spell?
I'm looking at my spells and considering that's not useful. I don't have any spells that are particularly useful. I do
got it.
have, however, have a rod of smiting.
Okay, so you can absolutely close and do that. So everyone's got their initiative. Anyone below a 0? 1, 2, 3s.
I have one.
You have 1. Go
But
ahead.
I'm going to step to the side so that I'm sort of out of everyone's way in
Okay.
case I want to cast a spell in the future.
So you're going to, it opens up to the south a little bit. You step to the south. Is that where you're going to kind of step towards?
Well, are we in a T-shaped thing?
It's basically entering into a cavern in front of you, or it looks like there's an option to go to
said
the
there's a
right,
passage
which is the
south.
south.
This is a cavern. And
Yeah, it looks like it's going to open up into a wide
and there's a
cavern.
passageway south.
And-
in the
Yeah,
cavern?
and remember, it's all rough hewn, so it's
I
it's
think the passage is right as you're approaching the entrance.
Exactly.
Of the cavern.
And
So this is too far.
the icy worm is in the cavern.
directly in front of you in the cavern.
We could just turn south.
It may
Avoid
chase
Okay.
us. They're
So-
very aggressive.
What would you like to do?
Do I have to hit it with a rod of smiting? Or
You
can
do,
I-
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Well,
that's
I'm
annoying.
going to go to this spot here.
Okay.
See?
So you're kind of in the entryway there?
Go
Got
to
it.
this spot here.
Oh,
so
okay.
if everyone's going to
Sure.
go this way, I'm going to stand here.
Okay. So that's close to
creatures
the
over here.
close to the bad guy. Yeah, you're probably putting yourself within 20 feet of the bad guy by going there. You're
20 feet.
yeah, you'd be very close going there.
No, I don't want to do that. I want to go here then. How about that?
Okay. Yeah.
That's
sure.
like-
No sweat.
I don't want anyone to get in front of me. See?
Got it. So everyone is behind
Don't
you.
get
You
in front
realize
of
it.
me.
Okay. So all right. Oh, so stay behind. Got it. Don't get in front of him. So he takes a step forward and he's kind of getting ready to do something. All right.
get in
That
front
was on 1. 3 was Hira.
3.
Yep.
Pew pew.
Pew, pew, yeah.
I'm just, can you help? Because I see that you wrote notes.
Yeah.
Is that for those notes for those arrows?
This is
Sorry, I
how
was
many
kind
you
of
have.
confused how you
'Cause we
wrote.
have 2 quivers, a hip quiver and a back quiver. There's
Yes.
some normal arrows, some silver, and there's the magic ones that look
So those are separate ones. Okay, got it. Okay, I'm gonna shoot with the silver tipped and see
Okay.
if I don't miss like
Okay.
I have every other time.
All right.
+1 to hit.
That's fine.
Yes. Oh, that's right. You got a bonus, huh? Huh? It's a 9. What is that?
That's a 6.
No,
Okay, that's probably
You
not
need
going
a
to hit.
different
Well, 6
20-sided
is
die.
I know.
6 is an armor class 2.
Should I use the one that looks exactly the same, but it's just
but it's
different?
10.
That's
10 to hit.
all right.
Oh, okay, good.
D6 plus just 1.
Would 7
Yeah,
have been a
that's me.
hit?
You have a strength longbow.
Is lightning an area effect?
Yes.
Yeah.
2. 2 points.
2 points of damage.
But on the second row,
Yeah.
I can move to the side and up, not get behind him.
I was going to run up and smack it. But if you're
All
going
right.
to cast lightning, I don't think.
2 points of damage. Got it. All right, we're
I'm
on.
about to cast.
Oh, you're going first.
So number 3, 4.
Yep.
I'm on 2.
2. Oh, go ahead.
But
Sorry.
he screamed, don't get in front of me.
Okay.
So I'm holding my action
Okay.
with my rod of smiting, so if it comes at us, I will smite it.
You'll smite it. Okay. 4.
All right, I'm going to position myself so I'm not hitting my friends with the
Okay.
lightning bolt, and then fire it.
Okay, and you can do that because it opens up big enough.
Right.
I think you can do that. So you're gonna on 4. You're gonna start casting.
Yep.
And it's 3-segment spell, I believe.
Yep.
Okay, so you're gonna get it on 7, which is unfortunate. Okay. 5, 6,
How far away is it from me?
about 35 feet.
Okay.
He's going to cast lightning, so.
Yeah. Where's in the room so I can show where we're going to go? So the creature's deeper in?
Yeah, he's about 25 feet past the gnome.
Okay. I'll go. I can move 24, so I can go down to the lower cavern. If I can, I'm not taking cover but just so I'm not right next to him, and I'll shoot my light crossbow at him.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. My Thaco is 11. 19.
That's a hit.
Okay, so it's a
nice.
D4 plus 6. 8 points,
8 points.
and it becomes visible.
It hisses with it chitters and hisses in pain as the
hitter.
bolt buries itself in there. All
Cheddar
right,
and hiss yourself.
I believe we're 8.
6.
6. Sorry. 8 or 6.
I'm
one of
going
those
to
two.
do the same thing that
Okay.
she's doing and hold her action to find out what the lightning bolt does.
Okay, 7 is the lightning bolt. So go ahead and do some damage.
When we talk, it writes.
There you go, fixed it.
Wow.
42.
42. I rolled pretty good.
That's very good.
Necromancy.
Extremely good.
All right. You can
Save
see.
for half.
Oh, yeah, that would probably be a good idea.
Yeah. You don't, if you don't want to, that's fine.
What happened?
He cast lightning bolt
Oh,
for like a lot of damage.
oh my god.
Yeah, he emperor that.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. That's so.
Missed it by 1.
First edition, folks. The even high hit die monsters, spell saving throws are not easy for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that I missed it by 1. So it takes the full damage.
Yes.
It is still up. Just FYI, it is still up.
Do we want to
And
run
it
up and smack it?
It knows we're here.
Okay.
It's with my 12.
Well, now it does.
With my movement of 12, can I get to it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's,
Yeah,
it's
I'll run up
closer
and
than
smite it.
it's
Why
close.
not?
It's like 30 feet away, so you guys can jump up there, which is half your movement, and take a swing.
I jump up there. Like,
All right.
I literally jump up there.
All right.
So, you may go first.
Sure. I assume I have to roll to hit with my rod of smiting.
You do.
All right, and I roll a 15, 16 with my my shield.
And what kind of weapon is that
The
considered?
rod of smiting, is this considered a large creature?
It is large. Yeah,
Actually,
it's
it
like 30
doesn't.
feet long.
It doesn't matter. It says,
Same.
oh, I just missed my 3 times damage. It does 1d8 plus 3.
Okay.
7 points of damage.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
So, I run up and smack it. I jump up and smack it.
Okay.
Now, I need a little bit of a mind
First
juggling.
round is 1 attack, and second round is 2
That's
attacks.
right.
Okay, first round is 1 attack,
Yeah.
second round is 2. So the first round, I'm going to smack him. My attack is 10.
Come on, bud.
And I rolled a 1. My first swing was a 1.
All right. Roll again.
Dice of Doom.
16.
Okay. So you go in there and you swing and you kind of slip and you reach forward and touch it. Roll percentile dice for me.
52.
That thing is incredibly hot. You take 52 points of damage.
Oh,
just touching its body.
Oh my god.
Wow. So
I need a really long nap and a lot of
The hell
rain.
was
we're on a 7.
Not sure what the hell
8.
it is.
All right. So 8 is the Remoras.
Good thing is you're no longer freezing to death. Congratulations.
Oh no, I am very hot now.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
If someone looks at me funny, I'm in trouble.
All right. So up front we have the cleric and the dwarf.
Yes.
All right. So 1, 2, 3. It likes the dwarf for some reason.
Oh god, probably
All
because
right.
he's bleeding out.
All right.
Yeah.
That's going to be -1.
My armor class is -2.
Okay.
I've got it. Plus, he's right next to
Okay,
me.
that close, that
Plus
close.
one.
So bad die rolling on my part. The good news is that from the south, its partner, its mate, has come up. And there you are with your back facing towards it.
Oh no!
That's good news.
As it bites you,
Remember, does it get a bonus? By the way, just so you know.
Good news for the
Because
DM.
you don't get bonus on attacks.
-6.
Absolutely hit.
Okay, -6, it hits you.
Yeah. I probably don't want this
I
damage.
think the DM was cheering himself up.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that was.
Because you're
This
killing
gave me
my
in early
little
after all.
Good news.
All right, so
Oh my god, that's a lot of dice.
I heard a handful.
Yeah.
Automatic dice here, this.
Oh my god.
23 points of damage
7
from its
left.
bite.
We can be cheerleaders.
Oh,
All right.
man.
Go team, go!
All right.
From the grave.
So what happens to me?
It didn't swallow you. It just
Yeah.
bit you. And yeah, it's actually.
Look out for that.
Ah, it's my ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, you look. It's like, oh my god, it's even uglier than your ex-girlfriend. That's pretty bad.
God.
All right, so it looks like we're at 9.
Sorry,
Anyone have a 9?
Not my
9,
ex-girlfriend in general.
10, and end of the round. Okay. Next round. What do you guys want to do? From the south, you've got the Daddy Ramirez, and in front of you, you've got a badly wounded Mama Ramirez
Oh my God.
in front of you.
I just got to keep smacking that Mama Ramirez to kill it
Alright.
before it kills the dwarf.
All right.
Let's see if I get.
So we got
any kind of
attacks.
good
Any
initiative.
spells going?
Lightning bolt.
Another lightning bolt.
It's not a spell for me. It's a thing.
Okay, so we got the wizards casting a spell. All right, let's go for initiative, folks. Oh my
but
god,
that's
you
not
gotta be
casting.
kidding me.
Oh, good.
These dice are killing me. I got a 10.
Good.
I rolled a 9. You rolled a 10.
I rolled a 10. I rolled a 10, guys.
I'm casting spells. I'm casting spells.
Okay, all right, we'll give it to you, and this is kind of a dire situation. So, all right.
Four.
All right, so it looks like you guys are all going to get a chance to go first. We'll still unfold in combat order here. Anyone below a 0? 1s. 2, 3,
4.
4s.
You got a 4 too.
4.
You can go
All right.
first.
What do you want to do?
Oh my God! I see this. They're both in front of me.
One is to your right, and one is in front of you.
The one engaged in melee with us is like we might be
The
between
one
that and you.
that's unharmed, I'm facing towards that one.
Okay, right by next
I
to him.
take out this incense stick and very quickly light it up.
Okay.
And it's glowing. It's glowing, and I start weaving
Okay.
this way and that way, and this way and that way, and I'm weaving it in a
Yeah.
hypnotic
I feel
pattern.
like, do I hear music?
Hypnotic pattern.
All right. We'll see if the Romero starts bobbing. I'm pretty sure I have to get a saving throw, right?
in the running
Or he's going to be in a trance.
I don't know.
I don't know, it's a pretty good beat, man.
Is that a color spray or prismatic spray?
Hypnotic
pattern. Okay.
Save the
Is it so many hit dice or is that a save?
It is a
Hit
hit die.
dice.
I think it might be a hit die, yeah.
Hit die thing.
The save will negate it. But
It's like 24 hit, I think.
it can affect up to 24
24.
levels of hit creatures.
Don't know my rules or what.
All right, so it's a save versus a spell, huh?
If you're fighting something with 24
All right.
hit die, you should probably disengage and go.
Miss.
It makes it. It needed an 8 and I got an 11. So it shakes its head off. It's not going to be
No.
persuaded by your awesome beats.
Sorry, I
All
just
right.
look funny then.
Can it affect multiple creatures? Can you get the mate too?
No, because they have too many hit dice. So, all right. So there you go. You,
4.
All right.
Okay, now I got 2 attacks, and I'm going to smack him.
no.
Fighting for my life.
Oh no. And you're using a magic weapon, if I remember.
Oh, I got a natural 20.
It's a magical weapon, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
So I've got a 19 and a 20, actually. My first attack was 20. My second attack was 19
That's
against
it,
the
baby.
baby.
Nice.
So let's do. So I'm going
Feel
to
the
do
bird.
double with the 20, right?
Yeah.
Do I roll it once?
Roll it and multiply it, yeah.
Okay. So this one is bip 8. So that's 16 plus 4 is 20 with the first hit.
All right, still alive.
The second hit. I roll another 8.
Nice.
So that's 12 more.
Nice.
All right. This poor thing, you
Aw,
hack
poor
through its carapace, and blood gushes out. Give me a dexterity save. to see
Oh
if you-
no.
No.
It's like alien, like acid.
Honestly,
Boiling.
Boiling hot.
I rolled a 6. So I
You
got
rolled
it.
a 6. That's great. You rolled under your dex. You
Okay,
dodged
I
out of the
did.
way.
I
So it's like hisses. It hits the ground. Like smoke is rolling up and boiling everywhere, and you duck out of the way as it collapses. And of course, this enrages its mate as you've killed Mama.
Can you
Ramirez.
move after fighting in?
No.
No.
A.
So yeah, so there's team, but you've danced out of the way. So that was 4, if I remember right. 5, 6.
6.
Right.
Question.
Yeah.
Figurine of Wondrous Power. Is that an aggressive action?
It's activating a device. Yeah.
So it's active. Okay. So I'm going to move. For free, I could instantly become invisible. So I just do that.
Okay.
And then I'm going to move 24 away from the Memorized.
Provoking an attack of opportunity, though.
No, I'm invisible.
Doesn't matter. It's not in this game. But go ahead.
You said it fast enough.
And then I'm going to toss a Goat of Travail.
Oh, I never used that.
I'll cast a Goat of Travail as far as I can. It doesn't really say how far you can throw it, so I want to throw it as close as I can, if possible, in front of the dwarf, so that the Remember has this giant goat thing in front of it instead.
So you're going to throw it at the dead Ramirez. Okay.
Yeah.
Oops. All right, 7, 6, yeah, 7.
7, I start
That was
casting
6,
my
yeah.
spell.
Yep.
2
All right.
seconds.
All right. You're going to throw it at the upright
Yep.
Ramirez. Okay. That was on 7, so it'd be simultaneous with when it goes. Yeah.
I should have gone before.
Okay, no
but
problem.
It's going to be the same thing. Just
Okay, sure. Take a shot. Armor class 0.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see about using my +2 arrows. Let's hope they don't miss. Roll a 13. That's
No, that's like a -6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hit.
and then second. That's a rolling
Yeah.
17. Yeah, that definitely
Okay,
hits.
so 2 hits.
All right, +2.
So plus arrows are damage extra bonus.
Correct.
So you're going to roll 2d6 plus 3 because it's +1 strength bow, +6. 2d6 plus 6 for 2 hits.
Okay.
Yeah.
4 + 6.
So that's only +6. So 4, 6,
6 and 6, 12.
6 plus 6, 12.
Yay.
So 12. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's
There you
actually
go.
quite good. All
mark
right,
off
2
the
arrows go into this thing, and of course, as they hit it, they burn away as they
She kind of
they pierce
high-fives
them.
herself.
All right, 8, 9.
9.
9, your things go off.
And 9 because you were launched on 6. Huh? Bummer. Okay.
No, I launched on 7, but
so go
it's from the staff.
So it's that's from the staff. Okay.
It's faster.
Yep. It's faster.
Well, not as good as last time, but I'll still take it.
That's a cocked die. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Apparently it's susceptible to lightning.
That one's only 15 points of damage.
Okay.
Because it's.
You rolled a lot of 6s in that last.
Well, that was my spell. This
That was
is
that was a pretty beefy one last time. I have to admit that was bad. All right, so it goes on 10. It doesn't have anyone right in front of it, so I think it's going to launch for our poor dwarf. It looks like.
Oh, I go on 9.
Oh, 9. Go ahead.
So I charge it and
Okay.
I smite it.
Okay. Charge and smite.
Go. Come on.
8.
Armor class is 0, so I'm not sure if that
It's
hits.
just
Oh,
Back
that
is
goes
okay.
11.
So no.
No.
That's a miss. All right. Well, since you're running right at it, it is going to.
Saved your butt.
Yeah.
Yeah. -4. Sorry.
Yep, that's going to get me.
All right. So.
That's a lot of dice. I don't like that.
Yeah, but I rolled 3 1s right there, so
Oh,
it's not
that's
so good.
I like
3
that.
1s.
13. Wow. 13 and 19 points total.
That's not a big deal.
No. So that's it. All right. So it is time for initiative. Are we doing any spells?
I'm going to cast the spell with my Staff of Illusions.
Okay. So we got our staff use.
I'm casting Hold Monster.
Hold monster. Anyone else? All right. Let's do that initiative thing. Let's see if I can roll another 10.
I am going
All right.
Daddy-o.
It's got a 3.
So you
So
got 9?
-2 is 0.
Well, luckily,
-3.
you're safe.
All right.
So to speak.
It's going on 3 as well.
-2 is 0.
All right. So looks like 0. We got as lowest as 0. All right. Go ahead.
-3.
Oh no, sorry.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. -3.
We're pew pew. What's this?
20. This plus 1 doubled. Oh, it's a 6. 14. So 14. And then, nice.
Just imagine like Hera just saying pew every time.
Nice shot.
All right, that one's 17. That hits.
Yeah, that hit.
And that's just all the regular.
Seven.
Oh,
6 again.
Here comes the
Yeah.
pain.
So 21 total.
21 total points.
Looking
More
kind of
aggressive
these
high
days.
five.
Right in the eye.
All right, so that's a negative whatever. Then we got to 0. All right.
Well, I saw how effective that lightning bolt was.
Okay.
So I'm going to cast an imaginary lightning
faux
bolt
lightning?
exactly like
Okay.
that one that hurt that other one
All
before.
right, so I
right?
think same thing, save versus spell for effect.
I mean, if it believes that it might not get a saving throw, if it's likely to believe that's something that could happen, and seeing that he just got hit by one.
To try, to try and help, I yell.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, it's a secret.
To try and
It made its saving throw exactly with an 8. So it was like, wait, that looks like lightning bolt. You know, I didn't hear that crackle quite right. That's not okay. That's not. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. Two. Right.
Does the goat and I go at the same time?
Yeah,
work.
sure. Why not?
Okay, or I can roll for the goat.
All right.
All right, goat roll.
Go
All right, so goat's a 7,
Right.
and I'm a 2, so I go. I'm just going to fire. Let's see, 20 is the range here. I'm going to stay far away.
You
from
could go
that
up in
thing.
hand-to-hand combat if you wanted.
Hell no.
Goat roll.
So what's that?
goat roll.
Is medium range -1 or -2?
Oh, I think it's just a -1. We'll say
Okay.
it's a -1 for
Okay, so I'm going to stay at 24. I'll make sure I stay 24 away.
All right.
So I'll need a 12 to down plus 0. 2.
Oh, that's a good hit.
Nice.
Okay, plus 6.
9 points. All
So
right.
you go pew pew, and I go pew.
Yeah, Daddy Ramirez, not happy. All right. I think the only one we have in front is Helga.
Yes, but I also go.
Okay.
So
Simultaneous
smiting.
chops. All right. It's looking like a good hit at a -6, I think.
Yeah, no, -6 is going to get me.
Yeah.
And I missed again.
Oh no.
I'm not rolling though.
All right. Here goes nothing.
What is this?
This is
I have a 7. No, because I have a 7. The goat goes to 7.
25 points of damage.
Ooh, I go down.
Oh, that says 5.
All right, your cleric is
I
fallen.
know, our first one to go down is a cleric.
I know, right?
That's good.
And you were sacrificing yourself, so you get super props for that.
Yeah.
Because that's what you did there.
Just trying to keep him alive. These things do a lot of damage.
4,
Yeah, they do. No.
5,
I start casting my spell.
6, 7.
7. Goat goes.
Okay.
Oh, no,
And spell.
Spell is odd.
Spell's a long
10.
one.
Yeah,
Oh, 10. Okay. Goat
Okay.
gets like hoof, horn or something.
Yeah, so you can charge. So charging attack,
If I get bound up, I'm okay.
that's plus 2 to hit, right? Mm-hmm. Means only his horns.
Yeah.
But his damage is added. But 16. What does it say? I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah, that's okay.
Plus
6.
Plus 6. So plus 6 damage on each hit that round.
Okay.
So it'll be 8. Okay. So looks like
I think by nature it has
2
to be
horns.
It has
so
to be a magical
there's 2
weapon.
horns. Boom. I don't know if you can let me know.
Yeah, you can.
My hit-
It has to be a magical weapon, or the weapons will melt.
Yeah.
I grabbed the monster.
However, in Dungeon Master's Guide, I believe it's 4 hit dice or more. They can hit magical. So he still
Yeah,
hits
but
them.
is it a magic weapon? Yeah, it's. I'm going to call it magic because it's a magic item. So I'm
right,
going to say yes. It's not going to
All
melt. I think that would be cheap otherwise.
I don't see the hit dice. Oh, 16 hit dice.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know what
Oh,
I mean.
especially at 16 hit dice. Yeah, it's got to be. That's pretty potent.
So
19?
Don't hit anything. 2 probably won't hit a
No,
0.
no.
Okay. So it's 2 to 12 plus
6.
6. Yeah. All right. Cool. Nice. Level
Oh,
6,
there you go.
17.
That's a bad. It's a bad goat right there. He's the goat. All right.
So I can speak goat, and I say, "Go, Tom Brady."
Yeah.
I'm actually a Mahomes fan, but
Yeah.
I thought people get that reference.
The Ramirez is looking forward to the roast of the goat. So, all right. I'm sorry. I've totally lost track. Where there? It was 7. Hold is going to go 7, 8, 9.
I'm on 9.
9. Okay, because I think his will be the end around.
So the hold's going to happen at the end of the round.
Yeah.
Boy, 9.
on,
I'm going to
hold.
go get her
Okay.
and drag her out of the
All right.
situation.
All right.
Try to grab it. I'm going to grab it.
Because the goat is there, I'll say it's not going to be able to bite you or roll on you or anything like that. So the goat's in there taking it.
So I get her out of there and back
All
up as
right,
far
now I
as
got to do a
can.
save again for
-3.
Yep. That sounds like a cheat rule to me. I don't know.
Your dad wrote it, so.
I know that guy. What did that guy know? Oh no, I got an 8, which is exactly what I need, but it's a -3.
Yeah, but it's a -3.
So it doesn't work. It is
If you
held.
succeeded, it'd be like a slow spell.
All right.
Paralyzed.
This poor Ramirez is held.
So can we just?
Yeah, we just beat the hell out of it.
Do we just beat the hell out of it,
Yeah.
or do we do? But I don't know if it's not going to break the spell
No,
if he's held.
it is not 5e. It's done.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just basically completely
Yeah.
hosed. It's a death sentence.
Okay,
yeah.
so we can beat the crap
Yeah.
out of it.
Yeah.
You can use ranged weapons, whatever you want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's filled full of
Yeah.
holes.
Okay. Poor Ramirez.
Now we
Wait,
have
let me
the
manage
her? Can we fix her?
Oh, no, she's dead.
Oh, we're not doing like binding.
No, you got how far down were you? You got crunched pretty hard.
I'm down to -1.
Oh, that's it? Oh, I thought you were crunched more than that. All right.
I summon the spirit of Kimohan. Binding.
Yeah. Actually, if you're at -1, unfortunately, in AD&D,
Okay. Yeah,
you're dead because I didn't house rule it as a under 10 or a bleeding or that sort of stuff. So in AD&D, if
If I
you,
fell, could I pop myself with a rod of resurrection?
Fall on it.
I'm afraid you can't. Unfortunately.
Is that
doesn't
usable
work
by
that
other
way.
classes?
Yes.
Robes with the
Let's see. I
know
think it's only usable by clerics,
Maybe the-
or if you had a thief.
Maybe the monk could do it.
Clerics and dwarf fighters.
Because the monk is like
Clerics
has
and
healing
dwarf
and
fighters.
ability.
Magic user?
No, I think the monk is
says
actually
it
the
in
most
there,
likely class.
Yeah, totally in there, dude.
the weirdest.
There's some weird things in there.
All right.
Oh, good, no.
If I'm dead, I'm dead.
Yeah, this rod enables the cleric
And
to
dwarf-
resurrect the
Hey,
dead.
he's right. It says in there. Dwarf. It's in pencil.
Actually says the cleric.
I died gloriously though.
Yeah, you did.
This is bad.
He would be dead if it wasn't for you.
Oh, yeah. Yep. That's,
But I probably should have stayed alive.
You probably should have. You probably should let him die.
I didn't realize I was going to miss all of my rolls.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's a rite of smiting. What is? Who can use that? Now we're like looting the body.
fighters
like,
and clears?
good old days.
Now you can take my
Base.
stuff.
Breathe for 1 minute.
Yeah, she's not even
What's she going to the pockets?
She's a brave warrior. Who wants a ride?
like, oh, boy. Too bad. Anyone, she's not going to drink this whiskey anymore about this rod. Okay, great. I need a new pair of boots. You're in still pretty good condition.
It
Yeah.
was like, I think they're shoes. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I'm missing
Where's your humanity?
We can afford. No one has a bag of holding to be able to. But now, if you just like cut her head off or something, you could just carry it with you, and then you could resurrect her from the head, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I want
Kidding.
to do
That's
that.
terrible. That's a terrible thing to say.
or a toe. Maybe we could
That,
get the
honestly,
little
or a
toe.
kidney stone.
Or kidney
Or
stone.
kidney stone. Oh, that's right. I wrote
That's
that
right.
With all of you, we must bury her.
taking her.
I would think you'd want to bring part. Anyway, I'm the DM. I'll show you.
They're saying they can resurrect me if they bring part of me back.
I think we take her with us, whole. I'm fine with wrapping her up in my blanket and taking her with us.
You never know.
You never know what we're going to run
You can
into.
be raised dead, doesn't have to be a resurrection. It's a lot
Oh,
easier.
there you go.
Hey,
See,
Mr.
yeah.
Necromancer.
Yeah, right?
I'm not that kind of necromancer.
But it's
Animator,
in your name.
Turn her into a zombie so
I
she can
talk
walk
to
in her
the
own
dead.
power.
If you can animate me,
like
then
Mr. Crowley.
you can have me do the rod of resurrection on myself.
We might be fudging a rule.
A little bit.
To get there.
It says
Say
in the rule
the
book you
word.
can change the rules if you want to.
It does say
I've never seen a zombie movie where he was watching TV and had a remote. So I'm thinking,
Maybe that mouse is a cleric.
So, kids at home, what you're experiencing now is a common first edition trope of browbeating the GM.
Yes. This is true. Until they give in. I'm sorry, you're dead.
I mean,
You're dead and you're proud.
what if we lashed the rod
Yeah.
to a dwarf and an elf at the same time? And somehow the magical natures of both would.
Be a cleric.
And they were tap dancing while it's happening.
and this is why
hand, like, why are you
people
healing
say
yourself? Why are you-
follow the rules. This is right here.
Okay. So you are going to drag the
I'm gonna
body
bring her
of
along.
Helga, your brave adventuring partner.
We have been adventuring together for years.
Yes.
Cleric.
I'm not going to leave her.
Cleric went down. Oh my gosh.
And in case we run into the dragon, we can chuck a body in front of it. I didn't say that to you.
It's like Wicked to Bernie's.
Probably hungry, yeah.
Prop me up.
People you run around with.
All right.
Who are these people?
I
So,
always thought that she was a little too rough.
No.
all right. So
Lawful goody.
there's a large cavern that where this Remora's was. There's the passage to the south where the other Remora's is kind of mostly blocking it at this point, but you can probably step over it or step around it. It's rapidly cooling as it's perished. In the larger, so you can go south, or if you continue east into the cavern, there's exits north, south, and east from the big cavern.
Let's look for lair.
Holy cow.
This is its lair. What do you want to?
Is there any piles of stuff?
There is some piles of stuff.
We would like to look through some piles of stuff.
All right, so you frisk around through the piles of stuff, and you find an egg.
An egg.
Oh.
Is there a cleric in it?
There's not a cleric in
The egg of cleric creation.
it. It's the egg of cleric resurrection. How did you found it?
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Is your goat trail still trotting around?
Yes, it didn't say anything about when it goes away, so I guess I just have it for the rest of the adventure, right?
No.
No? Oh, because it doesn't say anything about it. Oh, well, what is the rule?
I think it probably says.
How do you rule it?
I'm going to say once the combat is within a turn, it's going to go away. Yeah.
Oh no!
It shrinks back to the
It shrinks back down and says you can use me
As it
again
goes
next week or
away,
something.
since I speak animal, I say, "Come back."
You tell terrible jokes.
That's why he's leaving.
Oh my
That's why
god.
he's leaving.
All right.
Oh gee.
Oh man, that was my nuke too. All right.
Oh, the comments, you guys.
Yeah.
He's like rapidly cooling, just like the cleric.
Bazinga.
Nice one, nice one.
That was Mark CMG. Thank you.
Mark Clover.
Bringing the dark humor.
Maybe someone can give up their profession and become a first level cleric.
Guys have made a choice.
Just for like,
Seeing that happen has made me realize I've had a battlefield conversion
All right, so
to.
we have an egg, and is there anything any of us can discern from the egg that's probably just Ramirez egg, which
Ramirez
is
egg, yeah.
also probably worth money.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll keep it.
Okay. All right. North, south, east, or west,
Who's going
essentially.
to carry the egg? Not me.
I guess you could call the treasure
can I
like a
try
dead
to
body.
ascertain again where we are?
Then you.
Are you a wagon?
You think you
I
need
can
to go
carry it.
more north than anything else?
I'll keep
We
the
probably
egg.
have to go more north if we want to be underneath the
North and interior. North and interior.
We got to go further in if we want to be under the structure.
Well, we came from the west.
Yep.
We're in a cold ass cave with cooling bodies.
Yeah. Actually, you guys does feel pretty nice in here now that you think about it. It's like, maybe it wasn't. Sure, you lost a cleric, but the frostbite has been driven
There's
off.
always something about death that warms me a little inside.
Head
I
north.
thought you said you're not that kind of
Okay.
Not everyone's that kind.
There's
right.
still 5 of us left.
So Mr. Wizzle is in the middle, kind of in the third rank by himself, with Hira behind him now. Is kind of how we're
Oh,
doing
your
it.
shield.
Okay.
And
shield.
we have Burnick toting a human
The shield
plate
still has
mail
the benefit.
clad.
Yes.
Okay, so you've got it
What's
like
the
strapped
shield?
across your back, kind of awkward as a dwarf,
So,
but you're encumbered.
shield, that's usable by anyone? The shield of faith?
No, she has
it's cleric only?
Oh, it's only when if
Yeah, in
it's-
fact, you have to be of your faith to be able to
Rod
use
of
it.
smiting is
All right,
Loudest
who wants
many
to
a fighter or
convert?
cleric.
anybody? Okay.
I mean,
want it? I'll just take it.
I mean, I don't know how much. Is it better than what I
On
have?
on a.
It's a +2 shield.
Oh no, talking about the rod of smiting. Can't use the shield.
Oh,
It's only
oh.
cleric. Is that it says in there, but I believe it's something like at 18 or higher, modified is a triple damage, but it uses a charge.
Yes.
So-
There's 12 charges left, and the
And the plus
regular
3 hit.
damage is
Sure.
1d8
Okay.
plus 3.
I will take
All
it.
right, you got the rod of schmiting.
Yes.
Okay.
With
The
12
rod of
charges.
smiting.
Is that Sean Connery?
It is a little. It's a Scottish weapon.
I am the last one.
Okay, and I heard someone say they wanted to go to the north.
North.
All right, let's go north.
It sounds like
Yeah.
it's more towards where we want to
Yeah. Well, east and north both work, so you could go in either direction. So it's really up to you guys. I don't want
Pew, pew.
to. I don't want to influence where you want to go.
Because of all the different arrows.
How many hit points?
North.
Okay.
Oh, I'm down 9.
Okay.
So not bad.
It's not bad.
All right.
Every point matters
I'm not
now.
going to say that loudly.
All right. So Bernick,
Super close to death and stuff.
you head
Oh,
north.
man.
So
Oh, man,
the
oh,
cavern is
man.
about
Invisible,
80 by 80.
Yeah, but this can't follow me.
80 feet east and west, north and south, with an exit out of the center of the northern wall. You go 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet northeast. Goes 10 feet to the straight north, then it goes northwest 10 feet, turns west 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, turns southwest 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet,
You got all that stuff
turns
on.
west,
Northwest.
10 feet, 20 feet, opens up into a large cavern that extends west and north.
Is there any inclination as we're traveling?
You like slope?
Yes.
Okay. Roll the dices for me.
Dices. 53. God, I can't get out of 50.
Yeah, you think that it's kind of rolling a little bit up and a little bit down, but it's not like changing elevation considerably as you're going through here. Do you wish to kind of go into the room? You can go, it looks like it extends west, or you can continue north as well.
I say we go north.
Okay. 10 feet, 20 feet. Bernick, you feel chill. It feels really cold. Now you don't feel like chill, like I'm relaxing. You feel like suddenly it's
Try
very
Netflix.
yeah. Turn on
That's
Netflix.
awkward.
Suddenly chilling.
Yeah, but it's in a bad way. It's as if probably the left side, sort of from the interior of that room, feels really cold, and you take 16 points of damage.
Oh boy.
What do you have, like 2 or something? What is
I
this?
am down to this.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So you take 16 points of damage, and you notice
Only get cleric.
you notice
I wouldn't
this,
have had any healing spells left anyway.
you notice there's a growth on the ground. You thought maybe it was just like rock or something. It like starts stretching towards you. Okay. You're running backwards or forwards?
Wow.
You can go, it's to your west.
Back.
It's to your, okay. All right. You guys back off, and you feel like some warmth returning to your extremities.
Okay, yeah, I'll go in front.
Whoever wants to go in
I'm
front.
invisible, but I'll go in front.
Griswold's in front.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think I want to go that way anymore.
And I think we want to come back down and go east, because
Yeah.
we could go
Let's
north.
quickly,
All
let's
the
quickly
way
go
back
back.
down and go east.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll be invisible, and I'm
Okay.
Yeah.
You head east out of the Remorez room.
Yep. I'm also going to move silently because I have 7 hit points.
Okay. You go
Sneaky.
10 feet, and you can go into a large, it opens up to the south and east into a large cavern, or you can go north.
With North's corridor.
In a corridor, yeah, kind of like a windy
Let's try
corridor.
the corridor.
All right, 10 feet, 20 feet, turns to the northeast, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, dead end.
Secret doors.
I could
Northeast.
Yep.
I've got some
You guys
elves,
look
too.
around,
I have 2 elves.
you feel pretty confident that there's nothing there.
Okay.
Backtrack into the big old room. So the Remorez room is to your west. There's a big giant room. It's probably 70 feet with exits to the south in the southwest corner and the southeast corner, or there's a very, very narrow, you have to turn sideways to squeeze through it, kind of passageway to the northeast.
Squeeze through the passageway.
Okay, you squeeze through the passageway about 4 feet or so, and it widens out into a 10-foot wide. You go northeast 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, turns northwest 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet, opens up into a 30 by 30 sort of bubbly kind of cavern with an exit to the northwest.
Northwest.
Okay, northwest. 10 feet, 20 feet, it widens out into about a 40-foot wide corridor-ish opening to the northwest. If you continue on, it goes about 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet. There is a passage or way or corridor to rough-hewn, a natural cavern, to the northeast. or it opens up into a gigantic room to the northwest.
Like a room.
Yep. And Griswold, can you? Rough-hewn cavern. Griswold, can you roll a d6 for me?
4.
Okay. You see a big old lizard in the room.
Ooh.
Doesn't have wings.
It does not have wings.
It's a big red lizard with wings.
The thing, we have that narrow thing, so we may be able to back up because it may not be able to get through the narrow.
Let's see if it's surprised.
Remember, I'm invisible.
Oh, he's invisible.
Oh, it doesn't even see you. Okay, so yeah, you could probably go in there and look at this thing if you wanted
Okay.
to.
Can you show me a picture?
It looks like a wingless lizard. It is currently.
Ooh, not like a basilisk.
It is currently
Might be a basilisk.
looking at one. It actually is kind of gazing over in your direction. You might want to make a saving throw.
I knew it.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Okay. Petrification, I assume?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah.
It does have 8 legs now that you notice.
I suspect it's a basilisk.
Always count the legs.
Okay, I need a 9. This could be it, guys. Welcome to first edition.
A 6! Oh no! Are you an invisible statue? No.
I'm an invisible statue.
I think he probably once the ring
yeah.
turns.
Yeah,
You
also-
just he appears
Holy cow.
stone.
Fifth edition.
Griswold is stoned. All right.
Do we just have a statue blocking the way?
No, it's a big open area. So
do you have?
you can go to the northeast and run away, or you can go towards the northwest
Thought it was
and engage this basilisk, or you can retreat to the southeast.
The good thing is the milk is hiding.
I see this. I see this happen. In
Yes,
front
you
of
see him turn to stone.
Oh well, I cast a spell.
Okay. What would you like to do? The basilisk didn't even realize he was there, really. He was kind of
Well,
Just kind of like,
He knows now.
I creep up behind him, I leap
Okay.
to the side, and I cry out, ah!
Okay.
And I cast gaze reflection.
Oh, okay.
nice.
Oh, good one.
Tell me
That's not fair.
Doesn't look at me.
It's on his character sheet.
It's a deaf basilisk. It's like very old. It's hard. Yes, it looks at you, and there's no saving throw. There's nothing. It just reflects
No,
the gaze.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think it gets a save.
It's gonna have to save versus
Saves it,
zone.
it has to save
Let's
versus
see. Let's
self,
see. I think there's got to be
I
a
think
save.
it'll get a save, but that's
Saving.
All right, I got an 18 on my saving throw. So if there is a saving throw, it may make it.
Uh-oh.
That sounds like it'll make it. It has a lot of hit points.
It does.
Hit dice.
Wow. Okay. Jesus.
But if it just says it reflects a gaze, that's it.
That's the gaze.
What
How
level
long
is
does
it?
it last for?
I mean, whatever the basilisk rules are, that's what
Where
the
the hell
basilisk
is
rules
this
are. So
Yeah.
I guess as it reflects.
Gaze reflection is first level. Wow.
Yeah, it will be. It will turn to stone for sure.
One round. Mirror-like area. Any gate. I don't know.
Is there a
Says
save?
no saving throw.
No saving throw. No. That is hard. We're gonna house rule that for a second. No, it's turned to stone. It is turned to
Any
stone.
attack, such as that of the basilisk or Medusa, would be reflected back upon the gazer if it looks upon the spellcaster. Saving throw, none.
Wow.
Well done.
Awesome.
Well done
There you
use
go.
of that spell.
Now, what do we do
Last
about?
night we were talking about this.
Yep.
Yes, we were.
All right. So there's a couple statues. There's a couple statues.
Sorry, it's a
In
little
there.
too late.
Are you the clerics?
There's one that is dressed in robes.
Uh-oh. Do we have to carry him
Counting
too?
Eric. Counting the lizard.
And there were 4.
Oh my God.
Oh
I
man.
don't know what we can do to undo.
You need a spell.
the voodoo.
No stone to flesh spells.
Turn the ring off.
I mean, maybe there could be, but it might not be right
Sewer
now.
stone.
No one took stone to flesh, huh?
Just the cleric.
Just to
Yeah. She's way lighter.
You're getting some praise in chat, by the way. Undertone DJ says, "Oh man, didn't even know that spell existed." Perfect case.
That was pretty good. I was like, what?
Also, actor with the original Denise is online. Says hi to everybody.
Ask her if she has a scroll of Stone to Flesh.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you can ask her.
You have a scroll of Stone to Flesh you can send us?
All right, so there's now a statue of Basilisk in here, along with a statue of a kind of a robed figure. Looks like a female robed figure.
Was there any treasure or anything in like the lair of this basilisk?
How quickly did they forget about their fallen comrades?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Well, can the magic user, do you even have 6th level spells?
No.
No, yeah, so you can't
too
even like
bad.
take a break and rememorize something else.
All right, yeah. So it does have some treasure. I expected you guys would run away and not fight this thing, so I didn't actually write the treasure down.
Oh.
So shame on me. So who's searching around? The gnome?
Yeah.
All right, give me a percentile die roll.
Maybe there's a Stone to Flesh scroll in there.
I mean, there's some roll in there somewhere that will be that.
Yeah.
There
If
is
we're
a
going
small
by standard
chance.
first edition,
Potion
it's
of
going to be in the
Resurrection.
next room.
Ah.
93.
Oh, the next room.
All right, 93. There are a huge pile of silver pieces,
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay.
like
That makes up
thousands
for-
and thousands of silver pieces. Roll a
that makes
percentile
up for
dice
the lost
again.
companion.
Buy a new
Don't
one.
forget the resurrection.
More than you can
Buy a
carry.
new grumpy old man.
83.
83. Nope. No Electrum. Roll percentiles again.
Hey, high or low?
You want high.
81.
All right. There are a lot of gold pieces as well.
Oh,
1,000 gold pieces.
well, I can't carry that.
Nope. All right. All right. So I guess you really
Oh,
want to
look
get.
at that.
So all right, platinum pieces. There's a 35% chance of some platinum pieces.
44.
Nope. All right, gems. 20% chance. Need an 80 or higher.
51.
Nope. Jewelry. 10% chance.
49.
All right. And here's the good news.
Good news.
Yeah, you get. Okay, so roll 30% chance. Sorry for for magic. So roll 30. You want to roll high for this one.
High.
90.
9.
Okay.
Oh, 9.
Oh, 9. Not a 90.
0 and 9, right? 9.
No, 9. Oh, rats. No, I thought we were so close. Because that would have given you a chance for potion or that sort of thing. So there's some coinage there, unfortunately. And
How
a-
much gold can we carry?
probably not so much after all that sort of
Ten
stuff.
strength.
Now there is looks like there's a fungi, lots of fungi growing in one of these alcoves in the cavern, as well as a passage heading southwest out of the basilisk room, or you've got the exit passage to the northeast that leads into another cavern at the beginning of the basilisk area. So, do you want to explore the fungi garden or the other way?
I'm beginning to think that this is a great place to maybe rest, but not a way to get the thing we're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or we could just go around until all of us die.
There's a show. It's like Running Man.
You mean we should go back up to the top of the cliff and see what's up there?
That would be the great idea.
I say no promises were made that the party would survive.
I think that little mouse of yours showed us a cave, and there's a bunch of dangerous things in this cave.
But nothing to get upstairs.
Upstairs.
Well, no one asked the mouse if there was a way upstairs. They just asked the mouse
Right.
for a place to shelter.
So
Okay.
maybe we should like.
Well, you haven't gone to the northeast yet, and your
Well,
dwarf.
there's lots
your,
of places
Your
we
dwarf
haven't
is saying that that's where you should go.
Yep. I say we go to the northeast.
Alright.
Dwarfs
Alright.
instincts.
All right, 10,
But maybe resting would be
10 feet, 20 feet, 30
gonna be
feet.
another
It looks
I
like
told you
there's
so.
a pile of organic material that's splattered all over the floor here. And you look up, and there's a shaft that leads upward.
There.
Oh, there it
Organic
is.
We
material.
got to go up through this.
What does it mean,
It's-
organic material?
Like poop.
I think we found that.
Try to delicately.
I think we found the shitter. Excuse my French.
You found the privy.
Yeah.
It looks pretty old, like, it's dried up and
How
been
big
there
is
for a
the
while.
hole?
Oh, it's like 20 feet. Looks like maybe it was a rough hewn. Somebody's chore
And
length.
now I can fly. Yes. So I'm going to take the rope and fly up there. I'm going up the poop chute. Yep, that's what's happening.
All by yourself?
I'm not sure if this is the worst thing we've done, but it's up there.
It's up there.
Don't think you should go
You
alone.
guys are a bunch of party poopers. I'm gonna be dead, but I'm
Mr. Lemmy Winks.
I can still hear his voice.
Everybody takes 1 hit point.
I'm going.
Better class of companion.
We're not exactly the 18.
Okay. Do you want to come up with me? Yes. Okay. He gets on my shoulders. We fly up the poop chute. He said it. I didn't. I was like.
When I woke up this morning, I didn't think this was what we were
This was not on your bingo card.
Out of a dream board.
All right. You fly up a couple hundred feet, and you are in a worked stone room that is 30 feet to the north and south, and 60 feet east-west with a door to the south.
Anybody want to climb up?
How high is that thing up?
That's like 200 feet, maybe more.
Let's get the rest of the party.
I can't dimension door up there. I don't really want to fly up a shitter.
It's better than climbing.
I mean, I could fly us up. I could fly us up one at a time.
Can I, as much as I'd like to endure this experience for any longer, can you fly me up?
Yes, I can actually go down and fly people up.
I'll stand guard.
Okay.
All right.
Awesome. So we fly people. The last person I bring up is the cleric.
Okay.
I'm not leaving her behind because you never know.
You never know.
So we just, and then there, poor statue.
I check your pulse.
Yeah, statue. We didn't take the,
Statue's working.
we didn't
you
take the
left.
a little
statue.
bit heavy.
He's a little heavy.
Yeah. She's pretty stiff at this point.
Rigor mortis is
Yay. Cleric. Location.
At least I
Locate
died
object.
young.
Oh wait.
Always remember you that way.
died doing what you loved.
All right, so you guys are in a 30 by 60 room. It's 30 feet north-south, 60 feet to the east and west, with a door to the south in the 20 feet in from the east wall. That's the only exit that you see other than the poop chute, as we've
I turn
affectionately come to
invisible
call
and
it.
go to open the door.
Okay.
And I tell everybody to step back. I'm invisible. I'm going to open the door and see if I see it.
This door is now, we're kind of in a dungeon, so this is a big heavy door, is kind of stuck. So you have to roll that six-sider to open up the door.
Oh.
I got a 6.
Ooh, it's stuck really hard. You open doors on like a 1 through 4, I think. with
1
your
through
strength.
3.
1 through 3, okay.
And with 2 hit points, I'm probably not. You want to
Knock.
Okay, door crashes open,
love the
and there's a
manipulation.
corridor leading south. Looks like it's a total of 30 feet of corridor south, with doors to the east and west in the middle of the corridor, and a door to the south at the end of the corridor.
Wow, 3 doors.
And door number 1.
Do you want me to go ahead invisibly and then come back and?
I'll just cast invisibility 10-foot radius. Let's see how far we can get.
Oh, look at this again. Oh my God.
All right, let's boogie woogie.
You go into the door to the south, east, or west?
Let's start with the west.
Griswold's no longer in the front. I guess it's just Burnick.
Oh, you're looking at me.
Yeah. I was like, no. Oops. All right.
Put some wheels under my feet.
And I got 2 hit points. I really don't want to be in the front,
You
but I.
could, put me in front.
Yeah,
Okay. So we got
Pull your sword and
Hira. All right. So our new marching order
melee.
is Hira, Burnick. Or I don't know. Yeah, what is it?
It's a lot easier to do the marching order now, just 4 characters.
Yeah.
You're right, Bert.
I guess you. Yeah. I guess it's Hira in front, and then we're gonna go
wait
with
till there's one.
Mr. Whizzle, the Necromancer,
There's some probably up there
and then
hit points,
Burnick.
so,
Huh? All right.
just a meat shield.
All right. All right, Hira. You're gonna open the door to
Say
the
that loud.
east,
Yeah,
west,
yeah.
north, or south.
We're going What, where is sneaking west?
Let's do west and go around
Yeah,
like that.
Okay.
I'll follow that then.
You're gonna go west? Okay. So roll a 6-sided to open the door. What's your strength?
17.
17. So I think it's a 1 or a 2. 1 to 3.
1 to 3.
My bad.
Yeah, 1 to 3 definitely, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 1 to 3. 6?
Yeah, it's a 6.
Okay. All right. Try again.
We're just trying to bash into it.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is
There we go, 1.
Door opens up, and you see
There's a hole.
Yeah, it's a 30 by 40 room. Opens up 30 feet north and south, 40 feet to the west. It looks like there's a bunch of old tables in here and benches and like pottery ware stacked up in the corners and stuff. Like maybe it's a dining hall. There's a door to the south in the south wall. No other exits.
Yeah. We want to loop around, right? So.
This map may not be correct at all.
It's close.
All right, so do you want to backtrack or do you want to go out the door to the south here?
Probably should
Let's
keep going
try
around.
the door.
Yeah.
All right, door to the
because
south?
Then we can just keep
All right,
going around.
go ahead
yeah.
and.
I don't know which
So in
direction
AD&D, dungeon doors are big and they've been shut for a long time, so they're hard to open. That's why you have to make that strength check to open them every time. So,
That's a 2.
all right, boom, you kick it open. You are in a passageway that goes to the east, 10-foot wide passageway to the east. There's lots of doors. There's a door to the west, a door to the south, straight across.
Especially whenever he's talking about it.
Then a door straight across from the. Okay, it's a long hallway with 3 doors to the south. One other door to the north, which you should know, leads into another passageway,
Right.
and a door to the east.
Okay, wow. Okay.
And it's a 60-foot long passage.
Right. Door to the west, you said?
Yep,
And 3 doors on the south.
yep,
Okay.
and a door to the east
And
at the end of the hallway.
That's the story. Or, no,
No, we went through this door and
that door is actually there.
Yeah, I think he's up at 10 feet. Yeah.
Because I could have. Yeah, I'll just.
is this going in circles? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I know we know what that was on the other side, but I could just open it up there just in case, so we could, have.
Oh, door to the north there? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a 30-foot passageway.
Yeah, I still need to push it.
You do, yeah.
Really.
All right.
Just
Indeed,
so,
it is exactly what as you suspect.
Okay. So.
Do we want to try this door before we?
Try the little doors.
Yes.
So we run up and.
So if we need to run, and now it's open.
So you're going to try the door in the hallway, the original 30-foot hallway?
Yeah, before we go down that hallway.
Okay, sure enough, go ahead and kick that door to the east end.
That's a 5.
All right, this one's stuck a little bit.
That's a 2.
All right, you open it up, and it looks like there's an old kitchen in here. Looks like there's some cold fireplace and some bubble cauldron that would may have been used. It looks like it's been abandoned for some time.
How big is this room?
30 by 30. You're in the center of the wall.
All right, and save for the hallway that opened up earlier. That's all the doors.
That's it.
All right, let's go behind door number 1, which I'm.
So you're back in the 60-foot corridor? Is that what I'm?
Yes.
All right, 60-foot corridor. Which one? Do you want to open a door to the south or a door to the east?
South.
All right, the one that's the most to the west, or?
The one right in front of us? or
Yeah,
the one
the one right in front of us.
Okay, right in front of you. Got it.
Yeah,
All right, you kick it open.
that's a 3.
All right, 20 by 20 room, no apparent exits. It opens up to the east, 10 feet.
Door down.
No exits.
Yeah.
No exits. Looks like there is a bunk in, like there were bunks in here.
Oh, why don't you go to the door next to it?
Right.
Yeah.
Same
If
thing,
that's
bunks.
another-
20 by 20 room
that's
bunks.
another-
I feel like it's going to be
see.
another bung.
And in
Check
fact,
the
the other
next
one,
door.
20 by 20 room bunks.
These are all like little bunk rooms here.
Yeah.
What about this door on the
Slightly bigger,
west
30
side?
by 20 room. Looks like,
20 by 20.
yeah.
Oh
Also
my
had some
God,
bunks in it.
Well, all the way back to there's a door on the east.
Yep.
All right. Well, no for sure. Good. That is a 4.
Oh, boy, these doors are stuck. It's been a long time since they've been
I keep
open.
thinking they're full. Or 1.
All right, door flies open. You're in a hallway, a 20-foot wide hallway going north and south. It looks like it stretches about 40 feet to the south before it opens up into a room, or more than 60 feet to the north.
No.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I say we go north. looks good to me.
Something's wrong.
Good.
I generally know what it's supposed to be. That's the important part. It's getting a little too big.
So north or south, where would you like to go?
Probably go north.
There's a camera right up there.
Let's go
I can't
north.
remember. Yeah.
Let's go north. Because that'll
All right.
be easier to map.
Yeah.
That's an important decision. Really good. All right. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40
I
feet.
just want to
ready
see.
to
I
kick
see
out
the
next door.
door. I see the
Her legs
door.
cocked, so she's hopping on one leg, ready to kick the next door.
Come on, door. Where are you at?
All right, so the hallway goes 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet, 60 feet, 70 feet, 80 feet, and ends in double doors to the north.
There we go. Double
Okay,
doors
that
always
looks
good.
official.
Double doors always good.
All right.
We're on the right track.
All right.
That looks serious.
You gonna open up the double doors?
Do we
Not
want
me.
do we want to arrange ourselves any differently?
maybe.
They're all invisible still, right?
You
Ominous.
guys are all invisible, yeah.
All right.
We're on visible. We got this.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Attacking doors doesn't count.
Oh wait.
Is the door
They're
stuck?
making a lot of noise.
Yeah, you have to muscle it open.
All right.
Come on.
That's a 6.
All right.
That's a 4.
Oh no. The one time you surprise them.
Yeah.
That's a
There we
1.
go.
All right, opens up. No creatures in here, but yes, that would definitely none apparent, none that you know of, none that
Yeah, they're all
attack you.
hiding now.
All right, so it opens up 20 feet to the east, and so it's a total of 60 feet. So it opens up 20 more feet to the east and west, and 60 feet to the north. In this, so it's a 60 by 60 square room. There is a door in the on the west wall, 30 feet up from the south wall. There is double doors straight across on the north wall. There's a door to the east in the 50th foot of wall from the south wall. And then there is a door to the south in the southeast corner. So you can go any of the cardinal directions you want to go.
4 doors.
There's a door on that wall too, I think.
Yeah, there's a door on the west wall, east wall,
I felt the
south
presence
wall,
tell me
and north.
the door on this side.
And you said there's a double doors?
Double doors to the north, straight across.
How many feet up was the door on the west?
All right.
On the west, 30 feet from the south
There
wall.
you go.
I have a feeling just keep going for the double doors.
Yeah, yeah,
Probably
that's-
are,
yeah.
you know.
Probably
So
our
many
best bet.
doors in this room.
All right.
Where do I go?
More doors.
Oh, come on. After all the jokes, that was not one of the worst jokes
Not
of
you
the
too,
day.
Peter.
Yeah.
Not you too.
Double doors.
All right.
I adore that joke.
All right.
Double door.
Okay.
Open up the double doors.
Opening it
Adorable.
just for
Yeah.
that. That's a 3.
Hey.
All right. Opens up the long corridor to the north. All right. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet, 60 feet, 70 feet, 80 feet, 90 feet, 100 feet, 110 feet. Double doors.
Okay, this feels like. Is this better or worse than
So
what
they
we've
just
been
made
going
a really
through?
long hallway so they could have more doors?
They
Like,
did. Yeah.
What the hell?
I think we're in limbo, guys.
Who's the architect of this place?
All right, opening those double doors.
Actually, I lied. It's not double doors.
Oh.
I apologize. My handwriting sucked here. So they didn't put another set of double doors. They put a short half flight of steps
Oh.
down, and it opens up into a room. So I apologize for that. I had to read my notations on my map were incorrect, and I keep pressing my buttons on my
Stairs down.
manuscript here. It's not very good. Okay, so there's a half a flight of steps down, so about 5 feet. It drops down. You look. It's a like a hexagonal shaped room. So each side of the hexagon is 20 feet. So obviously the south wall is made up of the corridor, and then it's hexagonal 20 feet around. And there's like a 20-foot diameter pool in the center of it. Like a pool of water with a statue in there, and it's a statue of a warrior holding an actual silver metal spear. And the pool, it's like a bubbling fountain, and it looks like maybe, I don't know, something's wrong, the drain's wrong or something. It's like overflown, and there's like water covering, I don't know, a few inches of the floor. It doesn't look like it's deep, but it does look like there's water.
Something about statues. It's not really
You
good.
need that. That could be the spear.
Oh,
You
I'm
also have
sure
to
that's
play
the
Minecraft.
spirit.
Sorry, man.
Both our ghosts are like watching going, this should be interesting.
No, I don't know anything.
Well, you could, if anyone wanders along with the stone to flesh, you're back in business.
Yes. Yes. I like the first row
I'm gonna
seating for
cast
the game anyway.
detect magic in this room.
I see one sad acolyte.
Let's see what we have to be worried about.
Detect magic? The spear is detecting
Someone
is
just
radiates
wanders
magic.
along with a
But
stone
nothing
flesh
else?
spell,
No.
'cause
Not the water.
As they do.
No, not the water.
Yeah. That's what he's selling. Hey, want to buy a stone to flesh?
Okay. That seems. All right, who's going to go grab the spear? Not the wizard.
Not
Not the wizard.
Are we doing
Not
a
him.
Are we
It's
nosing
us four.
this situation?
Boy,
You got the hit points.
Yeah, I got the hit
you
point.
do have the hit points.
This is not a decision based on ability at this point.
All right. So you go down the steps, click, and as soon as you hit the bottom step, you hear like a clicking, audible clicking sound. And the spear drops down into the water, discharging
Electricity.
So you will take 66 of damage.
That's a pretty cool, pretty gnarly.
Guys,
He was in the water. Is that?
Yeah.
guys.
But,
Are you down?
oh, what's wrong?
That's a lot of damage, and we'd already taken a lot
So
of
it's
damage.
66.
No. 6d6.
Sorry. No. Sorry.
Okay, I'm like, geez,
No.
I heard
66
I'm not that bad.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I didn't remember it that brutal.
You take 17 points of damage.
17. Wow, that's
Did she get a save?
survivable.
Oh, save for half. Sure,
Yes.
why not? Why not? I'm getting soft here in my
What'd
old
you
age.
We're two people
What am I
down.
rolling?
Breath weapon or what? Or
What do we got? What are my choices?
Should have dropped the cleric.
Paralyzation, poison.
rod staff 1?
Yeah, right, step 1.
Oh yeah, because it's alive.
I can't read from mine.
Maybe you'll shock her back to
10 or more
consciousness.
d20.
Yeah, she's alive.
9 or more.
Yes.
14.
All right, so you take half of that. So what, 8
All
points?
Nice.
All right.
I don't kill any of them. Their actions.
Yeah, we're killing
I
themselves.
need to disengage.
We would be dead if we didn't go on this adventure.
Why did you stay in
It's
the
your fault,
tavern?
man. I didn't tell you to come play the game.
So, did the spear, is the spear still in the water?
Yeah.
And do we see?
Does your detect magic spell last for a long time, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, it's not magic anymore.
The spear isn't magic anymore?
Oh, it's a trick.
Son of a.
Trixie.
I don't think that's
That's
our
a good
spell.
trick. I like that one.
So the minute it went off, the magic went.
Yeah.
Are there any doors in this octagonal room? Oh, wow. The secret doors, anyone?
Yeah, secret. I could look for
I'm
secret.
looking around.
Yeah, look for secret doors.
Okay.
Looking for secret.
Somebody went to a lot of trouble to
Secret.
set that up.
So it could
Oh,
be
you won?
near.
Here's one for you.
Nope, I don't see any. You don't see any secret doors.
Could be
Wait,
near.
for both of us?
Yeah.
Looking? No.
Yeah.
Ceiling.
You look around the ceiling. All right, you guys are like spending about 5 minutes in here looking
Okay, so I
around.
just walk down bzz, and I just walk back up.
Like, that sucked.
Of electric death. Okay.
I think we should go back.
All the way back.
back all the way
all
through.
back. There's many doors.
All right,
Yeah,
go back
many doors.
to the double doors, and you're in the 60 by 60 room with several door options. Is that where you want to be?
Yeah.
Okay, you're back there. Where would you like
Which
to go?
door do we want to choose?
I think we should try that one.
This one to
Yeah.
the east.
You try the one to the east. Okay, go ahead and.
Oh, yep. Poof. Kick. That's nope. Nothing. Nice.
Okay.
Nope.
It's a hard
No.
Here it's coming.
Jeez, I'm.
That's going to happen.
Oh.
Listen, I've been opening a lot of doors. Okay, I'm ready.
There you go.
Okay,
haven't
it
been the
opens.
same after that.
All right, you're in a 10-foot wide corridor to the east. You go 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, door to the south, or continue east.
Or to the south.
Do we? I'm flipping a coin with these guys. Do you have any?
Let's try this door.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
So east.
We're in a real dungeon crawl now.
Yes, you made it into the dungeon crawl
That's-
portion.
Times.
All right, struggled.
There we go.
Got it.
All right, you open it up, and it is a room that opens up 20 feet more to the east and 10 feet to the west. So it's a 40-foot east and west room, 30 feet to the south. No apparent exits.
Well,
Is there anything in there?
something like this.
It looks like there's some old tables, some of which are kind of broken and rotted.
That's the only.
Maybe there was a place where you would desk like a classroom or something.
keep going east then.
All right. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, you're in a four-way.
Oh my God.
Oh.
You look ahead and you can see that there's double doors to the north down the corridor to the east.
Double doors.
All right, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, double doors to the north.
Double doors where?
Double doors to, so if you continue east from the four-way, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, double doors to the north, and a single door to the south.
Wait a minute. North, south, east. We're going east.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So you went 30 feet down that from that four-way, and there's double doors to the north and a single door to the south.
Double doors to the north.
Yeah, and the passage goes 30 more feet to the east and dead ends in a door.
Oh my God. Dead ends here. There's another door in the south.
Yeah, there is, right there. Yep.
Oh my God. Jesus.
And that's the four-way. There's not a branching corridor and then the doors. The doors are the four-way.
No, there's a four-way, and then there's the
Oh,
door.
okay. Also, it's passages and then the doors.
Yeah.
Just double
I
check.
hear the spirit.
Doors to the north.
Yeah.
Double doors, that's right. All right,
Double
so you guys want to use it? All right, double doors it is.
Double door. That's the one. All right. Struggled. She just cannot open this door.
There you go.
Boom, you open up the doors. Nothing in there. Nothing untoward happens from immediately opening the door.
Immediately.
Which door?
But there's double doors to the north open up. The room goes 20 feet to the east and west besides the 20 feet of doors, right? Okay. There's rows of benches like pews lining the left and right, and a walkway that leads up about 50 feet. It's 50 feet, it goes 50 feet to the north, so there's a large dais there, like you go up 2 or 3 steps, and there's a beautiful mural painted on the wall, and it's a mural of a golden-haired warrior, kind of like the dude that you saw in the Citadel painting when you got the torque.
Okay.
Which the torque is kind of, you guys notice it's like same color. It's kind of like a burnished gold, but it's not shiny yellow gold. It's more of a rose gold color is what this torque is. And this dude seems to be wearing it here in the mural as well. And he's got a metal spear. It looked a lot like the spear that electrocuted you, but maybe that was a fake one. But this thing is jamming, it's got the spear jammed through like the rear leg of a huge red dragon that's like roaring in pain.
But that's just a painting of a spear.
It's a mural.
Yeah.
And nothing else in this room? No.
Just the pews lying, and like maybe this would be a place where you would surmise that they
Worship.
someone would give a sermon and do some worship, that sort of thing. So apparently this guy was important to their religion or whatever.
I doubt it, but no secret doors.
You want to go up there and look around?
I'll look.
Oh, you never
All
know.
right.
I'll look at the mural.
You go up there and you go up to the mural and you look at the mural and she disappears.
What? Would she look just by looking at it?
Well, she was touching the wall to see if there's secret doors and she disappeared.
Disappeared.
I'll also touch the wall.
Right? You disappear?
Oh my God. Well, hello. They could be dead.
They could be.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm,
In for a penny, in for a pound?
Yes, I walk up and I touch the wall.
Okay, you disappear.
Uh-oh. I bring her with me.
Okay.
The dead body also
You were
disappeared.
already invisible. So, what does that mean?
That's true, you guys. I guess you're all invisible. And you're,
Well, they could see us, though.
Yeah, from our,
You all became
we
invisible
disappeared.
together, so.
we could see
Okay,
each
so
other.
became invisible twice.
yes.
So the minute he leaves, we are no longer invisible.
That is true.
Right? The minute
Yeah,
he
I
I think
leaves.
that's true.
Yeah.
So,
you're all
there's
visible
you,
now.
me, and I'm like, I'm going.
I'm there all alone now.
Yeah, everybody touched the mural. So do you want to touch the mural? Or
Disappeared.
they disappeared.
What do you do?
Come with us to Oblivion.
Oh my
It's got cookies.
Let's see. I take one of the pews, right, and I push, and then I throw it against the mural.
All right, it does. Nothing happens. Clatters off the wall.
Whoa. Doesn't like pews.
It's just,
Hope you didn't break it.
Yeah, broke the magic door.
what the hell? All for one for all. I go and I touch the mural.
All right. And you guys step through, and there's a mural behind you, and you're in a huge, huge chamber that would be very hard to describe to you. But it stretches beyond your sight. It's at least 60 feet wide. It stretches beyond your 60 feet of light source. to forward, which you're not sure which direction you're facing because you got teleported. But as you kind of look, you see the edge. You nearly let loose of your bowels when you see what appears to be a red dragon directly in front of you. Right. But you realize the red dragon is not moving, and if you choose to, you kind of walk in and start exploring, looking around the room a little bit. It's like a stuffed red dragon. It's like a whatever taxidermied red dragon.
Taxidermied red dragon.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And so you notice to your left, there's a raised platform, like about 10 feet up, and there's an elaborate big throne, and there's a skeletal figure sitting on the throne holding the spear.
There it is.
And to your right, basically the room kind of takes steps in sort of as it gets more narrow, and there's some double doors way like 100 feet away or something or more. And mounted on each one of these 20-foot sections that stepped in is a different type of dragon head on the walls.
Yeah. All right. I think we found the spear. I'm not going to go get it. I'm not it.
Oh, you damn coward.
Look at Rochambeau for this.
2 hit points.
I go up and grab the spear.
All right, you go up and grab the spear. As you put a foot on the steps up to the dais, this thing jumps up and goes on guard with the spear. Roll initiative.
Yeah. Okay, I can get behind this noise.
All right, it's got a 6.
Oh,
That's minus 3, 2.
I got a 9.
All right.
Oh no. 7.
6. All right.
9.
Anyone? 0, 1, 2, 3, 2. All right. What would you like to do? You see this figure. It looks probably undead
Well,
or.
is it? So in my imagination, I imagine it's super high up. How tall is the?
It looks like a human size. How high up is
so
the?
how high is the?
About 10 feet.
Okay. Well, I have my long sword out, so guess we're doing this.
All right, you charge.
Guess we're doing this.
All right. You charge up there.
I love it. Guess we're doing this.
We're doing this. That's a good vote.
All right. That's just what this whole adventure is. I guess so.
Yes, we're doing it.
We're doing a dimension door.
That's a 20.
That's the way to start it off.
Nice.
So this plus,
Is that a magical sword?
plus
Yeah,
yeah,
1d
plus 3 times 2. Plus 3 times 2.
Plus 3 times 2.
Yep.
Oh, well.
5, 10.
I'll take it. It's 2.
10 points?
With plus the.
Yeah, I counted it. 10 total.
Yeah.
All right.
And then roll that. Yeah, now we're dagger.
All right.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Because she's
All
dual.
right,
She's
dual
dual
wielding.
handed,
Dual
long
wielding.
sword,
When
plus
he
1
rolls.
dagger. That's a 17.
That's a hit.
Plus
All right, so this plus 2.
2 plus 2, 4.
4 points. All right.
Right, very nice.
All right. The clatter is taking some damage. That was on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It goes on 6. So I think all it has in front of it is
Yep.
you and you.
He's invisible, isn't he?
I'm invisible.
He's invisible.
That's
You're not
true.
invisible anymore.
Oh,
yeah,
you are invisible.
Yeah,
10-foot radius or no?
It still seemed to detect you though for
right,
some
that's
reason. So I'll say 1, 2 for you because you're not attacking it, and you're going to get
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 3. So you're going to get its attack. All right. A 20.
Oh no.
That's not good.
You know,
All right.
it was gonna happen.
Tit for tat. Damn.
Yeah. Oh, and he gets 2 attacks. So 20
Oh,
and an 8. Armor class 1?
Nope.
No. All right. So the 20 does hit.
Yeah.
10 points plus 8. So 18 points of damage.
Almost exactly back. Same back.
okay.
All
From
right.
Stockholm Robot.
Wait, so it's
18 points.
additional 18, or is it 18 total?
18 in total.
Oh, okay.
18 total. 18 total
Okay.
points of damage. Sorry.
Okay, got it.
All right. 6, 7.
No, it's bad when you need to calculate.
Dimension door goes off.
Okay.
I'm 30 feet back.
You're out.
that
Okay. Got it. He's out of there. 8, 9.
I'm going. But there's. I fly.
Okay.
Yeah. I try to fly up out of range of this
Okay.
thing.
You go flap and perch on top of the stuffed dragon or something?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
It's good 20 feet up in the air or something, sure.
Yeah.
All right.
It comes to life.
No, it's pretty cold and dead. It does not come to life. All right, 10. Anybody else left? Is that
I
it?
got a
A
9.
9, okay.
So, and I have the rod of smiting.
You do.
So,
You get an extra +1 to hit, so your attack was going to be 9 now.
okay, my attack was 9. You know what? I'm going to
You
run
charge
up
up
and
there?
hit it. Yep.
All right.
I got nothing.
The guts and the glory. And I got a 15.
That's a hit.
Sweet.
That may actually be a critical.
Oh,
was it
okay.
18 or more as a critical?
17 to 20 was
There you go.
triple
18
damage.
is a
Triple
critical.
damage and
Yeah,
use,
so
and
triple
uses a
damage.
charge.
All right.
Yeah.
So 1d8
Triple some damage.
plus 3, and then triple it.
So what's the...
1
D8.
d8,
D8.
add 3.
And plus your strength,
Yeah.
so that's going to be +6,
I
right?
don't know if the strength
Doesn't strength doesn't triple.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It's like you just tap
yeah,
them.
it's a magical attack.
Gotcha.
No, you get strength, just
Oh,
don't
you do
triple it.
strength. Right, yeah.
So 5.
Oh, the strength does factor.
Yeah.
3, so 8, 24 plus 3, 27.
27
The
points.
3 wasn't a strength bonus for me. The 3 was just part of
The magic.
Yeah, my strength
And he
is
has
10.
a +3 because of strength
So
also.
then he gets
An
that
extra
as well.
+3,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Crack. You know what? I'm going to give him
See, if
saving
we
throw.
can't help fight, we can do math though.
Exactly.
All right.
He's giving it a smite.
You smack him, and it's like leg almost gives out from that blow.
Nice.
You get
Yeah.
Exactly what I didn't do to the giant insects that eat
All right,
them.
and it looks like it's any spells going off, or we're just fighting this thing old school.
Oh, spells.
Spell. All right. It's got a 9. It's going. It's
Oh,
going to
God,
go.
I got
it's
a
gonna-
9. Poop.
1.
All right.
1.
All right. Go.
Wait,
That
minus
yeah. You're definitely
all the
first.
stuff, so-
All right. Hira. You're up.
All right. Again.
All right.
Attacking.
And you get 3 attacks this round. You get regular attack, dagger,
Oh,
and regular attack.
every other. I forgot.
2.
I keep
I get
thinking it's
2
every 3
attacks
for some reason.
I got
So
you.
I got 3 attacks this round. So that's rolled an 8. That's not
Well, it's going to be an armor class of
that.
like 3. Armor class 3. Oh, wait.
Yeah. That he's actually armor class 2. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second. 19.
Oh, that's a hit.
Then
D4. That's
Yeah,
a,
yeah,
that's
let
a
me
D4.
do
That's
damage
a D4
first.
1. Plus 2.
plus 2. 4 plus 2.
6
All right.
points. 6
All right.
points. And then you have one more regular attack.
One more regular. Is
Your-
that with
Your
the?
attack goes an 8. So go ahead.
Okay. 7.
7. So hit it armor class of 1.
Okay. Armor class of 1 hits.
Okay, there you go. D8. Is it it's regular size? Sort of size, right?
It is regular size,
Yeah.
man size.
Plus 3.
4
You're-
plus 3 is 7.
The dragon's tear feels warm on your. It's like. Yeah, it feels like.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. How much damage did you do?
7.
7
for that,
points.
For that second one.
All right. All right.
I high fived the air.
So that was on like zero, that was on like 0 or something or minus
It
something.
was minus 2.
And you're
Minus 2.
on the
All right.
dragon?
Yeah.
1.
When I start casting, 2 it goes off.
Okay. What are you doing?
Magic missile.
Epic darkness.
5, 6, 15. One more is 18 points.
All right. You shoot your magic bolts into it, and just pieces like the arm flies off, the leg gives out, it crumbles to the ground, the skull goes rolling across the ground as it is defeated.
Oh, good.
All right, and there lays the spear on the ground.
Pick up the spear. You want to pick up the spear?
Take
Well,
this
I mean, I didn't have
So-
a good experience with spears, but now I guess I'm.
It starts. You know what? A red light starts glowing from
What's
from
happening?
around his neck,
What's happening?
Maybe you want to get off the dragon.
and
I touched
Poof.
the dragon.
in the middle of the room
No. What?
appears Lord Arnfast with his 2 guards.
Someone get the spear. Someone get the spear. Someone get the spear.
And he's like, well done, well done. And he utters some magical words, and poof, he's right next to the spear.
Oh.
He says, I appreciate you getting this for me.
Gonna fire a magic missile at that fucker.
No, just wait.
So,
Our employer.
he picks up the spear and he concentrates, and like a glow goes down through his body, and a silver sliver pops out of his leg and rejoins with the edge of the spear, and he sighs.
I'm sure it's fine.
And he stretches his leg and says, "Oh, that feels good.
Oh, I see what time it is.
Thank you. I appreciate it." And he looks at the stuffed dragon and he says, "Yadain, my love, we will be reunited."
This is why my plan was better.
And he says, "I thank you." And he tosses the spear down to the ground, and he says, "You may have them, boys." And he poofs again over to the dragon, the stuffed dragon, and he appears to be examining it. The two guys draw their weapons.
Say what now?
Oh, that's like a double cross.
Yeah.
We done been double crossed.
Well, it's like he's chaotic evil or something. I don't know.
Oh my.
I've warned you about these
Well,
humans.
now magic missiles now is good. Okay.
My liege is the great Rithwar,
We got
the
it.
dragon. These are his scales that we have earned from our loyal service. Someday we will be risen and reborn again as dragons.
Wow, it's so weird that you
So
didn't
we
tell us
were
that.
right about like thinking.
No, I was right.
No, I'm saying when we noticed that dragon
Accoutrement?
accoutrement, you know, they got their Hot Topic armor. We thought they must be Hot Topic shoppers.
That's wrong. I feel offended by that. Speaking of hot topics,
Oh God.
Well,
Oh no.
as you guys fight without me,
I knew.
don't want you guys to take me for granted.
Do we all hear that from the afterlife? We just
you know what?
Oh man, so wow,
And he goes
it's on.
He goes, enough banter.
I guess we're fighting.
Where
these
are you guys
assholes.
spread out in this room? Because there's a couple of you up by the throne,
Yeah,
right?
I'm up
You're up by the
there.
throne, and
I'm
there's
on top
dwarves
of
up by the
the
throne.
dragon.
You're in the
On top
back.
of the dragon.
You're on top of the dragon. Okay.
Stuffed dragon.
Yep. So you see him. He's starting to cast a spell.
Ooh.
You need to kill this dragon. You need to kill the stuffed dragon.
Call for initiative, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's roll for it.
As he starts to cast, that was a hint. All right,
Tell him he
initiative.
needs to kill the stuff.
All right, here we go. He got an 8.
Stand.
The DM will go ahead and railroad you all day long. In other words.
Son of a...
All right.
I am casting a spell.
All right, you're casting a spell. He is also casting a spell.
casting a
He
spell.
casts a spell. You're gonna.
-30, but I'm switching out for.
Okay.
But I need to understand what there's.
I'm not casting a spell, but well, maybe I.
Do you have a morning
there's-
star to throw by chance?
You gotta.
Ooh, I do have something I can do.
So there's two soldiers.
There's two guys that are
There's two
kind of out to his front,
So-
right and left, kind of shielding
I
him.
can. So if I say I'm going to use a spell that's in a magic item, I have to
That's
say
just
I'm,
an item use. No, that's fine. You don't
I'll
have
be
to say
using
it.
an item.
Okay, no problem. Good. Okay, he got an 8, so he's not going first. I don't think so. I think you did pretty well.
So we can either go for the I say we go for the wizard. You know, screw. I mean, I'm going to contain. I'm going to try and contain the two brothers.
All right.
Who's first?
Oh,
Go after...
All right.
Go
Yeah,
after
roll
the
initiative.
wizard.
Roll
Leave the two
initiative.
brothers.
He got an 8, so.
I was going to set up a wall of fire.
Oh no! Anyone?
It means 8.
0 or below?
8 for me.
It's better.
Well,
You're below. All right.
yeah. Does it take the whole round to switch from weapon?
No.
Okay, then pew pew.
All right.
Who's shooting?
Or, I'm
Who are you going to shoot? You're going to shoot.
Is he?
Lord Ardenfast is just, he's standing by the dragon, the stuffed dragon. He
casting
turned
a spell.
around and began casting.
Okay.
He's going to try and wake up
He
the
was-
dragon.
Yeah.
He
let's,
turned
let
around
me
to which
try to-
direction?
He's so I give you an idea.
Facing the dragon
So
or
the
facing away from
throne.
the dragon?
It doesn't matter what direction. The throne is to the south of you guys, so you guys are in the far kind of southern part of the room. On the west on the western side is where the stuffed dragon is. That's kind of where he is. In the center, more towards the center of the room, closer to the stuffed dragon, are the two brothers, the two twins. The mural is on the east wall, all the way over there. And then there's double doors far to the north. That's kind of where it steps up and the room closes up. There's the dragon head.
Just like run away, like, okay, this is not a problem.
You can jump back through the mural and be like, I'm out, bro. Yeah.
No, I'm shooting the Lord.
Okay.
Yeah.
Taking a shot at him.
I'm not, whether or not his back is to me.
No, he's looking generally in that direction, but yeah.
All right. First shot. 20.
Oh, look at that.
That's how pissed off I am.
I need to die like that.
D6 plus 1 times 2.
Plus 1 times 2.
Yeah.
5.
6, 12.
6, 12.
Okay, 12 points.
I don't
Ouch.
think you have those.
Yeah, I'm gonna. All right, I'm
arrow.
feeling lucky. So the first one was a normal arrow, but the second one I'm gonna use my +5.
The crit arrow. So crit
Okay.
crit
Oh,
Right.
plus 5. All right.
This is gonna be like any other roll, so I
right.
feel lucky. That's a 13, but
That definitely
Plus
hits.
5, right? That's going to hit, yeah.
Plus, plus 6
Wait,
damage.
He's AC -4, but I think you still hit him with that roll.
Plus 6 damage total.
Yeah. All right.
plus 6
that
total.
that beats -4.
6, 7, 8.
All right, 8 points of damage. All right. He lets out a roar that doesn't sound human.
He's going to start turning into a dragon.
Well, yeah.
Wow.
All right. So that was below 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6 I start casting.
All right. 7.
7.
All right.
So you said don't worry about the bros.
Yep.
Okay.
At least right now.
Okay, I'm going to run up and smite
Someone
this
has to
dude.
take care of them.
All right.
I am not going to use my... I'm going to try.
He's using a magic item, so why smiting?
Yay, I rolled an 18.
That's a hit.
That's going to be triple.
Triple damage.
Oh my gosh.
Just another
Look at you
charge. How
guys.
many charges? Like 15 or so? 11?
There were
11.
12 charges
12.
and he's used 1, so he's down to 11.
He's down. Use 2 now. This is second triple.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 6 times 3,
Yeah.
D6 times 3. D6 plus my strength.
No, it's D8.
Oh, it's D8.
D8.
Plus-
Then add 3 for damage bonus,
Yep.
and then plus your strength.
Well, times 3 and plus strength.
Yeah. So
No, plus
Oh.
he said strength was added before the.
after.
Oh crap! Never mind. I misunderstood.
Wow, that's an 8.
It's an 8!
All right, so that's
11.
that's 11, 33.
33 plus,
Plus
your
4,
strength.
34.
4.
Wow.
Dude,
Nice.
just deserves
Alright.
1.
Nice.
High 5.
That's money.
They may pull us out. You may pull us out of the fire
Yeah.
fast. He was a little.
Kaboom.
He was a little.
Pew pew and then
A little
kaboom.
Then I
fancy.
get
Yeah.
twice next time.
All right.
Yes.
If I live.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So 8. Yep.
I
So-
went on 7.
Yeah. So he
When's your spell roll?
turns into
9.
a big old dragon.
Eight,
What
eight is
color
you.
dragon?
Red dragon. He's a giant red dragon, just like his mate there.
resist
And he's
5.
like 40 feet long. He's huge.
Oh,
Resist 5.
Yeah.
Geezer, right?
He is a geezer.
Protected pack.
He's a geezer dragon.
Where'd the spear go,
that?
by the way?
It's just he tossed it on the floor
that.
because he's full of hubris. So he didn't die.
By hubris, you mean shit.
If you were full health, maybe you'd have.
So when is your spell go off?
Yeah.
9?
9.
Yeah, but
But on the
He is
front
gonna-
eight, you got to do something.
I'm on,
sweetie.
on 8.
he's only going to get one of his attacks because he had to transform.
On 8,
So he's going to try to
I'm,
bite you because you're
Oh,
in
he's
front of
going
him.
on 8.
I go,
Yeah.
I cast my spell on 8.
Okay, it's going to be
Takes 4 segments.
okay. He's going to hit you with his bite though, unfortunately.
Oh my
I
god.
was going to try.
No, he hit.
Oh.
Good luck hitting armor class 5.
Oh, that's 17 and 7. 24 points of damage from the bite.
Against me? Against who?
I'm at.
He goes.
Yeah, he just gobbles me. I had
Oh,
2
it's
hit
you
points.
attacked.
Who just attacked me?
Oh.
So I only had 2 hit points left, so he gobbles me down.
Oh, that would've killed- that
He
would've
lets out
killed
a
me
large
too.
belch.
Yep, but at least I hit him really hard.
Yeah.
Mother puss bucket.
Oh my
Alright.
god, there's
9,
only
9.
3.
9.
3 of us right
A
now.
whole person on the brothers.
Okay.
Nice.
-1 to their armor class.
Nice.
Okay,
to
to
their
their
saving
saves.
throw.
All right, let's see if the brothers can do
Only
it.
3, well, 2.5. The gnome's kind of short.
Come on.
16 and a 7, so one of them is going to make it. I don't think the other one's going to make it.
No.
Nope, one of them is held.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. What do you want? You
that
want to pick
spell.
one, or I don't care. Ilof or Gelder?
Sure.
All right, I'll throw up. All right, 1, 2, 3. Ilof. All right. All righty, and now it's initiative time, I think. Yeah. Oh wait, no, your spell goes off.
It goes off.
Yeah, because it's the end of the round.
Improved invisibility.
Okay, you are invisible,
Now
sir.
I'm invisible, but I can still keep attacking, and I don't turn visible.
That's right.
Yeah. Dope.
All right, initiative.
Casting.
Oh, casting. Yeah, casting.
Oh,
Then there were 3.
Yes.
9.
All right.
Oh.
You got a
Oh,
5.
7. Yeah.
5 for the bad guy. You're throwing a spell on what?
Yeah, 1. I'm looking how many segments it is. I think it's 3.
Which one are you? What are you throwing?
Kind of cold.
Okay. Oh no, that's a bad spell.
I like hearing the oh no.
Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I'll let you reconsider if you want. You can throw another spell.
But thanks, man.
Well, you know.
You're good.
Thanks for doing me a solid.
Yeah, I'm always here for you.
Yeah, in that prison way. All right. Let's see. What? No, you were 5th level spell.
Yeah, it's a 5th level spell. I think you do. Is it 66 or
I'm just looking at the
5d4?
segments
Oh, the
mostly.
segments. I think it's 3.
I think you are right. No, the segments are 5.
5. Okay.
So,
Woohoo, so I get to
don't
go first.
until 6.
All right. Excellent. All right. So he's going to let out a breath, and
nope, she goes
oh,
first.
God damn it! All right.
2.
All right. Yes, you get to go first.
Okay, so pew pews.
All right.
That's a 7.
That's a miss,
No.
unfortunately.
I think
It's armor
that
class 0.
-4.
Okay. Oh,
-4. Oh,
He's
that
Turn
is
into a
bad.
dragon.
this fight's going to drag on.
it's a gauge drag.
No, it's not.
Oh,
Mine's going to drag.
Oh no!
No, it's not.
Oh, no, indeed.
Okay. So
drag
is it
on.
going to breathe towards the elf? 1, 2, 3,
yeah.
or the spellcaster? 4, 5, 6.
Where am I?
You're
Not you.
invisible.
You're invisible.
Mark, you saw the
Although
head of the
you're right. He
Stonebright
could see you,
dragon.
but he's not concerned. You haven't done anything to him.
I don't know where
So
I am.
1, 2, 3 was which? Elf or?
You're on the head of
Oh
the
no!
You went up to
Save
the
it
top
for
of the
I
red
never
red
wanted to
dragons
not be number
It's
1.
still there.
He breathes fire on you.
For
Yeah.
8. So
Make a saving throw
That's what
versus
he's trying
breath
to do.
weapon.
So
Right.
is it 8?
You might still go down, but
How many hit points do
8
you
or more.
have?
She's
8 or more?
30 something.
She does? How many did she
I have
start with?
33.
She
I
had
have 33.
68.
Oh, wow.
She's a fighter. She's a fighter.
Fighting for my life. That's
You made it.
16.
Okay. All right. So it's half of its hit points
which
that's
is?
remaining, right? All right. So you take 26 points of damage.
Still up.
Singed,
Barely
but
alive. Oh my god. What do you have
very
left?
badly burned. 6, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's about 7 left.
Wow.
Wowzers.
All right.
Wait, 26?
That's very-
26?
That's very
26.
disappointing.
All right.
All right. And then it
I gotta
looks.
be exact about these.
So Geldrick is going to come over towards you
Yep.
and take a swingy dingy. Uh-oh.
I was hoping I'd be wrong.
Look, it's my cloak. It's going to miss you.
I know.
Oh, that's right. Or
Yeah,
he misses.
I'm waiting for him to.
Oh, yeah. All right. So because of that, he misses. So
Yep.
unfortunate. All right. That's a good thing.
I agree.
Yeah. All right. So now you get to do your evil cone of cold.
All right. So Code of Cold is going to go off.
And I think that just comes from you, right?
Yeah.
All right.
It's close. Oh my god. One more hit.
Yeah.
You're toast.
Oh, yeah. I'm ashes. Ashes to ashes.
It's going to come down to 2 wizards. Maybe.
It's been real, guys.
31 points of cold.
He is very, very displeased.
Don't care.
All right. And I think you are up next, Jen.
Yeah. So who did you hit? You hit
The dragon.
the dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Displeased? Hurt?
Yeah.
Besides displeased?
Yes, he's very hurt. He's not
Taking a
happy
lot of
about
damage.
This is not.
The spear is
Am
on the
I
ground.
near where
Spear.
Put the
this guy
candle
is?
back.
Am I-
The spear is on the ground.
Am I near
weapons.
him?
Put the candle
Is
back.
he allowed to use a spear as an illusionist?
Am I
He just tossed it aside.
you're
am I near the magic user?
You are not. You are probably about 60 feet away from him.
You hear the spirit of
The tier? The spirit? The tier?
You're wearing the tier. Grab
Oh,
the spear.
the tier. This is good with the spear. Oh, the spear is just lying there.
Yeah, it's again probably about 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 feet away.
Well, how fast can I fly? With him?
You could, you could take your turn and go over there and grab it if you wanted to.
Okay, that's what I'm going to do.
All right.
Invisibly,
Okay.
flying.
All right.
Not
Invisibly,
making
go over there and
noise
fly.
'cause I'm-
I mean, I
All
can
right.
assume that you
Any
died
spells
all the way.
going?
Oh,
Spells?
next
Anything?
round? Yeah, I'm going to cast a spell.
All right. All right.
going for the spear.
So it looks like, unfortunately,
It's probably the best
we're
person.
going again. The Jeldurk is going to go on a 6, and
you
the
roll your
dragon
d6?
is going to go on an 8.
You're on your side.
Oh,
Okay.
Come on. Roll over.
oh goodness, that was
Go
aggressive.
3.
7.
It's a 0 with your
Going
dex.
7.
Damn.
All right, so you're going on 7. All
track
right,
of it.
you're going on 0. Okay. What do you? I think you're in the lead there. You're throwing a spell. So what'd you get for Nish?
I got a 3 one-segment spell, so
Okay.
I'm going 4.
I'm not sure what I
0.
could.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
I'm not sure what else I could do. Well,
What the legend said something about this spear?
I want to move and then shoot, but I'm not. It's going to be the same thing either way, but just backing up a little bit.
Okay, you back off a little bit.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta give it to her.
Pew pew. 16, that hits.
D6 plus 1.
3. I should probably utilize my other +2 arrow.
This is the big boss fight.
Yeah, I gotta stop forgetting I have that.
Already wiped out.
All right,
That's awesome.
17
Yeah.
that hits.
17.
So
+2
plus
arrow.
3.
+3. 6,
Ooh,
7, 8, 9.
9 points.
It's terrible. Way too many points. All right.
So she says pew, but like a lot more tired.
Yeah. Pew. All right. 6. Sorry. 0, 1, 2, 3. You had to cast.
Yep.
All right, and yours is going to go off.
Yep, some more magic mucilix.
All right. Who are you
missile.
shooting? Who are you shooting with the magic missile?
Of the dragon.
Okay.
Come on, guys. They're close. You gotta be close.
I love that he's just ignoring the henchman like he doesn't even matter.
All right. As they
That's
come
the
towards
cannon
him,
fodder.
they seem to hit a bubble around him and dissipate.
Shield spell.
That's why I was like, why cone of cold? Why not magic missiles? Or lightning bolt or something like that. All right. All right, so 6. All right. All right. What? I think he's going to be... Sorry, I got to look it up real quick.
My goodness. 2, 3. It's close, man.
I know. I wonder if he's bloodied.
All right. Yeah. Armor class 2. Is that, oh, I can look it up myself. Your armor class 5. Okay. So he hits you with his axe and does.
Who?
Jeldurk, who's in front of you. He swung
that
at you
the
once.
second
Yeah. He only does 9 points of damage.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's his second attack. He gets 2 attacks.
Well, he misses with the first one.
Yeah. Sorry. First round he missed. He's 3 for 2, so he gets 2 attacks this time. So he hits you for an additional 16 points of damage. So
Oh,
a total
no.
of 16 and 8 is what, 24?
Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I drop.
Drops. Oh my God! There's 2 of us left.
All right.
There's 2 left.
Maybe they're about to go real
And
fast
7?
7.
Do something major.
I
wait a
grabbed
second.
the spear.
Yeah, you got the spear.
Do I feel anything when I
It doesn't
grab
talk to you or anything like that.
No?
No.
What did you think my armor class was?
5, did you say?
It's
Does it
actually
feel
3.
like-
Oh,
Is
3.
that-
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
But I still hit you with a 2.
Does it like feel magical at all? Or?
Yes, it's I don't know what magic, but it's light. It feels very well balanced,
Am I
etc.
near her?
You're pretty close to her.
Here, and I toss you the spear.
Okay.
Since you'll have a better chance to...
Yeah, I'm not a fighter.
On 8, the dragon looks at you, and it arcane words comes out of its mouth, and it points one of its claws at you, and 5 missiles streak forth.
You may be grabbing
How many hit points do
that. You may be grabbing that spear again.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's down to you, buddy.
Oh my
6 and
god.
4 is 10, 12, 17 points of
I don't
magic
think you
missile
needed
damage.
to even add that.
Yeah, it's
I'm down.
done.
All right.
So I catch it. I'm like,
You're the only one left. So, yeah, grab the spear and just, with all your might, just stab it and see what happens.
I mean, I don't have the spear in my hand,
But you go get it.
but
You're invisible.
all right.
You're invisible. Go grab
You're
it.
invisible.
but then they'll
Be a
see me.
flying
Well, you
spear,
probably
you
can
could
see me
die, be one of
anyway.
us.
He can see you anyway, yeah.
But so it's a new round.
What are you going to do? Cast a spell, or what are you going to do?
I'm casting a spell.
All right.
I'm casting a spell.
No.
All right. I got a 7, which adjusted for it will be a 6. And but Jeldrick got a 2.
Come on,
Who
come
that
on.
is?
But Jeldrick can't see him.
Jeldrick can't see him.
Oh
Which is an
no.
8, but still not good
Okay.
enough.
So Jeldrick can't see you.
Yeah, that fool
All right.
doesn't know
What
where
was
you
your
are.
father
So
say?
that's not that's probably not so good. I think he will probably just shoot you with magic missiles.
Oh my god.
Dragon?
The dragon.
dragon.
The dragon will once again extend a claw and shoot you with magic missiles.
Otherwise, -4 to hit was the magic
7,
missile would hit
11,
automatically.
13, 14, 15, 20 points.
Oh, he survived it.
I have 3 points
All
left.
right.
Down to 3 hit
The
points.
chat is screaming for you to run away.
I say, go get that spear and stab him. Hero.
Are you still flying?
I take my staff
Okay.
and I cast my what is it, the improved phantasmal force,
Okay.
cone of cold.
Okay. All right. He has
I
to
was
make
already
a.
hit by that.
Nice.
Good idea.
You know,
Very good idea.
so he probably
This could be
will
it.
assume that it's real, right? Since
Well,
I'm a
I think he-
spellcaster.
Yeah, he's also a
Probably
spellcaster.
scared of it because he was hurt by it. You know? Again,
Yeah. All right. So let's see what we got.
should be no saving throw if it's believable.
I rolled a 1. He believes it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. To
Roll
his
that
core.
damage.
Roll the damage. Oh my
What
god.
is
What,
it
what do you
then?
roll for
gotta
the
be-
damage?
D4, basically D4 split.
5d4, right?
Oh, do you have D4s?
No,
for
it's
me?
10 D4.
Everybody,
10
everybody.
10 D4s, baby. Give me some
D4s.
first side of
It's not,
dice.
yeah, that's right. It's first edition. All
Combined power
got
of your
five.
dead friends.
right.
Just roll him twice.
5, or
roll
at least
twice,
twice.
yeah.
Here,
Here you go.
All right.
And doesn't cold versus a fire dragon do 1 extra pip per die?
Probably does. Yeah. we don't need to.
Peter needs some
I mean,
I think it did.
Or, I think it
Does 10. So
That's why everybody's using
14 for the
cold.
first
Yeah.
roll.
14 for the
19.
Or 19 if we're adding the plus 1.
Add +1.
only 200 more hit points to go.
4, 8,
That's,
3.
that's 15 plus another 5 is another 20.
Fine.
So 39 hit points of damage.
Are you kidding me? It freezes and collapses.
Now he's not the henchman.
And then the henchman goes over and chops you in half.
He's invisible.
No, he's not. He attacked.
No, he has
You're modified.
Oh, this is All right, he saw where it came from. All right.
But it's -4 to hit me.
Sorry, Bob
Because
Geldor.
I'm invisible.
All right,
-4
hold
hit.
on. He got a 12. His Thaco is a 9, so he hits -3.
no.
He hits armor class 1.
Oh no, I'm in
they
armor
hit
class
you.
5.
Okay. All right.
Oh, is it?
I'll avenge you, my lord,
I'm sure he does.
for 11 points of damage.
Well, yeah, I guess he
right.
does cut me now.
So we need
But you had defeated.
succeed and fail.
But you defeated the evil dragon and his
That's right.
the vengeful dragon
We
who was
succeeded.
he was
Write
heartbroken.
stories and songs about it.
We succeeded in death.
That's right.
Anything different.
They're going to name a high school after us.
We gave our
Get
all.
off of school.
They are not.
This poor dragon
maybe not
just
you.
wanted to get his revenge
I know. Aw.
because
dragon.
this hero
dragon.
Luach killed. He was out ravaging with his mate. It's as dragons do, right?
Right.
He was down there. He got stabbed through the leg. He wasn't going to be able to get away. His mate came down to protect him. he flew away, but she got killed, and then he stuffed her, right? So he's been holding this, and he had a sliver of the spirit, and he's been holding this anger
So
all
really,
these
he
years.
felt guilty because he ran away and let
Exactly,
her die.
right? Exactly. So he was coming
What a
back. So that
guy.
was the whole thing.
I will point out, if we followed my plan,
Yes. I was a little nervous. I was a little nervous at first. I was like, wait a second, these guys have DM'd too much. So really well done. I admit that he was supposed to come in hasted. Everybody was supposed to come in hasted with a mirror image, but he's like, so many of them have died already. I'm not even going to worry about it, right? So he's supposed to come in with all that stuff. Why would I? Yeah. And then you guys pulled it out. Those arrows were critical.
They were clutch.
That brought it down because otherwise his breath weapon was like 100 points. Because he's like a geezer dragon.
right.
So,
We all went down together.
so that was great. So in death, you guys still died. You died gloriously, saving
there's
the land.
So the dragon had a flawed plan, which is obviously because he has erectile dysfunction.
And on that note, we can't get any worse.
Okay, hold on. Before we close off the stream, first of all, I want one last thank you to Lou Gygax. That was a hell of a game. Hell of a game.
That was awesome.
You did your dad proud.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
That
you.
was absolutely a great game.
And when you have great players, it makes it easy.
Fabulous players. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Eric, Jefferson, for coming by and hanging out with us. It was a great chat. It was a great game. We will be back next week. We've got 4 more shows to go. Last week, this week, original D&D, AD&D. What's next? 2nd edition Dungeons and Dragons. And look at the lineup we're going to have. We're actually, for all the editions here on out, we will have the lead designer of that edition DMing. Wow. So for 2nd edition, the legendary David Zeb Cook will be sitting in this chair, DMing 2nd edition, and the player lineup: Steve Winter, Alex Kammer, John Peterson, Bill Meinhardt, Bruce Cordell, and Wolfgang Bauer. I mean, amateurs.
Amateur hour.
I mean, I think just about every one of these guys has a game company that.
That's a pretty good list.
There'll be no rules lawyering in that case.
Week after that, we will have Jonathan Tweet here running 3rd edition D&D, and the players will be Monty Cook, Sean Reynolds, Lexi the First, and moi.
As a player.
It's the only edition with my name in the credits, so
You call
I'm going to
yourself
be there.
that? You invite yourself?
Week after that, 4th edition, DM, lead designer, Rob Heinzu, along with Andy Collins, Derek Gooder, yes, that Derek Gooder, Wade Rocket, Liz Argall, and maybe John Peterson again. We're not sure. And then the week after that, Mike Merles will be the lead designer in the DM with Rodney Thompson, Bryce Bebop, Peter Lee, and possibly Secretary of State for Washington State, Steve Hobbs. Maybe he'll be here as a player.
If John or Steve isn't free, you have my number. I'm pretty familiar with 4th and 5th.
So that is the star-studded lineup we have right here at Chaldea Studios every Saturday, 10 a.m. Pacific time, beginning with a roundtable discussion, ending with an actual game, an actual play event, and what else to say? I mean, wow, yeah. Whew. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be good.
Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully come back next week and tell your friends that we're making D&D history right here.
Guys, yay.